It's been a while since we last spoke. You broke my heart and left me hanging. Hey, how you've been? It's been a while. I see you going to new clothes on and changed your hairstyle. You look good and go, but why do I still hurt when I see your feet? Hurt when someone mentions your name. Hurt when I pass by your old place. It's been a year, a lot has changed since then. I made new friends, I got a new pet. You wouldn't believe it. I've been on and on, but why do I still hurt when I'm driving and I'm lost again? Hurt when I'm sick and you're not here. Hurt when you seem like you're just fine without me. Oh, I'm not trying to get you back. Oh, I know.
Welcome everybody to BPL Season 7. We are here with our A-Stream Sunday, the end of the Super Weekend, as it were. We've got A-League here today with you. It's going to be Smoke Wolves versus Seal the Deal to kick us off. We'll have another match after this, and then we'll start adding more streams of a B stream and a C stream later on. But for now, let's focus on in here on this match. Rain, what are we thinking?
Yeah, I'm excited to see these teams play against each other. If you tuned into the stream earlier yesterday, you got to see Seal the Deal already here on the A broadcast. So unfortunately, that team, they did not pick up the win in that match, but hungry for a win in this one, I'm sure, as we can take a look at the schedule so far. So this is what we have for today. It's jam-packed, like Toasty touched on. So we'll be covering Smoke Wolves versus Seal the Deal here shortly. Followed by Camp Halfcourt and Grin Reaper. And then we're going to move on to some more broadcasts on the A stream, and we'll open up some multi-streams later on as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It should be jam-packed today. We're still on 100% games streamed, and I think we're trying to end on that as well. So it's going to be a crazy season, going to be a crazy weekend here to finish off. And of course, we get to see a lot of these Camp Halfcourt, Camp Halfburger teams today as well. I know a lot of people are talking about these teams. They have some pretty good drafts themselves. And let's take a look at the A-League standings so far and see, you know, how these teams have been doing after this first weekend. Corrupted Guys finishing on 2-0 for their first weekend. And here we have, you know, 1-0 team versus a 0-1 team. Maybe they're trying to even things up. They both go 1-1. We do have actually in B League a whole group that could go all 1-1. Very balanced group down there, Birch group in B League. But here for A League, it's looking like we have our good teams sort of sorted out already.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we're expecting in this kind of super weekend to start things off, is that these teams, it's 2 matches. You're going to be able to figure out kind of which teams are going to lead the pack here as we see some 2-0s coming through in the Aspen group and potentially here in the Ash group as well. But let's take a look at the 2 teams that we have on the broadcast right now. Smoke Wolves starting out. We will have Dabmaster and Shoreline Pie on those DPS roles. Static Dream and Phoebe logged in as tanks. And then for the support, we have Destiny, Foolish, and Beancan.
Yeah, this is definitely stacked in terms of that DPS line. As much as there's memes of, you know, Dabmaster Doomfist, we do actually have some very, very good DPS players here in Dabmaster and Shoreline Pie. And then the rest of the squad, they're names that I've heard less in the community. I know of Beancan and Foolish, but they are very solid players as far as I know. I have a little bit of caster bias here because Smoke Wolves is in the org that I'm playing in B League. So I'm definitely going to be silently rooting for this team. But let's have a look at the other side. Of course, Seal the Deal did not have a half bad draft themselves, as they have some well-known names here as well. Riptide, well-known tank. RMM and Femel are going to be starting out here on the support line on map 1. And that is very, very solid. Two very, very good players here. And as far as I'm aware, they're both kind of more oriented towards the main support roles, but I know Femel's very flexible, can play both. Typically sort of like a high B League, low A League player looking to prove themselves here. So Seal the Deal definitely have a very solid core, for sure. Nothing popping out to me other than Riptide, but we'll see how things go here.
Yeah, exactly. And the nice thing is that with both of these teams, although we're showing kind of just the one role here, a lot of these players are assigned to kind of play multiple roles, so can potentially be swapped in and out as things go on, because of course every player is trying to get some play time here in this series. And I mean, being a first to 2, it's pretty small window to get everybody in, but looking at the maps here, they are predetermined, so everybody in this Ash League going to be playing these 3 maps if we get to the tiebreaker map of Suravasa, but it is all going to be starting out on Busan.
Yeah, absolutely. I've always actually wondered, because they've got 3 set maps, but there's I don't know if there's any ruling on if you get a tie. I'm not sure what happens there if you're tied up at Suravasa, but hopefully that won't happen here today. We'll probably get like a 2-1 here, I reckon. These seem like very close teams. Starting off in Busan as well, it's going to sort of illustrate how these teams want to play in the series as a whole. There is, of course, a very vague meta kind of outlined, but to be honest, it's BPL. You're going to play comfort picks at the end of the day, right? You just want to have fun, play what you like to play, and I feel like by now these teams will have some idea of that.
Yeah, well, we do have some hero bans coming in here. So for Busan, Smoke Wolves banning out that Sombra, and Seal the Deal gonna be banning out the Lucio here. So Lucio definitely very highly picked hero, especially on these kind of control maps. And Smoke Wolves with the Sombra ban, I don't know if they got to see Seal the Deal on broadcast yesterday, but Vonder on that Sombra definitely was quite impactful. So starting out, just kind of throwing that Sombra away and seeing what Seal the Deal can bring without that hero in the pool.
Yeah, it's completely valid to ban on comfort picks. It's a strategy that is going to end up used in BPL when you have 1 or 2 star players from that draft on your team. And Vaughn's, of course, looking good on that yesterday, so you want to ban that out. And to be honest, the lack of Lucio here interests me on Busan of all maps. It's going to force you into playing sort of Honor Brig or Juno Brig, and I think those kind of suck on control maps, so this could be a very scrappy first map for us here.
Yeah, I agree. And we have seen some Ana being played. I think mostly we were seeing that more kind of from the Aspen group conference that had Ilios as their starting map. Busan, it's a little bit harder, I think, to find that value with the Ana. Not as much high ground on these sub maps to kind of get her set up on. That's going to give a little bit of protection from the incoming dives and rushes. But still definitely not out of the question whatsoever, as we get into the map here, looking like we are going to be starting on the sub-map of Sanctuary.
Yeah, Sanctuary, very versatile. I think Ramatra is a completely fair pick here. I think the Winston's a fair pick as well, combined with this Freya, with this Tracer. You get a double take aim in there. Shoreline Pie is a very well-known aimer, so should be able to hit a lot of those. And I think this is going to end up pretty balanced. Juno Brig Ram just has a lot of sustain, so it's going to be down to Smoke Wolves to burst that open if they can.
Yeah, and I mean, with Shoreline Pine on this Freya, definitely a lot of opportunity for the burst damage to come through. Dabmaster on this Tracer as well. We can see already taking a very hard flank here. So Seal the Deal gonna have to be very, very aware of the lanes to control, because this Tracer on the sidelines could do a lot of damage.
Yeah, already though, Seal the Deal are going aggressive. Kartik has hit 2 shots already to take down the support line in one fell swoop, and what a quick team fight there. Completely closed out by that Sojin.
Yeah, nice play there from Seal the Deal. That's the thing about running this dive composition that Smoke Wolves has, is that you need a little bit of time to get set up on these angles. And when you have the Juno kind of in your backline for Seal the Deal, you're able to just walk forward really, really quickly. So recognizing the rotation coming through from Smoke Wolves and just catching them kind of during that rotation, really impressive stuff for Seal the Deal, as they are going to be able to get the percentage started on Sanctuary.
For sure, and Beancan over to the Ana here should be able to stave off Angelo Lagusa a little bit better, playing that Ramatra. So they'll be playing a bit more slow, a bit more careful, a bit more for that sustain here as already. Having to use that Nemesis form, but Dr. Jargo just gets out using that jump pack to escape. There's a lot of scrap going on here, but Dr. Jargo does get chunked down once again. Kartik finding the first kill in this team fight. It's now up to this Tracer of Vonda to see if they can duel out against Davmaster, force them out for just a moment, give their team some opportunities, but Davmaster has a pulse online already. Gonna throw it in, hits nothing with it. Unfortunately, Smoke Wolves now coming back with that Diva to try and stall, and they do get a couple of scrappy picks there. Shoreline Pie pulling them out of the gutter.
Yeah, and Dr. Jargo has moved over onto this Diva now, so this is going to allow a little bit more peel potential where you do have Beancan on this Ana. You're not on that Ana Brig anymore, because the Brig, I mean, kind of just going to get run over by this Ramatra and take a whole lot of poke damage from Kartik on this Sojourn as well. So this Diva is going to allow a little bit more protection, especially from Vonder on this Tracer, who has kind of been trying to target this backline for Smoke Wolves. Now, Shoreline Pie does have this Bola online, really impactful ultimate, especially where Seal the Deal is playing this kind of brawl composition where everybody except for Vonder is mostly going to be playing in a very similar angle.
I mean, they're just feeding kills to Kartik, though, as they get a rail onto Dabmaster. It's that bowler shot to take down Femel, remove that key sustain from the team fight. RMM now pops the rally, though. Angelo Lagusa completely fine to just get a couple of kills on point there alongside Vonda. And to be honest, the bowler shot was a good Hail Mary, but it wasn't enough.
Especially not with RMM that had this rally to be able to kind of sustain through the dive from Dr. Jargo, trying to kind of take that Brigitte out of the fight. But I mean, once you have that rally online, honestly, Brig is going to win out that fight against the Diva. You just can't put enough damage in from the micro missiles and the primary fire to burst that shields down. And Seal the Deal are back in control of this point. You have the Overclock and the Annihilation, two really big ultimates here. But Smoke Wolves, I mean, you have some support ults coming online very, very shortly, including that Nano. We could potentially see it go all over onto the Diva or even onto Shoreline Pie, who has been hitting a lot of these shots.
Yeah, like we say there, take aim, hit onto Kartik, forces a bit of resources out, and here comes the nano boost. Diva in, Dr. Jargo chunking them all down. Shoreline Pie is eliminated, though, by their opposing number. Kartik once again pulling their weight here on the Sojourn. Can they find a clutch? That is the question, as we have a bomb used to remech here from Dr. Jargo. Angel Lagusa now popping this Annihilation, seeing if they can pull anything out, but I don't think it's going to happen. You've got no sustain here at all.
Yeah, and Smoke Wolves have actually flipped the point over here. Gonna go ahead and use that Kitsune Rush from Foolish to basically just lock this down. They're trying their best to take down Angela. Will be able to do so, and that's gonna end the fight here for Seal the Deal with Smoke Wolves back in control of the point. You got both DPS ults online as well, but Seal the Deal, they've got the DPS ults to mirror, and FML is gonna have this Orbital Ray online very shortly. Now, the only thing you have to be really careful about with that Juno ult is that Beancan on this Ana can essentially shut that ultimate down altogether.
Nice pulse there. Trunk style Angel Goose actually forces that Nemesis form now. Here comes the Ray and Panic from Femel to keep this tank alive. Kartik might opt to use the Overclock here in tandem with it, but just saving it. They're going to sustain on point, take their time, but they're taking too long here. Femel goes down to Dabmaster, getting a crucial kill there on the Tracer, and now it's up to Kartik here with the OC. Does he mech Dr. Jargo, but Shoreline Pie, the boldness to go for a 1v1 against an ulting Sojourn. They win it out. Vonda with the cleanup here, but it's not going to be enough in the face of the rest of Smoke Wolves, as they're going to smoke him out of the point. Sure, you don't have a mech on that Diva, and they will be eliminated, so Seal the Deal could turn this one around potentially. Foolish, no Suzu online to keep themselves up, and so they're just, ducking and weaving around, trying to stay alive while the rest of their team gets the work done. Foolish and Dabmaster find kills apiece to turn that one around.
Oh my gosh, Foolish. I mean, just the sheer acrobatics from this Kiriko were so impressive, staying alive for so long, and then you get 2 kills all while you're trying to just avoid that damage. Absolutely impressive from the Kiriko for the side of Smoke Wolves. And wow, this was a very, very close round to start out with these two teams at 100-99. It's back and forth over and over again, as we will be heading to the next sub map. It is going to be downtown, so we'll see if any changes in composition come around here, as this can play a little bit differently, but where both teams kind of did end up on kind of the dive from Smoke Wolves and more of the Ramatra style on the side of Seal the Deal. It looks like Seal the Deal gonna have Angela move over onto the Winston and gonna be pulling out a Freya of their own here. I really like that from them. I think that you really, especially on these long sight lines, you have a lot of high ground to control. It's really good to be able to put some pressure on that enemy Freya.
Yeah, for sure, and Kartik has been impressing so far on these heroes, right? The long range sort of Sojourn can apply to Freya here. Quite long range, you get these long sight lines going, but unfortunately not paying enough attention to Shoreline Pie there, who hits a 6-shot, will win that duel, and Dabmaster comes in with the cleanup on their opposing number as well. Vaunda just losing that 1v1 in its entirety, and that'll be an easy fight win for the Wolves.
Yeah, getting very aggressive here, trying to maybe find a late kill onto Fmel there, but will get the support from RMM to stay alive through that engagement. And Smoke Wolves get the first cap going, getting some percentage built here. Now, no ultimates built up just yet, as we will actually see Angelo swap over to match this Diva as well. So this is going to be really good for denying some of that value from the Tracer and from the Freya, and potentially eating some of these anti-nades from Beancan as well.
Yeah, for sure. Beancan been impressive so far, and Sana hit a few nades, but the positioning just isn't there for Seal the Deal again. That DPS going down to their opposing DPS. I mean, it's just a diff at this point.
Yeah, the DPS lineup from Smoke Wolves really coming alive here on downtown, as Shoreline Pie has built up to that Bola already. Dabmaster very closely behind with that Pulse Bomb, and I mean, we're gonna have the Nano available from Beancan as well, so for some really impactful ultimates coming online. And Seal the Deal, you're gonna have to break into this somehow. It seems like you might need to want to rotate around, control some more angles here, because Dabmaster seems to just be running free on this Tracer.
Absolutely. I mean, Dabmaster forcing Kartik's attention away there, while Shoreline Pie is just dumping in, take aims, hits the bowler shot there. Femel will go down, RMM to follow. Again, the support line taken down by this player in one single play. Vaunda is trying their best to clutch, but just can't pull it off in the face of all of these players.
Yep, too many people alive for the side of Smoke Wolves, and percentages creeping up towards that 100% here. Seal the Deal just haven't been able to break through and even really get a contest on the point. And Smoke Wolves use both those DPS ultimates, but you've got the other 3 ults ready to go. Now, Seal the Deal finally have built up some ultimates of their own. Both DPS ults. That orbital ray from Fmel could be really big as well. You just need to not get picked off at this pre-fight.
Yeah, for sure. Kartik getting peeled for there by their Honor. Good stuff, but you die to a stationary Diva Bomb. Not the best play ever, I have to say. Vaunda and Kartik once again dying first in the team fight, and Seal the Deal lose 2 ults that they could have used to clutch this out. Shoreline Pie now tearing up the kill feed alongside Dr. Jargo and Beancan to close out Busan here. Smoke Wolves are on fire.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, it was really close on that first sub-map, but once we got down to downtown, yeah, Smoke Wolves, they really warmed up, and I think that it was really kind of this, like, 1-2 punch coming in from the DPS lineup, where you have Dabmaster kind of in the back line, pulling everybody's attention, and that means that you are not looking at the Freya, and that is absolutely a mistake, as Freya can just deal out so much damage. Really impressive stuff to start off this match.
Absolutely, and I'm very impressed by Smoke Wolves' entire squad here. Can't really see a weak point so far. Seal the Deal oftentimes just winning scrappy team fights where the DPS are able to get some presence. Vaunda especially has been quite impressive on that Tracer. You know, they ban out the Sombra, they try and get rid of that threat, but Vaunda is still there, and if Seal the Deal can start kind of coalescing around this player, make some plays to try and give them some space, give them some attention, that could be a way to potentially win this next map coming up. It's Hollywood, so it's very DPS-centric, again, very high ground-centric. So Vaunda and Kartik can definitely have a field day here. They had their bright spots, but they just need to keep that consistent, I think. Whereas Smoke Wolves, their entire squad just feels like they're playing so well in terms of that macro. I can't attest for how much they've been scrimming, you know, how seriously they're taking BPL, but it definitely feels like they're taking it seriously.
Yeah, I think that they're probably here to win. And yeah, you kind of touched on a really good point there, Toasty. Like, coming into Hollywood, this is going to be more kind of DPS time to shine. And I think that we will, see some bans coming out here. So that Freya, yeah, Seal the Deal targeting out that Freya. So we will not be seeing Shoreline Pie make a repeat on that hero at least not here in Hollywood. And I think that's pretty good idea if you're Seal the Deal, especially if you're feeling like you're not really able to kind of match that hero. She's just in such a good spot right now that you should just to kind of take her out of the fight if you can't win those duels out.
Yeah, I mean, Freya's had 2 nerfs in the space of, 2.5 weeks? And it's still this powerful. It's quite embarrassing, really. I mean, it happens with most characters when they come out, I think with the exception of, like, Hazard, Lifeweaver.
Lifeweaver, oh.
Yeah, Lifeweaver was a breath of fresh air in that regard. But, yeah, Freya, definitely overtuned, and we can see why it's banned here. It's Hollywood. You're going to be able to just abuse these high grounds, especially on defense. It's going to be so powerful. And as well, Seal the Deal are kind of trying to do what I said, which is play around their DPS here by giving Kartik the opportunity to shine on Sojourn instead of being forced onto Freya here. Kartik was doing very, very well on that Sojourn, getting a lot of those opening kills on Sanctuary.
Yeah, I agree. We will have Smoke Wolves with their ban. It is going to be the Diva band out here. So interesting pick coming through. I think that Seal the Deal, definitely we saw Angelo doing some good things on that Diva, getting a little bit more kind of peel going on for their backline. And Diva on Hollywood, really good because you're able to contest those high grounds very easily. And I do wonder if Smoke Wolves are looking to maybe pull that Ana out again. Maybe you felt that you weren't getting as much value kind of with that defense matrix, being able to not only eat the anti-nades, but also able to basically just block healing that is coming in on the tank, where on the side of Seal the Deal, you were running that Juno so that healing can also be denied, but you also had that Brigitte where the defense matrix really isn't going to impact Brigitte as much.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like we have some substitutions coming in here. So Static Dream coming in for Dr. Jargo, and Riptide is in for Seal the Deal. And I rate Riptide quite highly as a tank. It's the main name I pulled out of the roster when we looked at them. So this could be, the second coming of Seal the Deal. They could potentially win this map and then potentially win Survivor. Who knows? But Riptide, definitely a solid tank and very much practiced on these dive heroes as far as I'm aware as well. I've seen them play a lot of D.Va, seen them play a lot of Winston. So this is going to be the map for them, if any. And especially with Freya banned out, you're going to be able to put Kartik on that Sojourn, put Vornder on that Tracer. I think this is a dream lineup now for Seal the Deal, for them to start to make their comeback.
Yeah, and you touched on Riptide kind of being versed in playing that Winston. Definitely a great pick here on Hollywood. Once we move into that third point, maybe a little bit harder to kind of get away with playing that dive tank and the heroes surrounding that composition. But on first point, on second point, it's all about kind of controlling that high ground. You have to assume that the support line for the defending team is going to be set up kind of inside that cafe area. We did see the Ana being played from the side of Smoke Wolves, so definitely an opportunity, I think, on Hollywood to run that Ana, especially with that Brig, kind of that stationary backline, because you can sustain very, very well once you get up onto those high grounds.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Brig's going to be important here, playing that Ana for the nades, for the setup, for the dives. That's what you're just going to see as a backline here. And this is where we will see which backline is better now, right? Is it going to be Orim and Femel, or is it going to be Beancan and Foolish? I think Beancan and Foolish had a hell of a last map. So we'll see what happens here. Seal the Deal definitely needs to step it up, and Hollywood is the place to do it. I'm not sure who's starting on defense, who's starting on offense. I believe Seal the Deal will be attacking first, as far as I'm aware. So they'll have to try and set a blazing time bank here on the attack to make their defense just that much easier.
Yeah, and that's so true. You do definitely get kind of like an advantage starting on that defense where, like, if you like hold down the board, you can set a very clear win condition for yourself. But you'll at least get to see on the attack what is Smoke Wolves potentially looking to play here on Hollywood as we take a nice look at the beautiful sights of the map.
Yeah, not sure how accurate that Hollywood sign is to real life. I've never been to Hollywood. I would love to, though. I would absolutely love to if I was like a rich actor billionaire. Anyway, Smoke Wolves here, bringing the smoke. They might be playing the Hazard here alongside a Bastion. That is really intriguing.
No, surely not. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Shoreline Pie onto that Surge. It's the meta. You've got to play
it. I could maybe see the Bastion making an appearance for like the first point of Hollywood, maybe, but yeah, the Sojourn definitely just a little bit more versatile, especially as you move through these points on Hollywood. And yeah, looks like Smoke Wolves will go ahead and pick that on a break backline. So very, very sustain heavy backline on the side of Seal the Deal. Well, Vonder has had their Sombra unbanned, so we are going to see them playing that hero now. Riptide in to play the Hazard. Gonna go ahead with this Juno break backline as well. So pretty heavy kind of engage focused composition here, as Bonder will be looking to find some really impactful hacks.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to point out as well, Juno Brig versus Honor Brig. Beancan is going to have much better setup for these dives, as Riptide already getting chunked down here. So much pressure on that tank. I mean, Smoke Wolves, they just turn around. They know to focus down that tank because Seal the Deal don't have angles.
Yeah, I think that Seal the Deal maybe just got a little ahead of themselves there. We saw Riptide kind of diving into that cafe, but Kartik and Vonder weren't quite set up to follow through on that engagement, but Static Dream was set up to go for that counter dive, so immediately kind of bursting down Riptide.
All right, Kartik with the first kill yet again, and another one. Beancan Shoreline out of the map right now. And Seal the Deal should be able to seal the deal here in this team fight if Vonda and Riptide can clean up as they do there. That's the first cap, and that's the kind of setup you want on your dives.
Yeah, we talked about it, Toasty. I mean, this is about, you know, making room for your DPS to shine on Hollywood, and Kartik opening things up for Seal the Deal. That's going to be first point capped, and honestly, not too bad of a time bank. You know, it only took 2 fights to break through. Now, Smoke Wolves did get everybody with that close spawn, so looking like Static Dream wants to hold fairly close here, as Foolish and Beancan are already set up comfortably on that high ground.
All right, nice nade there. Hits Riptide as they go in for a dive. Anyway, Static Dream, very low on HP there, has to back up, give up some space, and just get healed up by the supports, really. It gives Beancan the nano, but not before Riptide can do something about it. Beancan's now out of the server here. Vaughan are getting hounded down, though, by Dabmaster once again, just keeping this rivalry up of Dabmaster versus Vaughan. Now comes the Sojourn ultimate. Shoreline Pie getting Kartik with that, getting another one onto Pamel as well. We love to see the aim coming through here from Shoreline Pie, and that will be a stabilization here.
Yeah, nice stuff from Smoke Wolves. You use that one ultimate. You've got 4 more in the bank. And Tabmaster, nice.
Okay.
Oh my god. Okay, does get punished for it though. So if Seal the Deal can just get a quick reset here. RMM has swapped over to the Mercy, I think, for the Riptide res. Yeah, then gonna go back into the spot swap over to the Kiriko once again. Actually, such a heads up play, as Dabmaster is still just for now out of the fight. So there's a small window here for Seal the Deal to make an engagement.
I mean, it buys them a couple seconds, right? Here comes the EMP as Vonda hits 3. Foolish, one of those players. Shoreline Pie can't quite be hounded down, though, there. You can see them out of position, but we're not able to be killed off. Here comes the overclock, though. Foolish tanking 3 of those full damage rails there. Kartik finally gets that kill through, and looking to peel back for Static Dream now, who is in their backline up on that high ground. Here comes Famel with the orbital ray as well. Very, very expensive team fight here for Seal the Deal. They need to make this one work, and they do. Vonda hounds down Beancan in the backline there. They should be able to walk this one through.
Yeah, oh, okay. Vonder is going to get kind of found out there by Dabmaster, who seems to be making it, honestly, his goal to just shut down this Sombra, as Cart is pushing forward here. Seal the Deal making excellent progress on second point. Smoke Wolves, though, you've got the rally online from Foolish, and the only ult on the board to try and make this defense happen before this point is pushed forward.
Good isolations here onto Shoreline Pie, but no one else from Seal the Deal is there to do anything about it. So Shoreline Pie, all the space in the world now to hit some rails as a rally comes through from Foolish. That'll keep him just nice and healthy here. As Seal the Deal, they'll back up onto this high ground, wait out the rally, see if they can find a better place to engage, but Shoreline Pie is not giving Kartik any space to breathe at all. Here comes the hack, though. It's going to take out the Brig of Foolish, but not before the counter dive comes through. Shoreline, again, with 2 kills there. It should be Smoke Wolves for the taking here.
Yeah, beautiful appeal there from Shoreline Pie to shut down, seal the deal. As Vonder found the high value hack there onto Foolish, but it's just not worth kind of trading out your life there, especially where the cart is right now. Smoke Wolves are gonna have that spawn advantage, so seal the deal need to win this next fight in a very clean team engagement. You don't want to have anybody staggered out, but you're up against both DPS ults from Smoke Wolves and Static Dream with that downpour coming online. Honestly, Seal the Deal just has to play for ultimates right now.
It's hard to play for ultimates, though, when you have no space to use them. Shoreline Pie will be forced away from their perch up on the high ground, though. That gives them the opportunity they need. Riptide gonna throw in that downpour. It catches two, one of those being Bean Can with that elimination. It's exactly what you needed there from Seal the Deal. An opening kill and use one ultimate.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there to target the support line from Smoke Wolves as well. Once Bean Can is down on that Ana, Foolish just doesn't really have the support here. And against the Hazard, I mean, your shield gets melted down so quickly, but Smoke Wolves will be able to recontest. We see Static Dream just hiding in the corner, does have that downpour ready to go, and Shoreline Pie has the overclock to go with it.
All right, there's the EMP. Static Dream caught out, hounded down. That's what you love to see. Seal the deal now on the right-hand side, trying to force out Shoreline Pie with a nano-boosted OC. This is impossible to deal with. His Daphmaster just kill steals that whole time. 3 kills there for the DPS duo. And again, Seal the deal looked like they had it in the bag, but they just couldn't follow through.
Right, it was a really nice EMP there. You find the opening pick on a Static Dream, and it almost always, like, once your tank goes, the enemy tank goes down, that should be essentially a fight win for you. But I mean, with this DPS lineup from Smoke Wolves, you get the nano overclock. Yeah, it's really hard to break through that, as you do hold on to that downpour. So Static Dream gonna go ahead and pull it out early.
Yeah, Static catches Vonda, catches Kartik here. Nanoboost comes through to save Kartik, actually, as they pull out the OC. Daphmaster down, looking for Shoreline, but misses the shot. Someone's going to have to touch as the Sojin guns for the cart. There's Vonda, ready with that tap. It's going to be Static Dream now, though, diving onto Kartik, trying to force them away. Well, they have to turn their attention towards Riptide, who is now in that backline, ravaging Foolish and Bean Can. Here comes the rally, though, and that's exactly what you love to see at the perfect time. Riptide caught in the middle of 5 players, unable to do anything. No touch to be had there for Vonda, as everyone's just throwing bodies at the point, trying to clutch. It will not happen, and Seal the Deal are held on second.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I was talking about when it comes to the defense. Smoke Wolves have set themselves a very clean win condition. You don't even have to cap second point. You just gotta get that nearly 110 meters. And this is tough for Seal the Deal. I think that on that second point especially, they got held up so many times because Smoke Wolves was doing a very, very good job of rotating back up to that high ground kind of after every point, and doing a good job of, like, just sending, one person down to kind of try and deal with that point. And on that last fight, we saw the overclock come out, but unfortunately, Kartik was on that low ground, and there was one person from Smoke Wolves down kind of contesting that cart, but otherwise everybody up on that high ground. So you get a beautiful shot and get that first pick, but there's just nowhere for you to turn to try and follow up with some more damage onto that team. And we'll see what Seal the Deal are gonna cook up to try and hold this point. Now, you'd love to be able to burn as much time off the clock on this first point as possible. Looks like they're mostly sticking with that same composition. RMM is going to be on the Kiriko. Fmel going to start over on the Ana as well. Makes a lot of sense for this defense. Vonder, still thinking about it.
Yeah, Vonda, the decision is, right, do you play the Sombra and do you keep going for these EMP engages and hope your team follows up? Or do you go Tracer and just do the work yourself, right? That's kind of the toss-up here. Looks like Vonda trusts in their team, wants to go with this Sombra. It was doing well at setting up dives, but again, it's just that follow-through from Seal the Deal. The rest of the squad needs to be picture perfect on engaging. I mean, there's a potential one there, as Shoreline Pie does get antied up, but will not be eliminated just yet, as Kartik throws in a rail, misses a rail. Now Static Dream is going to be hounded down on this high ground, has to back up a little bit. Seal the Deal doing a very good job of controlling space, but Riptide gives it all up there, now opening them up for the backline dive to come through. Fmel, RMM forced all the way back there. Vonda will be taken down by Shoreline Pie, and Static Dream's right there for the follow-up. That's what you love to see.
Yeah, I like that from Static Dream. Just kind of puts pressure onto the Cafe and then backs out. But because he didn't actually find the kill onto that backlight, Femel still alive, able to hit that anti-nade.
Yeah, Bean can up on this Juno, actually getting the kill onto RMM, and Riptide will be cleaned up. Dubmaster actually pulling out this Genji. I didn't even realize, but this is actually much better with the Hazard, I feel, than the Tracer. You're able to just hard commit in with your Haz.
Yeah, and especially like Hazard's able to do so much burst damage kind of off the bat. If you time it right with the Genji, you're able to just follow through, get that dash kill, and confirm it. And that's going to be the payload starting to move here, and that's a very similar time bank that Seal the Deal had kind of on their first point capture as well. Now, Seal the Deal don't have the luxury of having everybody set up on the high ground quite yet, as it looks like Mel actually might get caught out.
That is tragic from Femel. I don't know how they ended up on the low ground, but either way, they will be eliminated. And Smoke Wolves are happy with that. They're just going to push the cart, probably put 3 on here, I would imagine, or just have the Genji push it. They're just going to take this high ground, right? You can't really contest it too well with Femel out of the fight. Here comes Vaunda, though, looking for a hack. Can't quite find it as a rally is popped there. That forces Riptide all the way away. RMM will be eliminated by Shoreline Pi's headshot there. But Vaunda clutching up in the backline here. 2 kills, Shoreline and Beancan both out. Smoke Wolves will kind of remain in here, see if they can find any eliminations, but they're happy with the cart push they got, I think.
Yeah, and I have to say, now that Dabmaster over on this Genji, although you can combo with Static Dream really well, you are not going to be able to mark Vonder on this Sombra as easily as we actually see a Sleep Dart coming through. The Sleep Dart kill onto Static Dream, not something you see too often, but yeah, I think that Vonder is going to have a little bit more space to work with on this Sombra now. You do have to worry about Foolish on this Brigitte, but otherwise, you know, you don't have the Tracer marking you this whole time, so nice for Seal the Deal to have a little bit more freedom, as they will now have everybody set up on this high ground. You have that EMP from Vonder ready to go.
All right, Dabmaster, hit by it. You'll love to see it. Riptide will get that elimination. Vaunda traded out. Just a Sojourn versus a Sojourn now, as Kartik trying to find someone to farm to build up towards this rail. Almost finds Beancan there, though. That was almost horrific there for Beancan. Now we have this complete brawl on the high ground. I mean, Orbital Ray overclock utilized here by both Sojourns, as Kartik will be hounded down again. Static Dream is always on the back of Kartik whenever they use that OC, and Shoreline Pi happy to oblige, happy to follow up with one of their own. Now it'll come down to last minute stall, I think, from Seal the Deal to try and make something work. They have 2 support ults. Will they get there in time?
Oh my gosh, they're gonna get a blade in the spawn. Dabmaster looking to shut Seal the Deal down before they can even find that touch.
Well, Nano Sojourn here, as Kartik tries to find something but cannot touch the cart in time, as RMM is just a second too late, and Smoke Wolves absolutely smoke the Seals out here on their series, and they'll end their first weekend 2-0.
Oh, this is what we kind of mentioned, is that like after this super weekend, we're really gonna see like which teams are pulling ahead here and setting themselves up with a 2-0 and a pretty nice map differential also, I believe, for Smoke Wolves. Definitely looking and feeling really good. Unfortunate for Seal the Deal, as that will mean that they are starting 0-2 here, but you know, there's still some more matches to be played in this round robin, so they will have an opportunity to kind of come back, find their stride, and hopefully find a win in the next one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Seal the Deal, just head back to the drawing board. They looked a lot better with Riptide in there. I think obviously Angelo being in first map just because it's control. But there are very, very good parts of this roster, right? You've got Vaunda, you got Kartik. These are 2 very talented players. I feel like Femel didn't really play that bad either. These are 3 players you could really start to invest in and put a lot of work into marketing or giving more resources to in your games. So Seal the Deal, definitely some things to consider there after the first weekend, and Smoke Wolves the same. It wasn't a complete washout. Seal the Deal did put up a very good fight, and I think there are a lot of minor macro mistakes occurring, but it's first weekend, everyone's going to have those, and Smoke Wolves should just be happy for now that they got that 2-0 going. They've got that momentum going into the next week. Their mental is going to be up in the clouds right now, and they're up there with Corrupted Guys, who I thought were a very impressive team as well.
Yeah, right? Oh, yeah. Starting out with that 4-0 map differential. Very, very nice. Yeah, taking a look at some of these other teams, we will be taking a look at the next match. It's going to be the Grin Reaper versus Camp Half Court. So Camp Half Court hasn't actually even, played a match just yet. So making kind of their debut here in the Super Weekend. So, all right, excited to see what they can do against Grin Reaper.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting for sure to see what Camp Half Court pull out. They're going to have to try and win both their games one after another today. It's not too bad since his first of two games. I can say, having played both my games one after another on Friday, that a lot of it is just waiting for your opponents to turn up. Because it's the nature of a Super Weekend. You're trying to cram this many games in. It's going to happen. Scheduling issues, all that stuff. But that will be coming up very, very shortly, just after this. It's going to happen in 17 minutes, actually. So not too long to wait, guys. I believe we'll be heading to a short break here. And stick with us, because we'll be back with that Camp Half Court Grin Reaper game. Stay with us. It'll be soon.
Where did the time go? How do we move so far away? Holding on, how much can we both take when love isn't at home? I can't hear sipping. It's been a while since we last spoke. You broke my heart and left me hanging. Yeah, how you've been, it's been a while. I see you good to new clothes on and changed your hairstyle. You look good and girl, but why do I still hurt when I see your feet? Hurt when someone mentions your name. Hurt when I pass by your old place. It's been a year, a lot has changed since then. I made new friends, I got a new pet. You wouldn't believe it. I've been on and on, but why do I still hurt when I'm driving and I'm lost again? Hurt when I'm sick and you're not here. Hurt when you seem like you're just fine without me. Oh, I'm not trying to get you back. Oh, I know we're better when we're not together. Sometimes I think of all the things that could have been different when we were in love. Hurt when I see your feet. Hurt when someone mentions your name. Hurt when I pass by your old place. Hurt when I'm driving and I'm lost again. Hurt when I'm sick and you're not here. Hurt when you seem like you're just fine without me.
I don't know what it means, but there's a smile upon your face, and I see something shimmering in your eyes. And they say if you wanna glimpse the future, you need space. And you said you'll put down your morning guns. Would you follow me to wonders? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is an imposter. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. find it hard to not give in. 어디서부터 참을 수 있을까? 벌어진 틈새를 채울 순 있을까?
All right, we are back with the second match here of our final day in BPL Season 7 Week 1. We got Camp Halfcourt here versus Grin Reaper. Should be a banger of a match, in my opinion here, Rain. I don't know about you, I recognize a lot of players on both of these teams. Should be a banger, I think. We've got very well-known names. We've got Greninja, Evil, Paul, Silvertolls, Mara, Source, and Fainter as well, a name I recognize there. You can see here, Camp Halfcourt. They've got a lot of talent on this roster, I feel.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is some of those names that you just listed off there, Toasty. So Gallant and Sky on the DPS here, Greninja and Evil, the tank players for the team, and then the support we have Silvertolls, Dorito, and Paul. And yeah, exactly. Some really stacked names. Some people that have definitely been in the BPL community for really long time. Now, this is the first match that Camp Halfcourt is going to be playing this weekend, so definitely trying to find a win and find some momentum is here, as I believe they will be playing their next match a little later on today.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got to play both matches today. So it's going to be an interesting day for them. I can say, it's not too bad given its first two games. But we'll see how that goes for them. Grin Reaper trying to get a win on the board here today with Ruby, Source Quantum, Mara on that DPS, Katyata on this potentially Ramatra here on the tank, and then Cry, Cuba, and Fainter here on the support line. Some recognizable names there, particularly Mara, Source, and Fainter, like I mentioned before. These are some very, very good players. And then a couple of these were kind of new players, scouted specifically, who were just new to BPL. And let's hope the draft went well, right? Grin Reaper, they started off with a loss, maybe against one of the better teams here, I think, Corrupted Guys. Definitely, I think, top 4 team at the very least in A-League at the moment. So we'll see if that was just maybe them losing to the best team, and they're actually quite a good mid to high table team here.
Yeah, it can be really tough to kind of go up against that team. That team that is a 4-0 map differential right now. So Corrupted Guys definitely one of the stronger teams. Now, Grin Reaper, this is a chance for you to kind of bounce back from that loss, as we don't know exactly kind of where Camp Halfcourt is going to stand right now, as this is their first series. But like you said, Toasty, a lot of well-known names on that roster. So it's definitely not going to be easy for Grin Reaper to find the win here. As we see the maps down below, we are still over in the same conference, so we will be starting out once again on Busan.
Yeah, exact same map pool here. We're in the same conference as that previous match that some of you might have tuned in for. So again, this is literally just Camp Halfcourt. They're going to try and get 2 wins on the board here and put themselves up at the top with, of course, the Corrupted Guys. And Grin Reaper just really want to make themselves 1-1. We got a ban already here from Camp Halfcourt, and it's the same ban we had on Busan last time. It's Lucio. These teams really hate Lucio.
I know, I'm so sad the Lucio hate runs so strong. Yeah, definitely, I mean, we saw it kind of on the last map in Busan, where Lucio getting banned out does usually kind of mean that you're going to move over towards that Juno. You still want kind of have a little bit of speed to rotate around these control maps. And we did see the Brigitte make an appearance as well, because with that Lucio, yes, you get the speed, the utility is really important, but that aura healing is really nice too, that AoE. So Brigitte can fill that niche very nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. The sustain that Brigitte provides with that Inspire Probably much better than Lucio's healing, but again, what you gain in that you lack with the speed boost versatility, I suppose, of Lucio, right? You don't have that always active speed boost. It's just a Juno speed ring, or potentially even just an Honor Nade for your engage. Freya banned out here by Grin Reaper. We have more Freya haters. Yeah.
Yeah, and I believe yesterday we got the statistics that right now in BPL, Freya does have kind of the highest ban rate for across all of the matches. So
Valid.
Definitely, yeah, people are recognizing how impactful this hero can be. But I will say, kind of this she can sort of be like that trump card. So banning Freya out map 1, it means that Grin Reaper's not going to have the opportunity to ban her out second, and if we go to third map. So definitely got to be careful about that.
Yeah, we just got an update on the statistics as well. Freya and Juno both at the top in terms of those bans with a 22% ban rate. 22 doesn't sound high, but in terms of, how many characters do we have in Overwatch now? Like 37, 38? Something like that?
Where I think, Toasty, I think that we're at like 44 right now.
We're like 44?
we have like moved on.
I can't count, apparently. I don't know my numbers. But yeah, so there are a lot of characters in Overwatch. It's quite a high ban rate for the fact that there are 44 characters, apparently. New information to me. And 22% of the time, those two are getting banned. That's 44% of the time between the two of them. And honestly, it's justifiable. I think Juno has always been broken since release. She's the Overwatch moneymaker. We know this. She's not going to get nerfed. Freya, on the other hand, is new, overtuned. We've already spoken on the previous match about Freya and how I think she's just too busted despite 2 nerfs. So there we have it. Freya's out. And to be honest, this will promote, of course, in this map, more Juno Brig gameplay, like you said, as a substitute for that Lucio.
Yeah, exactly. Now, the nice thing about having that Juno Brig backline is that you can kind of fit it into multiple different play styles. So we've seen Juno Brig kind of coming out with the Hazard, with the Ramatra. You can even play it kind of with that Winston as well. So you can still play it kind of into the dive, because the Juno Brig backline allows for a pretty nice engagement style with that speed ring. But having that Brigida also means that you're kind of able to sustain dives well as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think that both the sustain and the ability to negate dives just forces your enemy to either play a Juno Brig mirror or play a picture perfect dive. And I'm not expecting either of these teams to be playing, perfect macro, perfect aim dive, right? No one's going to be playing perfectly here on the first weekend. No one's going to be playing perfectly really ever. These are just A-League BPL teams. This isn't OWCS, But there are, like we say, a lot of talents on these rosters. I'm very excited to see Greninja, Evil, Paul, Silver Towels, and Sky on the side of Camp Halfcourt. And then, of course, with Grin Reaper, Source, Mara, and Fainter. I've heard a lot of good things about Fainter. Has played quite a few events in the past, sort of related to and around BPL. So very, very good, I guess, aura coming into this game. Hopefully, Grin Reaper can get their first win on the board, because it would suck to go 0-2 on your first weekend.
Yeah, it would be a little demoralizing because, like I said earlier, although, there's more weeks to go for sure in the round robin stage of BPL, you definitely want to kind of find yourself towards that higher end, so that you're giving yourself a little bit of room if mistakes happen, or you slip up. Maybe one day is just not your day. But yeah, so hopefully they can find this win here. And if Grin Reaper are able to do that, it could be really rough for Camp Halfcourt, because you're rolling into trying to play your second match as well. So you'd really love to get the momentum going and start with a win, try and carry that on to your next match.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd be celebrating a lot if you win both your games today. It looks actually, that looks like they're playing their second game tomorrow, but no, that's just how time zones work, I think. I maybe they're playing it tomorrow. I don't know. I don't know if it's rolling over into the next time zone, times. I don't know. Yeah, it's right after this. Okay, thank you for clarifying that, producer Solomon. Yeah, that will be right after this game, so they'll be playing them back to back. And here we go. We're going in. Teams look to be ready, and we're starting off on Busan. We saw a little bit of that Winston gameplay, a little bit of Diva, a little bit of Ramatra in that last series. I think more of the same here.
Yeah, and we kind of touched on what we're expecting from the backlines as well. So taking a look kind of towards what we could see for DPS lineups, with that Freya being banned out, we have been seeing the Sojourn get a little bit more playtime, kind of fills that same role as the Freya. You have that burst damage, you can fill that kind of medium to long range damage potential as well, and we have seen the Tracer as well. So Camp Half Court hovering over this Ramatra, the Break Juno like we suggested, Toasty, and potentially Gallant on this Widowmaker. I'm not really expecting that to stick just where we're starting on this mecha-based sub-map. It can be really difficult. You definitely can do it if you get the Widow set up in the right place, but no, Gallant is going to move over onto that Mei, Sky on the Cassidy. So this is a really nice brawl-heavy, really frontline pressure composition, but meanwhile for Grin Reaper, you are still running that tank and backline, but the DPS a little bit different where you have that Soj and the Tracer, so you're looking to control more angles against Camp Half Court.
Yeah, Camp Half Court are playing for macro. Grin Reaper just want their DPS to go pop off, right? Cat Yata won't have a lot of pressure onto Evil here from the start unless Source is pummeling in those rails onto that tank. So we shall see. Cat Yata under a lot of pressure from Sky already, as it's a complete disengage here for Grin Reaper. Camp Half Court looking to follow up here on some mispositioning there by Cuba and by Source, as Sky will get that first elimination. Cat Yata, though, looking to dish one back out, and will drop down towards the point here to try and take a fight over there. But Cuba and Cry are having a terrible time on point trying to stay alive against Evil's Ramatra Fists.
Oh yeah, and Cat Yata actually got walled into that kind of under area by Gallant on the Mei. The point still is being contested here, and it looks like Grin Reaper are able to create a little bit of space for themselves.
Yeah, for sure. It's still a bit up in the air as to who's going to win this one, but look at this concave that Camp Half Court have in terms of positioning around that point. Cat Yata will get chunked down as a result. Source should be the next to fall as well here as Cray, and that will just be a first fight win for Camp Half Court.
Yeah, nice stuff from them, and I already built up to a bunch of ultimates too, both DPS ultimates online. Dorito has this rally. I mean, Evil and Silver Dolls are not far behind either. Grin Reaper are trying to build up, but oh wow, the Blizzard, it's just gonna catch Grin Reaper off guard.
Yeah, I mean, what did Grin Reaper do there when your Ramatra gets walled off, blizzarded, you know, shot by a Fan the Hammer from a Cassidy? I mean, there's just so much pressure, and a cheap fight win there for Camp Half Court.
Yeah, right, exactly. And you saw you were able to build up to this Annihilation nearly as well. Now you do have Source on this Cassidy, gonna have the Dead Eye, but Sky's got a Dead Eye of their own.
No, they wall the disengage as well, so Cray will get caught out. Everyone else is so low because the Mei and Evil both went aggressive there off the back of that high noon. You know, incredible play in terms of the macro there for Camp Half Court.
Yeah, really nice stuff. And again, like the last fight, not too expensive for Camp Half Court. You got the Annihilation and that Orbital Ray ready to go. Now, Grin Reaper do have this Annihilation from Cat Yata. Could be really impactful here. You just gotta be really careful about these walls from Gallant because that's done so good at blocking people off.
Yeah, for sure. Again, the rotation will get walled there by Gallant, so Camp Half Court looking to get a huge boom onto Cuba there. They will go down. It will be a break for a break, an eye for an eye there, but this Annihilation is coming up big for Grin Reaper here, is just putting in the pressure. Evil will go down, opting not to use the Annihilation, but to, you know, cut their losses and come back another time.
Yeah, it's a good idea because, I mean, I pretty much every ultimate from the side of Grin Reaper expended just to break through and get this percentage. Now, Camp Half Court are at a position where they really just need to win one more fight. You're at 93% here. Like you said, Toasty, Evil has this Annihilation ready to go as well. So, Grin Reaper, you need a Ruby to build up to this overclock.
Yeah, for sure. It's just got to be a rail or just a bit of primary fire to build up to it. There we go. Ruby has it online. Grin Reaper now, though, going to go aggressive onto Evil. The Annihilation is popped. Everyone is caught in the midst of it. Source tries to farm Aura, but cannot in the face of the Annihilation. Silvertolls and Cray will be traded out. Ruby's coming up big here with the OC. Will take out Gallant. And they still have the point. Grin Reaper are happy to just play slow, you know, let their spawners come back as Rally will be popped here by Dorito. They think this is winnable, actually. Sky, on a sliver of HP, pulls the High Noon. These Cassidys are fearless here, and Source almost gets caught by that High Noon. They're over to the Pharah now, just putting some more pressure, I think, onto the tank line from afar. Gallon pops the Blizzard here. Will be Katyata getting caught out by that. They barely escape, but Cray and Katyata both fall, and this should be the flip coming through from half court.
Yeah, half court are pushing up, just looking to finish off some kills before somebody makes that rotation onto point to start the percentage. Ooh, okay, Sky trying to take on Ruby there, and Cuba's gonna try and use this rush to break back in.
Yeah, well, it's a flip, so someone's going to have to touch here. Source wants to get on the point, forces the ice block. Will be just a minor touch there coming through from Katyata as they sacrifice their life to keep that OT going. Pharah will be there next, but on a sliver of HP, you're not going to survive, and it's just one after another. Bodies dropping to the floor. Camp Half Court come through with that first round win.
Yeah, and looking pretty good. It was back and forth there. Grin Reaper were able to win out some of those fights, but it definitely felt like they had to kind of invest everything that they had at their disposal to find those wins, where Camp Half Court is more kind of winning in those dry fights, winning with just kind of using cooldowns rather than kind of dumping their ultimates there. And we are going to be heading to downtown for this next sub-map. And wow, okay, just looking at the stats here, Camp Half Court, I mean, 3 players that only have 1 death each, like that's just going to allow you to put out so much damage. Both of your DPS only falling once, like consistently alive to put through the damage onto Grin Reaper. As we will take a look at some composition swaps happening here. Camp Half Court, Evil's going to go over on to that Winston, and the on a break backline making an appearance, Ashe and Genji as well. So big swaps on their sides. Grin Reaper, not a whole lot changing. We are going to have Source over on this Pharah here. Still running this Kiri Juno backline, which I think will be a little bit more impactful now that Silvertals is on this Ana.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Suzu will be able to negate the effect of some of those anti-nades. The Silvertals, I mean, you could just kill them and that will get rid of the anti-nades as well. Katyata, though, out of the fight. Grin Reaper don't really have a way to engage, so I think it's going to be a bit of poking, a bit of prodding from both sides here, trying to clean it up. The Source and Cuba trying to duel out against Evil on the Winston there. They will recuperate, regroup with the rest of their squad. Now they'll be coming back in on the left side of the map, trying to route their way around to Silvertals. Once again, Cuba hard flanking on this Kiriko. What is going on? Source on a flank with the Kiriko. Perfect positioning there. Perfect timing. Now Gallant low on HP as well. Evil has to disengage with the rest of their squad. It will be a trade out from Gallant, but not enough there as Grin Reaper flip it.
I like this adjustment in Grin Reaper's playstyle here, where you have Source kind of on this Pharah now. It's a lot more kind of poke heavy, which is really good into Camp Half Court, like into the Winston, and even into the Dorito on this Brigitte as well, who really needs to cover the distance to kind of find some consistent healing and get that Inspire time going. So the more angles I think that Grin Reaper can kind of take on Camp Half Court, it's going to work a little bit better in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Cuba. What is the aura on this player? 1v1ing Evil on the sideline there with some help at the end there as 2 players go down for Camp Half Court. Now a point contest from Gallon in desperation as Ruby will go down. Okay, get diff there, but Gallon will fall towards the end.
Yeah, and now we're building some pretty healthy percentage on the point for Grin Reaper. Cuba, in all that aura, has built up to this Kitsune rush. Katyata's gonna have the Annihilation online very shortly. Now, Camp Half Court's composition might make it a little bit tricky to kind of find the targets with that Annihilation, but the Kitsune rush, it's always gonna be value.
Yeah, exactly right. You just go aggressive like that. Evil gets hounded out there. And Camp Half Court don't really have much to do. Like, the Honor Breaker caught in the backline there. Silvertals will get a consolation kill, but it's a Kiriko. They should come back pretty quickly and maybe even catch the break. Nope, Dorito gets out alive.
Now, Camp Half Court are going to have nearly all 5 of their ultimates online. It's just that Primal Rage from Evil trailing a little bit behind. Grin Reaper's done a really good job, though. You only committed that Kitsune rush. You're going to have the Barrage from Source available. Still have this Annihilation online as well. And I really like what they're doing, putting a lot of pressure onto Evil on this Winston as they're trying to come in.
Yeah, Ruby Source finding a kill apiece there. Evil not really able to get too much done on the Winston here. They're gonna try and get some juggles onto Cray, but it's not enough there. Ruby is tearing up the backline. Gallant with that Hero Blade can't do much. And that's all 5 ultimates utilized by Camp Half Court. And it's still a teamfight win for Grin Reaper there. I mean, you had to use all your ults for Camp Half Court, but on this re-engage, you would have loved to have him.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Grin Reaper, they didn't even use that Annihilation. We see Katyana just popping it in celebration here is looking really, really good on this Pharah kind of composition where it allows Cuba to play a lot more aggressively. You have, I mean, you're hitting the headshots on this Kiriko, and then instead of you following up on the damage from Source on this Pharah, it's like Source following up on the damage from Cuba on this Kiriko. So looking really good. Now, as we move on to Sanctuary, might be a little bit harder for Grin Reaper to stick on this composition. You don't see the Pharah as much once you move over to Sanctuary, but Camp Half Court, maybe gonna make some swaps here as Evil is on the Wrecking Ball right now, and as the doors open, yeah, gonna stick on it. Sky over on this Sojourn as well, so still playing this kind of dive composition. I like the Wrecking Ball here. This point, very, very open, and it's gonna be really easy for Evil to find kind of the engagement from a different angle of Gallant.
Yeah, for sure. The Wrecking Ball, it might be able to deal with Cuba in a different way than the Winston would have been able to. Definitely going to put a lot of pressure on the side angles. Okay, Sky just hitting a nice rail onto Ruby there. I'm not sure what happened, but Grin Reaper can't really get too much done without that Tracer online to confirm some of these kills that, you know, Source can put in the damage, but can you find the eliminations? No, you can't, because Sky just takes you out of the map. Dorito will be eliminated by Katyana there, though, so the Ramatra is stabilizing on point. Not too bad, and Ruby is back into the team fight now to put a bit of pressure on Gallant, already feeling that pressure as Cuba will find that kill. Once again, this DPS Kiri getting the job done.
Yeah, exactly. And we are going to see Source swap off of this Pharah, move over onto this Sombra. So looking to shut down Evil onto this Wrecking Ball. Absolutely. And wow, Grin Reaper are getting very aggressive here. They don't seem to see Silvertals. Okay, Silvertals has been spotted out trying to hide in the corner with that Ana. And we'll see if maybe a swap comes through. Looks like Evil was pondering it.
Yeah, I mean, Evil wants to go back to the Winston. Yeah, the Winston there. Okay, that is completely valid. I think the Wrecking Ball just leaves your backline open to being being walked on the whole time. Source over to the Sombra. Should still put a lot of pressure onto Evil, though, and Ruby just lands a solo pulse. Fair enough. Get that elimination, win that team fight. Very, very cheap there. As Grin Reaper, they're going to chase all the way up to spawn here. Look at this. Katyana using that Nemesis form to kill off those supports and buy so much more time.
Oh my gosh, absolutely beautiful from Grin Reaper. You have that Kitsune Rush ready to go. You have the Annihilation as well. Now, we do have Camp Half Court making a swap. Dorito moving over onto this Juno instead. You have some ultimates to work with. You really just need to find the space to make it happen. And Silvertals does have the Nano nearly online, but Evil already getting hit with that hack.
Yeah, Evil hacked up, forced away now. Nano Boost comes through. Can they engage properly, though? They will be able to find Cuba in the back here, unless, nope, they TP away. That's the joys of Kiriko there. A wasted Nano for Camp Half Court. Now, you have to rely on one of these DPS to perhaps find a kill in the back as Gallant's being forced away. No recall, low on blinks. Silvertals goes down. Here's the OC coming through from Sky, though, but they can't find anything quickly enough. Source hits a sick EMP to shut everything down there, and with 10% to go, I don't think anyone's going to be getting to this point. Katyana, just going to force them away. Camp Half Court have Gallant around on the side, but will not make it in time, I don't think.
No, oh, the Primal Rage pops, trying to make it there by Grin Reaper. All right, really showing up here. Once we moved on to kind of the second maps, you know, Mecha Base, just a warm up for them, I suppose. And once I think they kind of found their kind of swaps that they needed to make against Camp Half Court, looking very, very strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, these are, the players popping off are the players that we rated kind of highly going into this game, particularly Source, doing some crazy things. And Cuba here, perhaps a bit of a new scout, has only played in a couple of BPL events before, Kitsune League Season 4, and I believe the Bounty Bash as well, yeah. So Cuba, a bit new to the BPL scene, but an excellent scout for the captains of this team, because they were doing some crazy things on that Kiriko.
Yeah, exactly. You got to be really scared of a Kiriko that's not only getting out some heals, but also like hitting a bunch of headshots, like doing the damage.
Yeah.
That's what you love to see in a flex support. So yeah, Cuba doing a really good job filling that role and really allowing kind of the rest of Grin Reaper to play the way that they need to. I think that having that support ready to go allows your tank to just push so much more aggressive. We saw Kat Yada really making plays and creating space on that Ramattra, especially once we moved into that kind of third map as well. So looking pretty good. We'll see if they can carry that momentum into the next map where, you know, Hollywood, it's gonna play maybe similar to some of those submaps of Busan, but like we touched on before, Toasty, this is gonna be like really a light shone onto the DPS players for both these teams.
It will. I mean, Hollywood is just one of those maps where DPS and tanks will thrive. Your tanks in terms of trying to contest that high ground and being consistent in pressuring it, but also your DPS in terms of following up at the exact right moments to find these eliminations. There's a lot of side angles, there's a lot of high ground angles to be taken. So we'll see how they can do here. I was very impressed by how Source played there, and I think if you're going to be playing the Sombra, the Pharah, that sort of thing, we saw it in the last series as well. The Sombra, very powerful on Hollywood here. It didn't bag the previous team the win, but Source is doing very well with it.
Agreed. And we will have to see what hero bans end up happening as well, because the Freya could potentially be back in the mix, which we've seen do a whole lot of damage. And on Hollywood too, so much high ground to be controlled on that first point and especially on that second point. And the mobility of Freya, both vertically and horizontally, makes her a really excellent pick for this next map.
Yeah, it's basically like Sojin, if Sojin had infinite rails that were delayed by a couple of seconds, and also an ultimate that does the exact same thing, but you get it every 2 seconds, and you have vertical mobility that Sojin doesn't have, and you also have incredible dueling capability against Tracers, which Sojin also doesn't have. So basically just about a Sojin, if you think about it. And that's why Freya's meta, and I will die on the hill that Freya is a dishonest character at the current moment in time, because it doesn't even require much aim. The bolts have very wide hitboxes, it feels like, at times. Anyway, that's my Freya rant of the map over. I always got to talk about it. But so a Freya ban here is not possible for one of these teams, but the other one can ban it out still. I would also not be surprised to see a Pharah ban.
Yeah, that's right. Source was doing a lot of work on that Pharah. It will be Camp Halfcourt with the first ban here, and they are going to go ahead and ban out the Hazard. We did see the Hazard being played by both teams on Hollywood on this last series. Now, the Ana ban coming out from Grin Reaper as well, and Ana, again, we saw being played here on Hollywood. Definitely a very popular pick where you can get your Ana set up in some really defense-heavy locations.
Yeah, for sure. Post up your Ana at the back and just have nades and long range shots, putting in the damage, putting in the healing. But with Ana banned, you're looking more at kind of horizontal characters, if that makes sense. You're not going to be going up to the high ground much and playing there. You'll be in rolling, sort of like your Junos, your Briggs, your Kirikos. So that's a kind of a mix we could see. Lucio is back in the pool. Right, so we could see Lucio Kiri, we could see Lucio Juno even potentially, right, for Juno's vertical mobility. But Freya not banned by either team, so that's going to make playing the Juno a lot harder, because where's the survivability going to come from?
Yeah, that's so true, and we'll see what backline we end up. Like you mentioned, the Juno Brig we did see from one team there. Grin Reaper seems to be opting instead kind of for that Kiriko, where Cuba was doing so much work on the Kiriko. It makes a lot of sense, but we will have to see what they end up on, as we will have some swaps coming in as well. So people moving around a little bit here. Grin Reaper is going to have Mara come in for Source on that DPS role. Cuba, the Kiriko praise, actually going to move over onto the tank role, and then we'll have Fainter coming in to play that support. So quite a few swaps here on the side of Grin Reaper, and then on the side of Camp Half Court. Sorry. It doesn't look like there's any swaps for them.
Yeah, no. So no swaps for Camp Half Court. Grin Reaper making some very confusing changes here. As far as I can tell, it's basically just Fainter coming in to play tank and Cuba. Sorry, no, Fainter coming in to play support, Cuba going to tank. Okay. And then Mara as well. I'm quite interested to see Mara playing this DPS, how they'll measure up in terms of Source versus Mara. And they are both very good players from what I know. And if I had to just hazard a guess, I think we'll probably be seeing Mara play like a bit of Tracer here, or a bit of Genji, right? Goes with the theme of Hollywood. You could have your DPS Ruby play the Freya. So that would be the plan here, I think, for Grin Reaper, unless it's obviously swapped around. Mara wants to play Freya, for example.
Yeah. Could be a good opportunity. We did see kind of the Tracer and the Genji, like you said, Toasty, pretty classic here on the side of Hollywood, and it could be a really nice combo as well. Now, we aren't going to have that hazard in for Hollywood, so probably going to end up more kind of on a dive sort of composition, as we will go ahead, head into Hollywood. Camp Half Court starting out on the defense, so this will be the composition that we can expect to see from them, at least for this first point. So the Tracer Sojourn making an appearance, Evil on that Winston, and then the backline, we were speculating a little bit, but looks like it is going to be the Lucio Kiriko backline, at least for Camp Half Court. Grin Reapers, they're hovering it, but doors gonna open shortly, and then we'll know for sure. Looking like gonna have that Winston, Lucio Kiriko. The DPS lineup a little bit different here for Grin Reaper, so we are going to get to see Ruby on that Freya. Mara coming out. Mara, oh my gosh.
Yeah, Ruby just immediately hitting a double dink onto Gallant there with those bolts, and you know what? This is why we hate Freya, to be honest, right? A bit of a dishonest character. Impressive nonetheless, though, as Ruby's dueling out against this Tracer in the backline, forces that recall. Sky gonna have to play a bit more passively, but there will be a recontest at the very least here for Camp Half Court. There we go. The Tracer hounded down by one singular bolt in the backline, and you can't do a thing about it. Camp Half Court now still have a bit of better positioning. Grin Reaper are supposedly just going to sit here, wait for cooldowns, and then they're going to re-engage. I think they're waiting for Amp. Yeah, there we go. Cuba, Ruby, Mara, all going to be diving into that back there, putting in the pressure, but Mara under a lot of pressure of their own as well. Have to be a bit careful in the face of Gallant and Sky. Still, Camp Half Court can't really force their way through Cafe that easily, as Mara kills two to secure the point.
Oh, beautiful stuff from Grin Reaper. This is something that you don't often see kind of in these draft leagues, where like this is not a solid roster that's been playing together forever, but like waiting for the specific cooldowns, waiting for that amp from Fainter before you re-engage. Absolutely beautiful stuff. And then Mara, I mean, they're able to do so much damage on this Pharah. It's really difficult for Evil because you're basically getting poked out, forced to use your cooldowns before you can even go for an engage.
We saw that Fainter. We don't talk about it. There's Katsuna Rush available here for Grin Reaper. Don't think they need to use it, though, because they've just already taken control of the high ground. Yeah. Basically, no cooldowns needed. They just used a couple to force the enemy away, and what a shot from Mara, finding Sky there with a flick. The pressure onto Evil is too much to handle. They say, nope, I'm out of there. No monkey business for me, as Gallant under a lot of pressure from this Pharah as well. The amp utilized by Dorito, alongside some healing from Paul. And still, right, like, Camp Half Court, they try and take some presence, and it's just forced away by Mara on the Pharah. I'm liking the sound of that, as Evil taken down by a solo barrage coming through there. Katsune Rush in response, though, as Paul helps their team get a lot of value. Sky has found 3 so far, looking to be the hero here, actually. Gallant and Sky, 4 kills between the DPS, as they immediately wipe the opposition.
Oh, and this is what Camp Half Court needed. You needed some stabilization here. You needed an opportunity to rotate yourselves back up onto this high ground. Gallant has the overclock ready to go. Dorito with that beat. Now, Grin Reaper are coming into this with a beat of their own. Cuba's gonna have the Primal Rage as well. So, okay, it's actually an aggressive beat from Dorito.
Well, you say aggressive beat, but I'm not seeing any cooldowns being used or any presence being taken. They just wait for Grin Reaper to dive in there. I'm not sure why Grin Reaper didn't disengage, to be honest with you. They're still getting kills, mind you, whereas they get 3 there. Not sure how they managed to turn that one around in a 3v5, but either way, Grin Reaper gonna wipe the floor with them.
Yeah, looks like maybe Fainter got kind of the better beat there. As Camp Half Court, I mean, you at least still have your Primal Rage and your Overclock ready to go, and you got the beat out of Fainter. So, Gallant, if you can get set up on a nice angle here, you will be able to get some value from that Overclock, but you gotta move quickly because Grin Reaper is rapidly approaching this second point.
Oh, Pulse Suzu forced out by that, and an OC from Gallant shut down by Cuba, who dives into that back fearlessly against that ulting Sojin. No one else can really do much on Camp Half-Court there as Grin Reaper walk this one through. Second point capped, and unlike the previous match, we will now see this third point on Hollywood, which is much harder to attack against.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if any swaps come from either team. We do see Cuba kind of jumping back towards that attacker spawn. Okay, over onto the Orisa here. Now, Evil does have that Primal Rage ready to go, so don't anticipate a swap coming through. And okay, nope, not the Orisa. We have rotated over onto the Ramatra here as Evil, getting pretty aggressive, does have that Primal Rage ready to go.
Well, the Ramatra here with the Nemesis form, putting a lot of pressure onto Dorito and Paul. They're trying to stay alive, but they have to keep Evil up as well. Sky is just doing Sky things once again. Camp Half-Court, half their final blows must be from Sky at this point. A flatter deadlift, potentially, as they just send them all back to spawn.
Yeah, exactly. And Camp Half-Court are looking to hold pretty far up here. Don't really want to let people through the doors, but you're going to have to give a little bit of space because you do have that Kitsune Rush coming online shortly. So potentially could see that in this next fight, but Cray is gonna have a rush of their own to work with.
Yeah, I don't even know how to explain what I've just seen. Just Mara putting in pot shots against Evil, and they stand there and they can't do a thing about it because you're on Winston. Yeah. Like the survivability of Winston against this comp is so diminished.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, so much damage Mara has built up to another barrage to work with, and we will see Gallant swap over onto the Pharah as well. So looking to do some more damage on this roll as Grin Reaper rolling this car forward. You've got both support ultimates online. Half-Court, you're still only working with this Kitsune Rush, so you're gonna have to try and get as much value from this as you can, but Fainter has the beat to potentially pull through to sustain through it if Prey doesn't want to match.
Well, if you can't beat him, join him, says Gallant here over onto this Pharah. There's the Kitsune Rush as well from Paul, but a barrage from Mara will force everyone into hiding there. A Suzu used by Paul, and immediately just hunted by the rest of this Grin Reaper squad. Fainter and Cray getting a big share of the kills in that team fight, as well as Grin Reaper finished with 2 minutes and 1 second. Very impressive attack from them there.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that is a great time bank to have. It felt like they were just kind of rolling forward. There were very few opportunities that Camp Half-Court seemed to have to really stabilize. We saw a little bit of a fight kind of be put up on that second point, but even as we moved into third point and we saw a couple of changes coming through for Camp Half-Court, just weren't quite able to find the answer. And I do think that Mara on this Pharah has done so much work for Grin Reaper, and I don't even know if they died maybe a couple of times, but it couldn't have been very often because it felt like that Pharah was just a consistent pressure in the sky.
Yeah, there was never really any contest. Like dealing with the Pharah there when your Sojin is just dying every fight to a Tracer is a bit rough. It's the main contest was that Sojin. You could have played Freya, for example, but I think these teams have given up on that. The Pharah Tracer just seems to work better, right? Yeah. You're going to see Cuba now go over to this Winston. Evil is playing Diva in an attempt, I assume, to contest these DPS that are just going for your backline.
Yeah, I agree. At least if you're not going to run the hit scan for Camp Half-Court to try and deal with Mara, play the Diva. You can at least use the defense matrix and the boosters to kind of put some pressure at least. Maybe you're not going to find the kill, but if you can at least pressure these DPS from Grin Reaper out, that can be value on its own. Still on this Lucio Curie backline, so you know that both these teams are looking to move fairly quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to wait for your amp to be online and just hit that go button, and that's it right there for Camp Half-Court as they go so aggro. Cray forced to use that Suzu already, and that's a big opportunity here for some value for Camp Half-Court. Mara diffed in the air by Gallant there, who says, you know what, I'll take your hero and play it better. Camp Half-Court successfully pushed through here, and we'll be capping up this point. I don't think Cuba has any escape there now.
Nope, going to get shut down there, and that is first point being capped here, and that's like one fight is all it took for Camp Half Court to break through. So they're going to get this payload moving with a very healthy time bank, as we are going to see some swaps here for Grin Reaper. So we are going to have Mara move over onto the Echo and Cuba on the Diva, and then Cray is going to move over onto the Judo and Fainter onto the Brig. So a whole bunch of swaps coming here as Grin Reaper are looking to get kind of set up close here, as Cuba looking to kind of hold this point, everybody else set up on that high ground.
Yeah, it feels like Grin Reaper have a very good handle on what they want to play and when. That was a very quick counter swap. And to be honest, this, I feel like, is now a counter comp. Mara will be able to just use these mines in the backline to assassinate Dorito or even Gallon or Evil. Any of those players will be chunked down by Mara here a bit easier. Gallon on the Mei, I'm quite intrigued by. I don't know what it gains here, but this Tracer duel going the way of Sky by the looks of things. Definitely still pulling their weight on this Tracer. Pulse bomb sent in will miss, unfortunately, right as I'm singing their prayers as well. But Evil under a lot of pressure here. Both tanks under a lot of pressure, perhaps overstaying their welcome, but Cuba will be the one demeched first. And so Camp Half Court, keep it moving.
Yep, and there we go. We do have the rush ready to go for Paul, and actually ultimates kind of across the board here for Camp Half Court, except for that pulse bomb. We do. Cuba's still not quite gonna get that mech back. Was maybe looking for a cheeky squish kill, but at least Grin Reaper will be able to get kind of wave spawns here, and you're gonna be able to get another contest for sure. But Camp Half Court have got themselves set up on this high ground. Gallon has the Blizzard, is going to be the one pushing the point here. So you have to be careful if you're Grin Reaper about putting everybody on that. Oh, Ruby, no! Let them out!
Stuck inside the wall there, unfortunately, as couldn't get any value during that little brief stint there. Evil dives in with that Kitsune rush, manages to find Fainter as a pulse, trying to just find a Hail Mary there, couldn't quite get that kill. Mara now onto Tracer from the Echo, perhaps maybe looking for a clutch here as well. Double Tracer action, Paul hounded down, taken out, Pulse sent in to actually destroy themselves out of that copy there. But a stabilization for Grin Reaper, exactly what you wanted. All you had to use was DPS ults.
Yep, and you get a nice little stagger onto Evil here. Unfortunately, Hollywood, one of the very few maps where there's just nowhere to throw yourself off the edge. So Mara is going to put Evil out of their misery there, and Camp Half Court, I mean, you only use the Kitsune rush there, so you're gonna have a lots to work with in this next fight. But Grin Reaper's got themselves set up on this high ground, both support ultimates ready to go, and that bomb from Cuba as well. So we'll actually see Camp Half Court kind of looking to rotate under here, maybe looking to force a fight on point, because you do have that Blizzard.
Well, Sky's pushing the payload, putting a bit of pressure in that area. As this orbital ray from Cray is not finding too much value. No one's really playing within it there. Everyone's playing up on that high ground. There's a 6-shot there from Gallant to take down Mara in the skies. The rally comes through, a beat in response from Dorito. Is it enough to save themselves here, though? It does look like it. Fainter being just hunted in that back line and will go down. Evil doing a very, very good job on this diva, I feel like, so far. But Dorito just narrowly found on the sidelines there, as well as Sky, and these are players that should not be going very easily down like that.
Yeah, exactly. This is going to allow Camp Half Court to oh, okay, just going to back out, grab a couple more meters on the point, as Grin Reaper are looking to chase here, trying to find kind of a stagger kill. You still have the bomb from Cuba, who might actually, yeah, gonna have to use it just to get the remake.
Well, it's fine, right? You use a bomb, get a remech, and you get an extra kill onto Dorito to boot, right? Well, Camp Half Court scrambling away. Here comes Ruby as well to demech Evil, uses a bomb of their own, potentially. One clip onto Gallant there, huge stuff from Ruby. As recall is forced, they will disengage, and Cuba gets demeched once again. Just keeps on sacrificing their life for these stagger kills.
Ooh, yeah, and this is actually kind of an opportunity for Camp Half Court, because Cuba is going to have to try and play for this remake, and that essentially means that Grin Reaper are kind of without a tank right now, which means that Camp Half Court are going to be able to put a lot of pressure onto this front line.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Cuba's back in mech now, but almost already demeched again, as Gallant will be taken down by Ruby for the second time in a minute. Crazy stuff here coming through from the Tracer, as Camp Half Court now whittled down to under a minute.
Ooh, yeah, and looking pretty good here for a defense from Grin Reaper. You've got both the DPS ults. You're getting set up once again on this high ground. Kray's going to be able to build up to the orbital ray as well. We didn't necessarily see exactly what we wanted to from the last time, but, you know, second time's the charm, I suppose, as Camp Halfcourt working with a pulse bomb from Sky. Gallant did swap over onto the Cassidy here, so it's going to be a little trickier for Mara to kind of stay alive through these engagements, but still, Grin Reaper very much in control of this high ground.
Yeah, and they're in control in terms of this ult economy as well. I mean, 3 ults to 0 for Camp Halfcourt. They're going to have to win off macro and mechanics alone. Gallant being chased by Ruby. Kill will be gained there. Again, Ruby finding the elimination onto that player. And with that orbital ray, everyone else is going to go down for Camp Halfcourt here. You might have a staggered touch, but to be honest, Mara going onto the Kiriko here as a dupe is just an aura play. Nobody there to touch the cart at all as Camp Halfcourt are stopped on Hollywood, and Grin Reaper take a nice 2-0 to make themselves 1-1 after this super weekend.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from them. And we kind of touched on it before this map started, Toasty, saying that, you know, Hollywood is where we really want to see the DPS shine. And I mean, Mara and Ruby doing absolutely incredible on the Pharah, on the Echo, on that Tracer as well. We will see the play of the game going over to Sky here, who, again,
Wild.
nice showing from the team Camp Halfcourt, but just looking just a little bit cleaner for Grin Reaper and finding the win. So it's going to be a little tough here, Camp Halfcourt. You didn't build the momentum you really wanted to going into the next series.
Yeah, for sure. And to be honest, this the result of this match is definitely going to shut me up, because I was very much in Camp Halfcourt's court in terms of, you know, the players they have, the talent that they have, but it just wasn't gelling together very well in that first match. Of course, they have another one yet to be played. As we look at the standings here, it's not over just yet in the Super Weekend. Camp Halfcourt can still go 1-1. But to be honest, against Chungus Fungus, you're against another mid-table team. It could go either way for them there. I think one of their main issues was just being able to follow up on what Evil was doing, right? Very, very good tank player, but was not able to kind of get the value they needed on that Winston. I think the swap to the Diva was very, very good, made it more even. But going into their next match, perhaps look more towards that Diva, look more towards as well supporting Evil in that front line. It was countless times I just saw Source or Mara on that Pharah just pummeling shots into Evil, and Evil's just standing there and can't really be helped. So it's a bit rough there, especially into what Grin Reaper was playing, and especially into DPS like that.
Yeah, I agree. I think Camp Halfcourt, we saw kind of in the first map of Busan, like the first sub map as well. We saw the kind of DPS duo of Camp Halfcourt doing a really good job kind of working together, and then it just sort of kind of fell apart after that. Like you said, Evil, I think that Grin Reaper's really recognizing that if you could kind of shut down this tank, it really meant that it was going to make Camp Halfcourt kind of fall apart. So kudos to Grin Reaper for kind of recognizing what your win condition is in the series and executing it really well.
Yeah, absolutely. Grin Reaper, I'm not sure how good Corrupted Guys is, but I'm very surprised that they lost that match, because that was extremely well played from them here today. But let's look ahead at our schedule for the rest of today, as we're going to see Camp Halfcourt go against once more in their second game here today. And that will be covered by our other lovely caster duo, and Zephyr and Woop Troop as well, coming after that at 8 p.m. That's when I believe our stream starts. We'll have, I think, a cast going on over there. So we're going to be covering all of the games being played today. Nothing's going to go uncasted, I believe. It's going to be awesome. Make sure you guys stick around for it. Thank you very much for coming along and watching these first two games, but there's more to come. Thank you, Rain, for joining me. Thank you, Solomon and crew, for the amazing production as well. We'll be seeing you in probably 20 or so minutes for our next game. See you there.
smile upon your face, and I see something shimmering in your eyes. And they say if you wanna glimpse the future, you need space. And you said you'll put down your morning guns. Would you follow me to wander? Take my hand and walk beside me in a whirl of thunder. Fear is an imposter. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. So the days became weeks, it felt just like the night before. You were slowly fading in my mind. When you left, I was so completely gone, but now I'm sure you were some of the best of things to find. Would you follow me to wander? If you're everything that matters to me, makes me wonder why I can't get over you. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. We got nowhere to be, just a slow dance with the summer heat. The world outside can't wait a few, 'cause right now we got nothing else to do. The sun is peeking through the cotton white blinds, your hands still tangled up in mine. Feet on the wall, your head on me, floating easy. We got nowhere to be, got nowhere to be. Your hair's a mess, but you don't mind. You just laugh, let it fall where it lies. Coffee's cold, but we take a sip, talk about nothing. Let the morning slip. Oh, it feels like that, like summer air through window cracks. Oh, it feels like that, like summer sun on quiet tracks. Oh, it feels like that, like the summer rain that falls so slowly on the naked skin upon your back. Oh, it feels like that, like a love song on a worn out track. Yeah, it feels like that. Feels like that. feels like that. Na 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 na. Feels like that.
Where did the time go? How do we move so far away? Holding on, how much can we both take when love is an echo? I can't hear what you're saying when love is an echo. I can't hear what you're saying. Strong lessons burn brighter. That makes us two fighters. And what I'm asking tonight is, could we get back to where we started? So what do you say to that? I know we both hurt bad, and you won't forget that fact. But I believe in what we had. Holding on, how much can we both take when life is an echo? I can't hear what you're saying. Strong lessons burn brighter. That makes us two fighters. And what I'm asking tonight is, could we get back to where we started? Strong lessons burn brighter. That makes us two fighters. And what I'm asking tonight is, could we get back to where we started?
Your grace is love beyond all means. It breaks the chains and gives strength to the weak. When I am lost, you're there offers life that never ends, and I don't know why. When I am lost, you're there with me. Your grace alone can set me free. Your grace alone is good enough. Without your grace, there is no love. Wherever I go, you go with me. Your grace alone can comfort me. Your grace alone is good enough. Without your grace, there is no love. Wherever I go, you go with me. Your grace alone can rescue me. Your grace alone can save me. Save me.
Hey, how's it been? It's been a while since we last spoke. You broke my heart and left me hanging. Hey, how you've been? It's been a while. I see you going to new clothes on and change
And we're back. We're going over to A-League. I'm on with brother wonderful Thor, and we're going to be covering once more versus Camp Half Court for BPL Season 7. It has been an absolute wonder so far in the reintroduction of Season 7. And these two teams, I'm excited. Because, well, first of all, I love their names. I think there's no theme, you know? No theme. No, there's just a coincidence, of course, right, Thor?
No, 100% just a coincidence that everything revolves around camps. Totally not on the branding requirements of BPL 7. But what these two teams do have to, show up with in this matchup is one of them is definitely taking their first win of the season so far. And mind you, like, the season did start just last Friday, right? They have both gotten 1 losses, so one of them's about to get a second and the other one their first win. So let's take a look at our schedule on the mainstream first. We are, as we said, covering once more versus Camp Half Court, but there are definitely 3 other matches later on after this.
Absolutely. And of course, there's also, I believe the beef stream is alive right now with some more action happening on that side of things. You can see right here on BPL number 2. Starting right now, we have Love Racers and Sarunos coming up on the side stream. Please go support our producers and observers and casters over there as well. Otherwise, coming back to us, we are going to be covering, of course, the A-League. We're covering once more. And oh, wait, standings. Here it is. Wait. Oh, we're so true. A-League standings. We gotta update them really fast. Of course, these are the updated standings from the last couple of matches we did have in the past couple of days. You can kind of see once more in the Ash division, only 0-1 so far in matches, so looking a little bit worse for wear, but Camp Half Court also kind of in the same boat, right? So these guys are, someone's gonna go up a little bit in standings, and the other's likely gonna stay in the same spot where Seal the Deal kind of is lingering right now.
Yep, exactly. And just a small tidbit, while we do have a B stream on the other side, there's a very, very funny round robin happening in the B stream also. Back-to-back matches between 3 teams who are playing against each other for tonight. Just also conveniently, timing their actual schedules right, which sometimes is a struggle in BPL, right?
Yeah, I mean, okay, speaking of scheduling and stuff, we're putting every single person on this stream so far. I think we're at a 100% stream rate for all the teams. This is crazy, first of all. So scheduling has already been crazy. There's people that are playing at 10 o'clock at night tonight just to get their points up and standings updated and everything like that. But these guys, they get a little bit of an earlier shift, especially as we go into once more's roster. We have Nodi, SRFC, and Turget coming in on that DPS line. We also have Epic, Shock, and Helios going to be alternating on the tank role, and then Siren and Bar of Soap in the back line, both repping the Ana. So I'm very interested in seeing exactly who's going to take that flex support role and who's going to be flexing over to the main support and vice versa.
Yep, and that just means looking at this team, the only thing that doesn't change is most likely this back line of once more. So everything else is up in the air on who's playing what role or who's going to be in for a given map. But let's take a look at Camp Half Court, who had just come out of a loss in their previous match on the current stream.
Exactly. And as we go over to our opposing team, going to be going up against once more is Camp Half Court. We have Gallant, 2109, and Sky over here on the DPS line. There's going to be 2 tanks again, Greninja and Evil, swapping things around. And then, of course, in the back line was a 3rd person extra. We have Silver Towels, Dorito, and Paul. Just Paul. Very nice and basic. We have these guys in the back line swapping around. I think Silvertail is also going to be flexing between support and DPS, given the Torb favorite hero. If not, just for fun. Just for fun, right? So these is Camp Half Court coming in hot and ready to go up against once more. And I like that both these rosters have they have substitutes just for different comps. So they have a die substitute, that being the Winston, and then one that has I guess you can do poke and brawl as someone else as a main person. So that's going to be really interesting to see, especially as you go into Busan, which can absolutely have all 3 comps be played.
Yep, you took the words right out of my mouth, Mott. It really is Busan, and Busan is just everything could be played. There's a lot of variety of compositions you can run, whether that's a dive, whether that's a brawl. Sometimes poke, if you actually think about how a map sub-map like Sanctuary, it works with all the different angles you can hit at. But it's going to be a matter of, will they be leaning into comfort picks in one way or another? For example, when we did take a brief look at Camp Half Court, their backline looked like they had some Brig Zen in it, which is a very fragile backline one way or another, but very high damage in value. But already we have the bans from both of these teams, once more banning out the Ramatra, while Camp Halfcourt banning the Tracer. So I think this Ramatra ban one way or another is there to limit which type of brawl characters once more want to deal with. They don't want to deal with a Ramatra, they'd rather deal with a different type of brawl tank on Busan, which honestly, for all brawl tanks, like, that just makes sense. I feel like Ram is just one of the strongest tanks for Busan.
I think he's also one of the strongest well-rounded tanks in the game as well. He has poke ability, he has definitely brawl ability. The only thing that saves him is maybe the fact that he can't, jump in your face like Hazard can, for example. But that would just kind of come down to a Winston versus Winston or a Deva versus Winston kind of dive situation. Whenever we go over to things like downtown, for example, of Busan, the Tracer ban, I get it, just so that the Tracer can't really contest the objective relatively easily. This will allow them to play something like a Sombra or a Genji, or likely just keeping the Freya as well. She's still very strong in her own right. So as we have the bans now simmering down, that being the Ramatra and the Tracer, this also, Thor, I think, opens up a lot of possibility for that backline. We saw a lot of that Ana being a favorite of some people. We also saw, like you said, the Brig and the Zen. The bread. Yeah. The Brig and the Zen also like favorites. So I think we're gonna have some very interesting backlines, if not defaulted to like Juno Brig or Kira Lucio.
I mean, one way or another, if you're the backline of these teams, you're pretty much safe from the pesky annoyance of a Tracer, which, is just there to be a pest and really enable any dives that come along the way. So we are waiting to just load into Busan as the teams are just getting themselves set up. But, we saw both of these teams, at least standings-wise, it hasn't been looking great, right? They lost both of their first matches, and they weren't even, 3 mappers. They were just very clean 2-0 sweeps leaning towards the opposing side. So I wonder if, they'll be figuring things out, because one way or learning from their past experiences, because if there's one thing that this current BPL season has to offer is really the maps are set, right? For this, round robin of sorts. So everyone, at least in the group that these two teams are in, are going to just be playing Busan, Hollywood, Surabasa.
Yeah, the group stage is gonna be very interesting with these 3 map types. I also like that if you notice, like all the groups that have their specific map types and modes kind of set in place, they all at least give way to different comps that are allowed to be played. Like these have all 3 available. You have ability to play brawl, poke, and dive on all 3 of these maps, and that's the same for all the other group stages and map pools as well, which I think is a really nice, thoughtful thing to have implemented in each of the group stages. So it doesn't feel like, oh, well, Group B has all the brawl maps, we can't play brawl, and we're brawl team in Group A, So yeah, I really like that kind of equality, in all of the group stages.
Oh yeah, that makes complete sense, and I think it also leans into a bit of some chaos, right? For example, one of the groups has Lijiang Tower, and like that's so tried and tested, everyone has practiced that. It's so like in a lot of people's wheelhouse, and then your hybrid map is Numbani.
Yep. Oh.
I mean, I'm sorry. Like, you get a good one, and then you get a do I really want to be here?
That's okay. I think that's like Birch Group's map pool is Numbani, and it's like, oh, I would hate to be there. I just do not like Numbani whatsoever. Even after all the little like differences and everything that they made to it, still like leaves a sour taste in my mouth. But we're just waiting on our players to finish up, wrap things up, get themselves situated. Let's talk a little bit about what could be seen on each of the sub maps. I talked about downtown a little bit where we could play dive, but I feel like Mecha Base and Sanctuary are both really flexible.
Yeah, they are very flexible maps, and I think I honestly was unable to see what these teams ran during their Busan map, considering one of them played in the previous matchup. I was too busy eating dinner, okay? Let me eat my dinner in peace. But I think for Camp Half Court, one way or another, they are able to at least learn from that previous match. They can bring it into this current match, and it's more fresh on their minds.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, now that we also have time, a lot of time actually, to talk about both of these guys' records being, they both lost in the same map pool, right? Like 0-2. It was very dominating against them. So it's just like, this is the redemption, you know, from their first matches, and this is the redemption to figure out what went wrong on Busan and Hollywood. They didn't have the chance, either of them, to go to Saravasa. So if we do see a game 3, that will be really new to see how each of them operate on something as kind of fast-paced and arguably as hectic as Saravasa or Flashpoint can absolutely be.
Yeah, and I just took a look at what the bans were for that Busan map, and it looks like Camp Half Court had opted to ban the Lucio in that map, and I wonder if that may have affected how they wanted to run things, because when you ban a Lucio in something like a control map, it one way or another just limits the type of compositions you're running, and already I'm seeing some cookage from Once More.
Oh, I love this. I love making things up. I love violence. I love this. Ooh.
I love bullshitting through all of this. Let's be real. I mean, like,
yes.
How am I supposed? Okay. Moira Kiri's still kind of strange. I would have. Moira Juno would have been sillier, but I already see Greninja they sniped out the power in the air.
And I already see no Pharah, like you said. There's Nodi no longer in the air. Osiren falling right after his brethren. It looks like Camp Half Court are definitely going more than half the half court. They're going right into the spawn room, forcing the suit to be used by Bar of Soap, and they're gonna get the objective first in their favor, given by their brig of Dorito. Oh, don't get too hasty there, Grin. Getting poked out a little bit.
I mean, that's fine. I already have all the armor, and there really isn't anything to like disrupt them or be the front line, given that Epic Shock is playing that Wrecking Ball. So for Once More, a lot of this is having to deal with the damage that's just coming in and the tankier form.
They don't have Sky though, so a lot of that burst damages. I have the question. Nodi now able to kind of play the game that, you know, without really being worried about the hit scan. Yeah, Once More brings it back. It kind of looks like they were just kind of caught a little bit off guard in that first fight, and they bring it right back.
I mean, who wouldn't be caught off guard when you suddenly have Ursa damage in your face as a Pharah? But already Nodi were leading up in that ult charge, highest one in the room, and already Greninja switching over to the D.Va just to help deal with, you know, the Pharah in the air, because they don't really need front line damage if there's no brawler tank from Once More.
Absolutely, and look at the choke point they're also taking hold of. Oh, poor Dorito just kind of gets locked and loaded by these rocket launchers from Nodi. Now we have the barrage ready. They're going to be pushing up with it very confidently, and they're still waiting on Dorito to come back from the spawn. All right, forcing the May Ice Cryo Freeze to be expended here. They're backing up and re-spamming out this really long sideline that does so well for Nodi. Now they're forced to go around to the second area, and Nodi about to just being devious. They're going for the back. They're going for a big barrage. Just find one, force the Soundbreaker to be expended, but we also see a reversal overclock demon, orbital ray being used so that no one can really sustain them.
Yep, and Silvertails tries to get out, just not enough when there's a fire already, knowing you're low and done, but they really have to get out. Camp Half Court though, you have 2 ultimates to work with for this next fight. You still have that rally and that high noon, but with the 3 ultimates Once More has, well, 2 now, they can still keep this alive.
Oh, we're pinching them with the Coalescence, forcing the Deadeye to be expended. Siren gonna be shut down completely by Gallant and company, and to 78% still being contested, however, as Sky goes in on off and go towards the double DPS, goes against the Genji, finds the kill with a nice clean shot on target post deflect, and it's finally a breath of fresh air for Camp Half Court.
Yep, and 87% for Once More, and they could just once more go back in 2 ultimates to work with, and huge ultimates. There's nothing really to deny it. Maybe Greninja getting a huge bomb, denying the space of a Rush and a Genji Blade, but there is still a tall order to ask. But then there's the Rush already from Bar of Soap.
There is a rush array, but there's also going to be a flip right underneath their noses while no one goes to drop down to, I believe, contest. Even just like, I think it was like Dorito or Silvertails down there, or Gallant, in fact, doing whatever they wanted to be able to reconvene the point. They had to fight. They had to use this self-freeze really early on. Grin does have a self-destruct available at any point of that second lease on life against Epic Shock's D.Va. However, they lose Dorito, so that's one support down. That's also a really big DPS down. Everyone is going to be dead here from the side of Camp Half Court once more. Brings it right back. Is going to be able to utilize the this blizzard, or at least avoid the blizzard, get the D-Mech once more onto Grin, and there's another barrage just to make sure we save the day. Doesn't really let loose yet, but we will on this Lucio, who can't even afford to touch.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate exchange. Honestly, if someone maybe had been watching that point from the side of Camp Half Court, that would have maybe been a different story, because that ultimately the touch and the change of who has control of point really changed things for once more, because now they don't have to rush to the point as much, right? They can really take their time, and if you're Camp Half Court, you're now pressed to go back to point rather than fighting the high ground. So I wonder if this is a composition they're still planning to stick with on the side of Camp Half Court. But already we're seeing some slight swaps on how they want to play it, sticking to our tried and tested true backline of Alusho Kiri, but with some, I don't know about this. This feels like a weird dive poke and then you have a Mei.
Yeah, a little bit. It worked
aggressive?
it worked last round to an extent, but once more it complete this disturbance like competition with the ball, with the Genji. It's just meant to distract Camp Half Court and really trying to make sure that they can't really focus on the same target at once, while Turget is basically looking at these long sidelines and running it down with these rail shots and these headshots over and over and over again. Now we do see Gallant gone from the fight. Wow, that's actually what I was gonna say, but there's no Gallant, and we're forced to rotate over to a point when we're down 1 by Camp Half Court, and all we have to do is get a trade-off, and we do against Nodi. Now, everyone's off the point, so no one's going to contest it quite yet, but they are going to be able to force themselves into once more's territory and get some extra picks here, especially onto Epic Shock. So that's a big loss, but even worse is that even though we're kind of winning the fight, Osiren finds a way to sneak themselves over to the point and cap it for once more.
Osiren's just playing like stealthy, sneaky Moira and manages to like get Sky very low, and everyone else in once more just capitalizes on it.
You're absolutely right, and it's a distraction of it all. It's just about distracting. Osiren gets a pick onto Gallant, and then of course Epic Shock follows up onto Silvertails as well. And now we're just kind of bullying the rest of the team off this objective. I'm not even off the objective, off of this rotation, interrupting everything they can possibly do. Goes for the switch and finds it on Osiren, and then lethal life onto Grin here.
Yeah, but Grin's going to just get D-mech'd from all the damage coming in. Everyone else in the team is not just there, so having to use bomb just to keep themselves alive.
And there's another remake at the same time. Mind you, Thor, despite the fact that we're seeing a lot of really good kills in favor of Camp Half Court, this objective is still at 50% in favor of once more. They're going to be coming up on this overclock and this mines. They're not going to have the continued rush, however, well, they did, but Boros not going to be there to help sustain the fight any longer. And finally, a little bit of a breath of fresh air for Camp Half Court as they flip it over to themselves.
Yeah, if they can get this Genji, that would be a really good tail for them, but manages to get out is Nodi. 2 ultimates to work with for next fight for once more, and they're probably opening up with one of them, maybe that Coalescence, and that's exactly what they're doing, and it's down on main.
Yeah, like you said, Cole's gonna be coming in, really forcing everyone to back away, and now there's a subsequent continued rush coming in from Silvertails. Grin looking really a little bit worse for wear. Even better though, we do have the sound barrier help sustain Sky's overclock, which does deplete here, but we're gonna be able to get enough picks to continue this fight onwards and keep it in favor of Camp Half Court. Now they're gonna push up and should be able to use the Dragon Blade in their favor.
But it was kind of expensive for Camp Half Court, because now Nodi and Turget have free reign with their ultimates to wreak havoc and back into this next push onto point. Camp Half Court only have their Genji Blade and potentially this D.Va Bomb, which you might end up either using that D.Va Bomb to just zone all the damage or fight into one area, making it safer for everyone else.
Big slam, better boop, gets the ball off of everybody now, but like we said, here is the Dragon Blade coming in from Nodi. It's a double Dragon Blade coming in from both Gallant and Nodi. Unfortunately, for Gallant, it's going to be his opposer that does find a little bit more value than the rest, and now he's just stuck in the middle of a really precarious situation into a Moira, into a ball, and then gets shut down. We lose Osiren, but we do gain the point, which is, I think, is an A-OK trade-off for once more.
Definitely a very nice way to, you know, lose the point. And Camp Half Court, though, will still have that D.Va Bomb come to the next fight. If you're once more, you have a bunch of ultimates to work with to keep this point in your favor, whether that's going to be the Kiriko Rush or that Overclock. And I think one way or another, it might have to be just be this Overclock and really stuffing them in a specific area for a fight with that Kiriko Rush.
You're absolutely right. This Casino Rush from Bartop has to be absolutely monumental. Now we are going into ornament mode, coming in from Epic Shot, Doug going for the power driver. And finds 2. Overclock from Turget. Finds gets a lot of value just space-wise. Bomb doesn't get utilized. We're hiding behind the pillar. And there is a remake on the point here, but there's also going to be an even better minefield once we ideally get rid of this Genji of Gallant. Now, here comes the minefield. It's massive. Bar Soap goes down to the likes of Grin. However, the ball is definitely still in favor of Once More's court. Literally here, as we are seeing so much disruption, so much value being given to Epic Shock almost for free. All it is Dorito left all by himself, and as overtime ticks down, it is going to be a very close 2-0 for Once More, giving them a point up in the series.
Yep, Camp Halfcourt, one way or another, manages to turn things around as the map progressed. So if that is something you would like to at least see from yourselves as a team, is it kind of looked not so great that first sub-map, but hey, once you headed to Sanctuary, things really changed. You figured out your tempo, and it's more of just, okay, we just need to tighten this better and figure out how we would want to fight into this composition that Once More is running. Because one way or another, if you see Epic Shock in, you're guaranteed that's a wrecking ball coming out from them.
Yeah, especially go to Hollywood. Oh my days! I think a ball ban would be so valid here from Camp Halfcourt. I would do it personally. I'm not a good person. I'll target ban anybody. I do not care. That ball was very much doing a lot of work from Epic Shock, and unfortunately there was no real response being made against that ball. They kept struggling, even though they would get some opening really good picks here, maybe onto the Genji, maybe onto the Kiriko. Epic Shock was there as the ball, disrupting, finding really low targets and finishing them off consistently, and then using the minefield just to make sure that that space is completely out of the question for Camp Halfcourt to utilize effectively in any way, shape, or form. So as we move into Hollywood, I have to wonder, will ball be banned here? Because, again, personally, I would do it. I don't care. I'll ban ball.
I mean, targeted bans are not something we can be surprised of doing, right? But let's take a look at like how Hollywood is as a map. Now, would a wrecking ball work really well? The reworked wrecking ball, probably, where you're able to just like grapple and then like just pull yourself up. You're easily able to get to those high grounds much more effectively rather than, you know, having to swing your way up to it and all that, right? As compared to how it was before. But it makes you wonder, like, are you willing to take that much time to set up to take that high ground when you could do something as similar as more of like playing maybe something with a Winston or something with a Diva, especially on that second point? Because one way or another, there's going to be a lot of going back up and down. And with Wrecking Ball, I wonder if that is something that's as feasible to do, because if there's one thing Wrecking Ball does, it's really more of disruption. So if you can get them off the high ground, great. I think that helps your team well, but that's so situational one way or another.
Yeah, absolutely. But I feel like when you're playing a ball this well, though, you kind of... They want to play ball. They're going to play ball. But we did see them swap over to the Diva on first point and Mecha base. So to see the Diva v Diva is definitely not something completely out of the picture. That can absolutely be made. I feel like we might be looking at more of what the DPS might be running instead. I mean, again, we talked about Frey a little bit earlier, but Ash is still very strong on Hollywood, especially on second point. Those high grounds you're talking about verticality. Yeah, that's the name of the game on Hollywood, especially when you get past first point. Because first point is okay. There's like that one high ground and cafe. Oh wow, but then you have Saloon, then you have everything else in on Hollywood part two, second point, where it's like, bro, I can't get up here. And I think that's where ball might have a little bit easier time. First point, I think we can definitely play with like a Diva or like a Winston, play with like an Ashe, or even keep like the Soja and Genji. I think that also was very, very strong from both sides. I must say, had very, very strong Genjis and Sojourns. It was just a matter of the fact that we were unable to really focus on target because of the disruption plan of this ball.
And I think that's just really how their composition runs. If there's one thing we saw about Once More in terms of their composition, was it seemed like everyone was just playing characters that were hard to pin down, right? Normally when you see a Kiriko, you're playing a Lucio with it, or for some other people it's playing it with an Ana, but no, we have a Moira, so everyone's just everywhere and anywhere all at once. So Camp Half Court's response is, well, let's take the Kiriko out, right? Force this once more team to play at a bit of a slower pace, something less chaotic, because there's one less annoying character that could just move left, right, up a building, down a building, on the map. So I think that's a pretty decent one without, outright banning the ball. Because if you know Epic Shock's going to play Wrecking Ball anyways, like, you might as well just, like, let him be and ban other things to, like, make it not as effective. And already you could see once more banning the Genji instead, which, not too surprised either, because I think Genji on Hollywood is pretty strong.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he can clear that verticality so quickly by just pretty much by himself, especially on first. That little like high ground that you'll see like Ashe play or Widow or Freya. Like, he can go up there and just dash straight, 'cause it's so horizontal, and everyone's like, okay, we gotta get off. And then boom, you have a high ground and clear it off. So I completely understand. Both of the Genjis, like I said, they played very, very well. Both had very meaningful Dragon Blades. Both had very meaningful first and last picks. So to ban them outright really just opens up the floor back to having Tracer, which I feel like we didn't really talk about either. She was banned on that first point now, or on first map. Now we have Tracer back to being open, and she's very strong, arguably, on Hollywood, pretty much by herself. She's not really relying on anyone else. She kind of does whatever she wants. So maybe, we'll see the Tracer flow back in for the missing Genji.
And I think even just filling that, if there's one thing that's pretty much set, is that a Tracer on any payload related kind of map is pretty strong, because you are pretty sure that she is that character who is going to be on that cart no matter what. Even if the fight is happening on high ground, she's already still moving that cart forward, because one way or another, this isn't like a different game where the cart moves on its own as long as it's capped in your favor. No, this one needs someone on the cart at all times to move.
Yeah, it's like Gibraltar, where once you unlock it and you get up to that high ground, you can kind of forget the objective really easily if you're playing your high grounds, and it kind of just gets passed by this Tracer, which of course you see Sky and Nodi both hovering over here. We have Evil. We have Evil on Winston, and I have Helios hopping in for Winston as well for once more. So we are seeing some differentiation in what the alternate players can absolutely pick up and play, if it works out for them a little bit better. And you are seeing the Sojourn on one side, whereas we have SRFC on the Freya. Very interestingly enough, and thankfully the backline is the tried and true Ana and Brigida.
Yep, and these swaps on players who are in, it's really just because, well, the rulebook requires everyone play at least one map, and but one way or another, this also means you could lean into certain compositions based on what the ban is. And already both teams opting to play Ana Brig into this type of composition, with the only difference being Surface on that Freya, as you said, and Gallant on the Sojourn, who is still arguably very strong. So already you could see the annoying Tracers being annoying as they can.
Literally, Tracer's a little mosquito. Big anti-nade on the dive from Winston, though. Helios still in the fight, though, as Gallant is trying their best to kind of pierce through this barrier. Unfortunately for Helios, they got back up, wait for another re-engage, while Evil, getting a little bit too low, goes for another dive onto the backline, and just like that, Brig falls right apart. Gallant gets picked off by Surface, and this is also going to be another win for a side of once more, kind of taking off Paul at the exact same time. And then Sky going to be the last soldier to fall.
Yep, and already just capping the point just that easily for once more. They're going to have a hefty time bank rolling into the second phase of Hollywood. No ultimates just yet to work with Bar of Soap closest on that Ana. They were doing a lot of work for the team, just based on that ult charge, keeping everyone else alive, but maybe just not enough to keep Helios alive, because that was a lot of damage they were taking in.
Yeah, unfortunately, Helios got a little bit too active there, but thankfully you can reconvene your team really, really quickly here from the spawn room and go in for a dive. Wait, the fact that even just watched Helios do that and then kill his Ana, that's hilarious. We do see a C come off on Helios, and Helios, not Ilios, coming in against the back line in a small little room. Does find the mini, but does not find Elise on life here, as Osiren helps in with that engage and goes in for the rally as well. Maybe a little bit too overkill, but they're safe then. Sorry, but both support roles have been expended from once more.
But I mean, if you're once more, you have 3 other ultimates to work with for this next fight. Camp half-guard, nothing really yet in the bank. Closest is that Nano, so you at least have some level of stall potential. And if Nodi can get a huge stick onto the Ana, Paul really can't do anything with the Nano that stifles any push.
Well, speaking of, here's a Nano from Paula here onto the side of Dorito. So the backline super powered up right now. Evil, unfortunately, going into the hands of Helios, and both of them prime. This is a crazy primal fight happening, while the rest of the team are taking trade-offs back and forth. Now we're going to be looking at this Ana. Gets the... Ooh, does not get the melee kill off. And here comes Helios to help assist in his Ana as he tries to get away, but not for very long, unfortunately. Helios does, in fact, get the last laugh, but Galleon gets a really good snipe at the end of the day. But mind you, this whole time that this is happening, the car has been moving. We get pulse onto Paul at the very end of the day, and Nodi is still fighting against... actually gets their one onto Sky.
Well, now they have to deal with a Brig who is marking them one way or another, and the Sojourn on high ground, so forcing out the recall and everyone else. But Dorito still has that rally and that overclock from Gallant. They could at least stop this continued push, as once more doesn't have any ultimates really to work with, except Dorito's down again.
To the side, so by the way of Surface as well, not once but twice Surface finds huge value with the Freya, and it only follows up again by Nodi onto Paula. Now, I love a third person here, but sorry, I love when observers start just doing stuff. It's so cute.
Okay, but third person for that was really cute, just because like the
really
cape
cute, yeah.
and really the design when it, when the hops are happening makes it really nice to look at. Cap Halfguard though still have that rally and pulse bomb to work with, so I'm really waiting to see how Dorito plans to use this. Oh, so that's goodbye. Goodbye. Surface cannot use the bolas for this next fight, and thus that allows Camp Halfguard to continue proceeding towards the point.
But they have a 4-minute time bank here, Thor, and they're gonna get some opening kills here perfectly for Camp Halfcore, so they're gonna get a good amount of, like, you know, a little breather, if you will.
Yeah, I think once more may have overextended which court they wanted to play in, but Bar of Soap managed to get Sky with that nasty nade kill, so once more can just push in with all their ultimates, and that's a pulse bomb. Yeah, things happen.
Those are 2 pulse bombs, if I will say. The Bolo shot and the OG pulse bomb coming in. Finds 2 for their efforts. Also gets rid of the flex support. Double backline, actually, from Camp Halfcore. So this car's going to be moving up real nicely as we see everyone set up really in front of these spawn areas and leading the supporters kind of push this car as fast as humanly possible. We go to the Venture. It just complete annihilates Surface, but we've lost Evo. We boot the Venture out of the dig or before they can actually get in under the ground. And that was also a supplemental Nano on top of Osiren, who is getting so active. And this is going to be a 3-pointer for once more as they get a big 3-minute time bank under their belt.
Capping Hollywood. Full capping Hollywood with 3 minutes in the time bank is crazy for me. Because that just means that Camp Halfcore just struggled so hard in stopping the bleeding at any given point. It was just all gas from once more, and it was just not that they weren't allowed to hit the brakes, they just opted not to because there was no reason to. So for once more, you're hoping at least to just get this done and over with, right? Not letting Cap Halfcourt even contest or get the first point at all. But it looks like they're running the same composition at the end of the day, so no cheese whatsoever from them, which, you know, respectable. Let's be real, they could have had the option to just cheese it out given the huge time bank that they have.
Yeah, absolutely. But we are going to be seeing a complete swap here from Camp Halfcore. They're going to be mirroring basically what Once More has been running, basically the same thing. But now we have the Freya for sure from get-go instead of the Sojourn. So very interesting to see. Now we can kind of see the actual 1v1 between Gallant and Surface. Because as we know, a lot of these fights, when they open up, it really does come down to which Freya gets that opening pick, right? So both of them are going to be the ones to look at, especially for Once More's defense side. But big... Oh, that's a nasty angle to hit when you have your Ana up on that high ground, thinking that she's all safe. And Barsoap, he's already super low, has to back up, go to their brig, and that's a rotation you can absolutely interrupt on for Camp Half Court. There is the dive coming in on the side of Evil onto the cafe, but a counter dive comes in from Helios, and it actually... Whoa, we got flung!
This is going to at least stop the push of Camp Half Court for the next few seconds. Dorito and Gallant and now Paul just not going to be able to enable anything else. And if I'm Camp Half Court, I really think we should just regroup, hard regroup. Like stop trying to go in. Like please let's calm down. Let's not be antsy. Just stop and get everyone together because Paul is really close to that nano. That's going to be your first fight opener, and a Tracer 1v1's happening.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, like, don't be rash. Just calm down. We regroup. They are doing it slowly. Sky and Nodi having a little bit of 1v1 happening back here, but there's a brig suddenly there. Nodi forced a recall really early on, and we're stuck in the stairs. Okay. He lives for like 2 seconds. Sky follows up beautifully onto Nodi. That's a really big opening again. That Camp Half Court need to go in with, but there's a bolo shot on top of Gallant, so it's complete even trade-off. Whoa, big spin happening for a Surface. Surface is doing whatever he wants, I think. We have a nanoed Winston, however, which can in fact go up against the absolute terror that is Freya. Pulse goes completely wide, finds nothing for its efforts, and that is gonna be Camp Half Court with only about a minute deducted. Gonna be finding at least 2 ticks here before a possible re-engage from once more.
See, that's exactly what Camp Half Court needed. They just needed to regroup, right? Get their bearings, get Paul to that nano, and it just opens up a lot of things, especially just getting that nice kill onto Nodi, who got stuck by the stairs. We all get stuck by stairs at some point, and that's a huge stick already from Nodi, so maybe a bit too early considering how close the spawn rooms are, but at least that lessens the pressure if your monkey wants to dive in right now.
Oh, but look how split my Ana and Brig are. We do get a little bit of trade-off between the supports, though, for either side of the teams. But we are going to be seeing a little bit of a standstill for Camp Half Court as the payload is slowly making its way through this initial barrier, this initial doorway, right? Primal is ready online for Evil, and I want to see him just kind of go up on this high ground and bully everyone off of it. Instead, it's going to be a little bit of a counter dive. Evil not really going to be able to find anything. But Helios, give me one nanoed up in the back line, gets anti-nated, but has the Primal in the back pocket. So they're going to be in there for a while, and so is Evil, who is in the back line, really putting a terror on these caked heroes of the Ana and the Freya, but it's not going to happen for much longer as Barzo does get the final kill onto Evil, and Helios is still alive, and everyone's in this tiny little room. We force the bullets to be used, we force sleep, we force everything, but Helios refuses to die. Briggs have been traded off, however.
I feel like there has to be tilting to an extent, right? You get this Winston immensely low, and then they just survive. They have Primal. They've been in the backline for so long. You've used all the cooldowns, and don't get much for it. You only have 2 support ultimates for this next fight, and there's a huge stick on the Ana. I respect.
Huge wait. Paula was like, you're coming down with me, what are you talking about? And gets the anti-nade off while they got stuck with the pulse bomb. Recall does get utilized. Surface goes up to the high ground, wait, and drop down back to low ground to get Sky out of the way, and we get a quick reset here. Rally ready on both sides, but there is a nano advantage that Camp Half Court has that they need to use here.
Yep, and you have both support ultimates. You want to use this nano for this next fight. Try to look for this Freya, who also has ultimate, and at least maybe get also Barb Soap in the process, because you want to at least have some enableability.
Well, there is going to be the bolo shot being expended here. Unfortunately, it does kind of find the airspace rather than an actual body. But there goes Bars, like I mentioned earlier. Getting rid of the bar of soap. Getting rid of the bar of soap. Getting rid of bar of soap. Very, very good call. And then you also have Siren after the fact, who already used the rally as well. So with both supports being down and you have the advantage here, Camp Half Court going to be cruising this payload right along halfway through point B here. With under 2 minutes left, they can absolutely hold and at least take the space. But there's a dive, and it gets booped away by the Brigida.
Yep, great group from the Brig, and already on top of Jail is Evil, who is wanting to keep this in control just to at least make sure this cart rolls pretty perfectly and well, and make sure all the squishies don't get as much value, but already this Freya is doing so much work whittling them down.
Oh, and here comes the dive again on this backline. Does miss the whip shot that time, but Evil can't really go in this small little enclosed space when they hear a rally happening. They're gonna play with their break, help out whatever prompt that ability to be expended. We also see the nano was used from Bars, so he was getting really close to his primal Pulsum, however, not close to anything but the wall and some air. Bolo shot ready for a surface, who is going to be unleashing it on this high ground and getting 2 for free here. That's once more retaking this defense.
Yep, and that's a really patient fight for once more, just waiting for their ultimates to work with, and finally they get Sky. So if you're Camp Halfcore, that's looking very dire. You have this Nano being built up and this Primal. I think you're going to at least need that Nano to sustain one of your squishier targets, or at least enable them to build towards their ultimate. Maybe that Gallant on that Sojourn, or even just to keep Dorito alive in this probable dive from once more, because Helios has this Primal.
They do, and Evo's coming up right on top of it as well, behind Helios. But the first of those two will be used here, and there's a reversal primal. Lots of monkey business happening here, but it is going to be a lot of trade-offs. We are seeing Surface go down for the count, though, so Camp Halfcourt does have the slight number advantage if we don't lose Gallant, which we don't, thankfully. Gallant does get his one onto Nodi. Once more, it's been coming in on a little bit of a backpedal stagger touch here, starting with Helios. Well, all we have really is building up to both of the pulse bomb and the Ebola shot. Is it going to be enough against Sky's already pretty much premeditated pulse bomb? It does go crazy. Overtime almost results in a C9. Here's the rally from Osiren and an accompanying nano reversal from Paula. Unfortunately, there's no Evo to help sustain, and there's also a bull shot onto Gallant, who popped the overclock. And as overtime goes down, there is absolutely zero chance of a recontest from Camp Halfcourt. It is a 2-0 victory for once more.
And once more, finally getting their first win of the season against Camp Halfcourt. And, you know, it definitely was a different tale. Surface really doing a lot of work for this team on the Freya, landing these crazy shots. And, you know, those bolas always seem to have the impact that it needed.
Whoa! That's a crazy replay. That's a crazy play of the game. That last little bit, you might be evil. You might be a little bit evil. But this is gonna be once more's W under their belt for BPL Season 7, and I cannot wait to see these guys come up again during the rest of the season. I mean, they really did show out. They have a lot of really interesting comps they can play. They can play very traditional Winston dive. Then they have like the ball, Moira, Kiriko business. They also have with the Genji. They have a lot of stuff under their belt, and I'm really excited to see exactly how they improve during the rest of the season. Now that also goes to the same for Halfcourt. They did absolutely fantastic as well, really keeping it even most of the time of these engages, especially on Busan. But otherwise, let's get some updated standings in the way. Once more, jumping from 6th to 4th spot. They are going to be a little bit of a tie with Grin Reaper, so they need to have a little bit more of those map differentials in their favor to really edge it out over Grin Reaper. But Chungus Fungus going to be a little bit below them with a 2-3 map record, and then Camp Halfcourt tied it up with Seal the Deal. And okay, the activation looks really cool here at the exact same time. But that is this stream happening here. We have another match coming very quickly for you guys in just a couple of minutes. But here's the schedule. As always, at 8 o'clock, so in about 15 minutes, we're gonna have jump over to Zephyr and Woop Troop.
I think that's the other side of the bracket.
That is the other
of the groups.
League. Yippee! Different maps.
Oh, yes, different maps. Yes, thank you. We don't have. Oh wait, do they have Numbani?
Oh
no, I don't want to think about it.
Can we get different casters for this one? No, we're gonna go over to a very quick break. We're gonna get our teams readied up for the 8 o'clock match. Again, congrats once more for their first win under their belt in BPL Season 7, and I hope many more to both of these guys as well. But otherwise, we'll be right back with the next match for you guys.
Beyond all me, it breaks the chains and gives strength to the weak. When I offers light that never ends, and I don't know.
Does not successfully do so, so Cernos will have to take a more retreating defensive position and probably give up that first corner for completely free.
Yeah, and you can see both these tanks coming nose to nose once again, and Bowsy over on this left-hand side trying to poke and prod to see if they can get a little bit of extra poke going in onto the other side. Red Jazz is going to find Dark Buddies here to start this off. So now the attackers are down one, and you can see them trying to back up, disengage here. Unfortunately, Bubble comes out after the Bionade is applied, so Gilgamesh is going to have to ride that one out quickly. And just sticking in here, they can't really go in for a push, and now they're going to try it with Coolies applying the Nano Boost in onto Gilgamesh. And it seems like it works. A treater, Con and Gilgamesh are able to find two, and now the offense right back in the driver's seat, getting forward, getting these kills, and they're getting close to the end here, and they still have 245 left in the bank.
I mean, plenty of time. You have such a key ultimate in this EMP. The Primal's going to be online soon too, as well as that rally against really just that Nano Boost already committed. You will get that Pulse Bomb as well, and potentially some more if the fight goes for long, but this EMP is huge. It finds both supports, and this is in dire straits for Kerninos.
Bowsy found the back line with the EMP, and you can see they couldn't get in there quick enough to hit the Q key, and now the self-destruct comes out, sees if it finds a cheeky kill. It does not. Gilgamesh pops Primal Rage and is swinging away onto the point, is able to finish off Red Jive, as this will be the fight for the point. A nice turret placement up top. That is going to be really pesky for Log Racers to deal with here. And once again, we're seeing that spawn advantage at the end of this map really help the defender.
I mean, that turret actually just saved Kerninos' point. Just putting that constant damage threat onto the Winston without necessarily having to have a real body there, because everyone else is in the spawn room except for Juicebox. Juicebox has to retreat to get some healing, and just getting that forces the retreat and allows them one more fight when they otherwise probably should not get one.
Right now, Log Racers is waiting until the floor isn't lava. Go back in and start using some of those ultimates they have built up, and they might not even need them. Gilgamesh is able to find one. Now the blade up into the back, and it is cutting through Kernunos and the members that are remaining. Jinx falls to the sword, and that is going to be this point taken. So, I mean, those are close time banks, and we're going to get extra innings here in Hollywood.
Yeah, some nice extra rounds. Get a nice clock burn, though. Kerninos has to be happy with that. Again, probably should not have even gotten that. We might be looking at a 3-minute time bank for Log Racers otherwise. So just to really be in this situation where things are relatively equal is really helpful. But attacking on Hollywood, especially with just 1 minute, is super difficult. It's very hard just to get one push through during 4 minutes. So really, you need to be trying to get your ultimates as quickly as possible, and that's the biggest concern. You're not likely to get that. You have to really just make use of the 2 fights you can to just kind of grind it up, maybe burst through if you can there, but then make a big overtime push with your ultimates in tow.
And I know it's only 28 seconds is the difference between the 2 time banks, but that 28 seconds might be a huge difference when you consider that could be an extra ultimate or 2 depending on how quickly you build them up.
No, absolutely. It's the difference between 2 fights, basically. Maybe just 1 if they're long fights, but long fights are probably decent for you as the offense here. Because you have to just kind of be throwing yourself in there. If you're getting long fights, it means you're getting your respawns back before they are.
And we'll see if it works out here. Kernunos attacking first, and the meagerness of the time bank is shown already down to 45 seconds here as they engage finally. And Juicebox is going to go in first and try and bear the brunt of a lot of the damage coming back from the defenders on that D.Va, using that D-Matrix to mitigate some of the danger that comes in. And these teams right now just seeing if they can go ahead and really come together and get that 1 pick. If you're the attackers, you need that elimination. Gilgamesh is going to find 2, but they do go down, so that is the tank for the defenders out of the fight here. Still 15 seconds left to go.
You do now, like, you take that long fight, you do get that one key pick. It's can your respawns get in time fast enough to make use of the fact that there is not a Winston on the side of the enemy team.
And Juicebox has to get forward here. They have to get that first touch, and they do. Bowsy is in with the rail shot. They're able to get rid of Luna. And Jinx is back on the Reaper, trying to get to the point quickly. Comes in, death from above, not really finding too much here. Red Jive is able to find 2 on the Cassidy. Khan is going to trade one back. So right now, Cornunos really not wanting to give this up. Datable gets one with the Bionade, a little bit of an anti-diff there. And now the point is going to be taken. The quick Deadeye come in. They just wanted to finish off Gilgamesh as fast as possible. And it looks like Dark Buddies might want to go for a touch here. I don't know. It looks like they're just going to give it up. Obviously, this timer isn't going to reset, so they're just going to want to play this safe.
No, they have the ultimates. Cernos was able to get their ultimates up in time, get those DPS picks, find the supports, and just Gilgamesh left to fall. But now Log Racers has the defensive positioning along with every ultimate but that blade. That's so critical, just being able to have that one big burst before Cernos can get the rest of their ultimates online, namely that rally and bomb.
And now they're just trying to push the payload as far as they humanly can at this point, just staying in onto the point. That's a huge fire that comes up, finds a couple. What a play coming up from Coolies once again, who throws down the Nano as well, applies that in onto Gilgamesh. So the Tickle Monster and the Winston doing a lot of extra damage right now. Juicebox, the self-destruct, is going to be able to find one, but that's too little. Too late. That's going to be as far as payload goes, and honestly, if you're Cornunos, that's going to be you're happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, it is, that distance is effectively just for first and that and is not a lot, but that means you do potentially get one fight if you get swept over on first. You do get a little bit of extra time where you're able to have a very good defensive position and hold. But it's not a lot. You don't have the distance you need to just kind of sit pretty. Thankfully, there's not a lot of time in that time bank, and you're able to generate your ultimates. But the quality of this first point defense has to be elite if you want to take this point and take the map to continue the series into a map 3.
Yeah, that will be the only way to extend it, right? Is if Cornunos decides that they're tries and succeeds to be able to hold this properly. Otherwise, Log Racers is going to take the 2-0 and go to 2-0 on the season for their record. So there's going to be a big couple fights coming up here, and I don't think that's an understatement at all. Log Racers really going to want to see if they can snowball this a bit. Obviously, that's going to be their key to victory here.
Yeah, we're looking to see how the dive from Log Racers comes through and how Cernos can respond to that. We've seen a really effective from Log Racers, and it's how can Jinx and Red Jive get some picks in the meantime to prevent the dive, or Juicebox peel for the dive.
Yeah, right now, we've seen this one before, both the tanks getting together on the high ground, but Bowsy's going to come around to the side here, see if they can get a hack in. Nice grenade comes out from Red Jive to be able to lock down that Sombra momentarily, and Juicebox is able to find the kill. So with that pick, it's going to be a bunch of Log Racers stuck in behind this building, not wanting to fully commit just yet because they know they're down a player. Gilgamesh trying to get back to the main choke here, but this is a really good spot to be if you're Cornunos. This really only has to be one more hold here in this next fight, and they're going to be able to take it.
Yeah, Gilgamesh had to try to help Bowsy get through the choke point. Gilgamesh falls, and the supports are purple. This is dreadful for Log Racers. But there's the turnaround. Bowsy getting a pick, and the tank is out of mech, and maybe we're back even. We're giving up a tick. We were at half away to the next one, and Juicebox is dead.
And that fight was an emotional roller coaster. It looks like both teams had in the bag at different points, and the Bionades from both these Anas have been absolutely massive coming through. And this is going to be the point unlocked. So 54 meters to go here. See if Log Racers can end this series in a 2-0, or can Cornunos on this defense come back with one more hold?
Yeah, and that and was so critical. We have to now see the data will switch over to Lucio. Can't get there otherwise in time. And now we're really on this race. Can you get this win before the EMP comes off? 80 or 90% now. So critical to find a kill onto this Sombra if able, but the Lucio's dead and nobody's there to touch the point. EMP's ready to go. Bowsy low, and it goes off.
Bowsy with the huge EMP, and honestly, the hack onto the Lucio might have been even bigger. Dark Buddy's able to find one with the dash, and overtime is burning. Log Racer staying in on the point. Juicebox is going to get rid of that pesky Sombra, but Dark Buddies is playing that Genji to a T right now. Gilgamesh is going to get the tank diff, and that is going to do it in a razor thin margin. Log Racer.
I know I should leave, 'cause you're driving me mad. You burn like a fire. I'm so goddamn naive. I keep coming back, 'cause you're taking me higher. Higher than I've ever been before. Then you let me down again, close the door. I know I should leave, 'cause you're driving me mad. You burn like a fire. Now you're calling again, sugarcoat everything, but it doesn't make it sweeter. We wake up in my bed, I forget what you did, but it doesn't make things easier. You're with my head again. I believe in every word you say, baby. Now you're calling again, sugarcoat everything, but the truth still tastes as bitter. I know I'm a fool, here we go again. I think I might lose it. I try playing it cool, but you have your ways. You know what you do.
And just like that, after a little 10-minute break, getting our next match ready for you guys for the 8 o'clock showing. We have Zephyr and Woop Troop coming up at you guys on the other side of the A-League. That is Aspen Group. So we have Woop Troop's first, I believe, stream match and also their first game today. So we're going to be really seeing how these standings are going to be updated. But I have another surprise. We have a lot of streams right here, right now. Of course, you're on BPL 1. This is the main stream. We have these guys happening. But on the main stream, we also have a 9 o'clock game and 10 o'clock game. Woop should be coming right back against Camp Halfburger, and then Camp Halfburger plays again at 10 o'clock against Polaris. On top of that, there is a B stream and guess what? A C stream. We also have B stream happening right here. I believe this did just end. We did see in the in-between, and this, of course, on BPL_3, there is another match between Nurture and Daybreak that is observer only, so it's a complete clean feed. No commentary, no yapping, no tomfoolery, just straight gameplay for you guys, which is going to be very exciting if you guys kind of want to watch that in the background while you also have BPL 2 and this one on your other tabs, right? Surely you have like all 3 tabs open, right? I would, right, Thor? Personally.
I mean, I would if I were casting, because, you know, if I do it while casting, everything's gonna go down the drain in my whole setup. In my whole setup, bro. Yo, just saying, sorry, my PC can't handle like how many streams. It's amazing how our production team is able to do what they're able to do. But we are, as we said, on the opposite side of the A-Leagues. Right now, we are now on the Aspen side, and Zephyr have not won at least any match yet. Woop Troop, this is their first match, so this is going to be more of a story of, okay, can Woop Troop, you know, get that first win, denying Zephyr, you know, a win and putting them probably on the same spot as Spud Clusters? Who really knows? But that's something they need to prove, and for Zephyr, you're trying to prove that you can get further up in the standings. As we take a look at their roster lineup, we have Clockwise, Clap on that DPS line, then you have Unfeatured and Cypher on the tank line, and rounding it up is Fake, Zombies, and Chewy on the support line. So nothing too crazy, just looking at these, you know, preferred heroes that all these players are showing. So we're probably going to be expecting something a bit standard from them, hopefully.
I don't like fake Zombies and Chewy's name together like that. Can we like separate that? It sounds horrifying. Okay, I want to move on from Zephyr real quick and go over to Woop Troop. We have Dima, Mac Truck on the DPS side of things. We have Friday and Tyler coming in on tank, and of course Memory Camp and Toxic Trousers in the back line. And you can kind of see some favorite heroes. So I think a lot of them are flex rolling if needed, but otherwise these are your troopers, Woop Troopers for Woop Troop for tonight's match at 8 o'clock. And I am super excited to see how these guys exactly go at it, especially as we have a little bit of a new map pool that we're gonna be keeping for the rest of the stream, at least here, because all the rest of the subsequent matches will be from the Aspen division. We have Ilios, then we have Eichenwald, then we have New Queen Street, really rounding things out beautifully. I think it's honestly favorite map pool. I love this map pool for Aspen.
I mean, I like what I'm seeing for a map pool in terms of casting. Now, would I want to play some of this? I don't know. I always have mixed feelings playing Ilios one way or another. I think that's why. But as like a caster, Ilios is just full of entertainment that could happen. Nothing's really set in stone sometimes with like what compositions you're running, especially, you know, in the more unique map designs like Ruins, right? It's not as, you know, there's no set composition or meta in something like Ruins as opposed to something like, you know, Lighthouse on Ilios. And you also have the infamous Well. But already we're seeing some bad...
Saw my reaction.
I think Zephyr may have been slightly traumatized by an Orisa on Ilios and prefer not to play against an Orisa on Ilios. I am with them on that. Just imagine just being like pierced by an Orisa lance and then you just find yourself in the hole. Like, good luck with that. Like, you can't really displace, and it's hard to boop an Orisa into it when she has Fortify, all that. It's just, it's a recipe for disaster. There's just so much point presence an Orisa can have. But this Freya pick pretty early on from Woop Troop is pretty interesting. I'm not too sure if it's because they might not have a, you know, a Freya player that is comfortable playing Freya. Not too sure about that. This is going to be their first match, so we're going to find out.
Yeah, I was gonna say, very interesting to kind of pull the trigger on the Freya ban really early on. You'll typically see it, if ever, you know, on second or even third map type. So to have the Freya down for Ilios when you still have Eichenwald open, which I feel like she would do really well on, especially on the castle portion and indoors on third. You know, very interesting to see. So I do want to see what Woop Troop is thinking. Woop Woop. Troop Woop. I want to see if they're kind of locking in on that DPS side. If they are so adamant on keeping the Freya out. And honestly, at the end of the day, can I really blame them? I cannot blame them. They probably saw like a VOD or something. They're like, these guys play Freya. Absolutely not.
They're just like, absolutely not. I agree. That might be it, but that also just might be, hey, Freya just works solidly strong maybe on a map like Ilios. I think just the maneuverability, like the angles that you could easily take with the skill set she has, makes it easier to do on a map like Ilios compared to, I mean, while I agree that a map like Eichenwald just also hard enables her, I think there's more expected sightlines you're going to expect to see her from, whereas any control map, they could be on one side of the map, and all of a sudden, just 2 seconds or 3 seconds pass, and they're just like right behind you, and you have no idea how they got there.
Yeah, for sure. But as we go to Ilios, and you mentioned it earlier, there's a lot of variation and a lot of comps that can be played. It's not like, for example, Mecha Base or Busan in general, where you can kind of know, okay, we're gonna play Dive, we're gonna play Poke, we're gonna play Brawl here on each of the different sub maps, but on Busan, and this looks like we are going to Lighthouse. Yes, this is Lighthouse. We are going to be playing a little bit of a dive, a little bit of a very dive. We have the Kiri Lucio, Soj, Genji coming in with the Winston from Zephyr, and then Woop Troop is going to be kind of doing a little bit. I call it kind of like a new gen comp with the Juno Brig in the backline with the Diva. So something that was very strong upon Juno's first launch because of that horrible speed bug with Diva. Made her fly at me at Mach 5 speeds. I'm so glad it's not in the game anymore.
Well, if there's also one thing you're glad for Woop Troop is there not really is a dedicated hit scan from the side of Zephyr, so Mac Truck should be able to ring freely here and just try to pressure out maybe the Sojourn, because it's harder to land consistent shots onto a Sojourn, and already they're just going in.
They are, and I love the aggressiveness, forcing the slide from Clap really early. Mack Truck is going to be pretty much uncontested on this Pharah, save for maybe Clap, but like you said, Clap was really pushed out early on from the fight, and already seeing Cam kind of linger on the point, almost forgets about it for a second, wanting to peel back, but that's not D.Va's job here. Her job is just to assassinate and annihilate. Clap is on the opposing high ground, trying to look at Mac, does miss the connecting rail shot gun charge on top of the Freya, and there is a boop down to the heavens. Cam is going to get demeched here, but with the help of the rest of the team, this should be a relatively easy cleanup with just the supports and Winston in the back. However, we do lose Cam, but we did steal that mini pag against his Winston, so that's gonna be a really nice cleanup for Woop Troop.
Oh my gosh, Mac Challenger's doing all the work for them, getting that final kill out to Chewy, denying them any flip from the side of Zephyr, and that's just really the struggle, right? If you can't keep this Pharah under control, even when your teammates get everyone else, even when you're able to kill everyone else on the side of Woop Troop, if you're immensely low, that's just a splash damage from a Pharah rocket, and bada bing, bada boom, you're out of the fight. And if you're Woop Troop, you'll take those who already Mack Truck with a barrage. Just means they could go in once they find an opening.
If I'm Zephyr, I gotta be really aware of this barrage that Mack Truck does have in his back pocket. We are going to be seeing the contest coming in from Cam to try and negate this point from being flipped over. It does get flipped over anyway, but the barrage takes out Fake at the same time. And coming in from the backside of things, you do get, ooh, almost gets booped, but thankfully we can recall back to the point. Goes for a pulse on, kind of scares Chewy from going that way, and allows Dima to get a really nice finishing pick onto Chewy's Lucio. We still have the point in favor of Zephyr, and finally they flip it right back over to Woop Troop.
I don't know if I wanted to back off right away if I was that D.Va. I think you'd want to maybe get a bit more point percentage, but I guess that just might be they'd rather hard regroup with four-ish ultimates soon to be in the bank. If you're Woop Troop though, you have both your support ultimates and a D.Va bomb, so they're already trying to search for memory, and that's a good thing.
Oh, there goes memory. There goes Fake as well. So kind of trading off the flex supports here. Mack Truck also gonna be kind of called out by Unfeatured. Finally, I feel like Unfeatured kind of has that job in their back pocket to kind of look at this far at all times. However, getting super low, forced to maybe I might have to use this bomb really early on in the middle of Lighthouse. I don't even think Cam can get out in time as they use their own bomb as a response. And here's a reopening on the point with the orbital ray, breaking it open and really allowing us to see Woop Troop at their finest, just kind of playing together the team, getting these final picks here, and the rally just to suffice, I think might have been a little bit over as most of the team from Zephyr is pretty much back in the spawn room.
I mean, if I'm Woop Troop, that's completely fine. You just want to make sure the point is locked in your favor, and that immensely, is enough to deter any further push. As Woop Troop in Celebration just collectively fall off the map. I would like to count
cute.
that as 3 in the... I'm kidding. No, I'm sorry, Mott, you had a match yesterday where I think there were like a couple of people who may have just like fallen off map on Lijiang Tower. I had 3 on Night Market. Just on Night Market.
I had 1 per sub map on Lijiang at least. I had like 2 on Gardens. I had 1 on Night Market. And I had 1 on... No, I didn't have 1 on Control Center. That would be impressive if you get environmentally killed on Control Center. But I don't know. Lijiang was taking names yesterday. It was taking hostages. I don't know what was going on yesterday, but this is where it's supposed to happen. This is literally Ilios. It's meant to be all environmentals. So if I see environmentals actually happen, it's okay. Now you have a duel of the Flyers, the Farvers, the Echo. Now we have also the ball on the fray from Cam. Unfeatured sticking onto the D.Va. This is getting real serious here, Thor.
I do like this ball pick, right? I think it allows for consistent touch potential onto the point, right? Potential disruption. If you roll through, maybe someone falls into the hole. There's a lot of potential options, but just as needed, Clap is doing their job of marking this ball, because that is going to be the Tracer's job in this composition. You're going to have just to rely on everyone else on your team to, mark the corresponding Tracer on the side of Woop Troop.
Oh, but despite the fight kind of happening really, really messily for both teams here, Zephyr is going to get the little bit of an opening with getting the objective under their belt first and foremost. So getting 10% and counting is really good for them as they continue playing this kind of poke phase that Woop Troop is forcing themselves into, kind of waiting for an opening to make itself happen by the way of Demo or Mac Truck, which does happen at the end of the day against Chewy. And now looking over at Clockwise, forces to use Suzu onto the defensively onto themselves from Zephyr, and this is going to be a really good advantage that Woop Troop can absolutely play upon, especially as we are only getting a little bit closer to that continued rush, but not being able to use it as Clockwise is going to go down first and foremost in this second fight that is kind of rolling over one after another. Pulsar also goes crazy onto Toxic. However, this should be, yeah, Woop Troop getting the point back under their belt and succeeding 41% over to Zephyr.
Yep. If you're Zephyr, you'll take that 41% and you're forcing really the other players of Woop Troop to play to having some point presence. Point presence is what's important, and I think that's what they at least had. And Woop Troop is now going to have to do something of a similar style, except they have hyper mobile comp, so already a rush is committed by Fake to keep this into their favor.
Oh, okay. Forces the Suzu out really early. Pulsar also goes crazy, but there goes Toxic Trouser once again, getting blasted down by Unfeatured on this Diva, and everyone splits up so much that they kind of just give the point right back to Zephyr. And we have built up so many ultimates for the defenders anyway. Oh, there goes Dima. Oh, we gotta reconvene.
Yep, I think if you're Woop Troop, you have to reconvene, and you have to figure out how you're going to deal with having a consistent point presence, because it's already looking like Zephyr, with the compositions that they're running, have a better idea on how to keep the point in their favor long enough. Because on the side of Woop Troop, it's not like they were dwindling down like flies so easily. It was just because no one was effectively on point. So Memory is going to try to go in with that orbital ray.
Oh, Duplicate goes over onto the Brigida, gets called out by Mac Truck, and completely annihilates that duplication duration really easily. Excuse me, I keep saying overclock. Overload already has already been committed, goes away, forces the route to be used from the dive coming in from Unfeatured, who does have the Diva Bomb in the back pocket. So that's gonna be another lease on life that they can absolutely utilize. But now they keep looking at Mac Truck and looking really low, has a barrage in the, as well, ready to be used once we get that D-Mech ideally onto the Diva, so it doesn't get all eaten up by the defense matrix. Dima finds Fake in the fray. Overtime has been activated here at Thor, so this is all up to Zephyr to either succeed the point or reconvene and wait for another touch.
Yep, and that is patience is a virtue moment for Mac Truck, managing to get that Diva out of mech and allowing for that barrage to get the value it needed. You could see how much Unfeatured was trying to mark Mac Truck to make sure that they're unable to use barrage. It's just unfortunate that in that whole process, the team couldn't really turn things around and get the other kills from everyone else. And Minds are already committed to deny any further push from Zephyr, so that dwindles the time down even further for Zephyr to reconvene. But hey, that gives time for players like Fake to... Oh wait, that's an eat.
Yeah, big Minds coming in really forces Zephyr into a really uncomfortable rotation back towards their own point. But here comes the continued rush after losing Dima. Fake gonna be using it on the long sideline of the cage into the rest of the point here of Well. Now there goes my ball. There goes my ball. Okay, got it. I had nothing more to say.
There goes the wrecking ball. Dima's going to try to touch. There's not really going to be much because someone is going to be marking them, as how everything is when you get everyone else on the team down. But already this is looking like a pretty solid back and forth between these two teams, and we're on, you know, map point and Ruins, which we did mention seems to be more of the more interesting maps of Ilios, with not so much of a set composition that could be run in it. Is the final map, and already Woop Troop is already showing something different, something interesting. We're going to have a Zarya composition with this Kiri Lucio, and I am unsure about this, but I get it if you're trying to avoid stuff being eaten by a Diva.
I'm really sorry. I had to look at the stream real fast so I can watch the replay of Cam power driving into the well. It was really funny. Holy. Okay, we're going over to the Zarya. Again, we've had enough of the other Diva, I think is what Woop Troop is trying to say. We're on Genji, we're on Zarya to completely try and negate this absolute titan that Unfeatured has been playing all in all, right? But they're already set up really well onto a point here, and Zephyr's team is gonna kind of push into the territory of Woop Troop. Cam's already pretty half. I already used one bubble I saw, and I don't even think they're really at that high of a charge either. And Clockwise, I have to say, also a little bit of an unsung hero. They haven't really been contested either on the Echo. We do get a D-Mech onto Unfeatured and a subsequent kill onto Baby Diva at the same time. And thankfully, Woop Troop should be able to kind of retake this point if they keep this momentum up and keep Cam up as well, as they are now super high charged.
Yep, and already things are making swaps on the side of Zephyr Unfeatured, seeing that Zarya setup have switched over to the monkey, and you could see Mac Truck already responding in kind, going back to the Pharah. Oh my gosh, I love my counter watch, everyone. This is how this game should be played, apparently. Actually, no, that is how the game should kind of be played. But no ultimates to work with just yet, only just Unfeatured dropping immensely low and having to reconvene with the team before re-engaging. Pulse Bomb starts to be available for both teams, but it's the rush that might make a difference. Memory and Fake both have a rush to work with, and it's going to be here for the next fight.
To me, Fake, however, using his first though and putting a lot of pressure onto Cam. Everyone just kind of jumps all over the Zarya and explodes her even through these bubbles. Now, with Cam out of the fight, we also did use a reversal continued rush from Memory to maybe try to get another pick here to make this fight even again. But unfortunately, it was just never gonna happen. Duplicate has been expended onto Clockwise from Dima. So there's two twitches on the side from Zephyr, and that pulse time is not gonna get built up in time, unfortunately, for Clockwise. But I think they're okay with this.
I mean, they're definitely okay with that, and you know, if I were them, if I'm Woop Troop, I have at least soon to be 3 ultimates to work with. Zephyr only with that pulse bomb, so they're trying to get a huge stick on maybe that Lucio, who definitely has beat, because you want that beat to at least survive what might be the incoming, or at least have like an aggressive type of tempo. Because if you think about it, Woop Troop really doesn't have anything they need to beat, right? There's nothing of a huge ultimate that needs to be beaten, but already Mac Truck taking out Unfeatured makes this easier.
And they are getting kind of pelted down by Clap here, but it's just not gonna be enough. No Winston, no Bubble, no anything to negate this grab. Means that Cam can unleash it onto pretty much the entirety of Zephyr here and get a win under his belt. Now, Woop Troop looking really, really good here. It's 40% to 78%, and there's only the pull from for Zephyr. This could be possible for Woop Troop with this barrage in the back pocket.
I think it's getting a really immense stick from Dima on this Tracer onto a squishier target, like maybe Fake for one, because that means they can't build towards Rush as quickly. They're already climbing to 76, and you want Memory to be at least on the front end of benefiting that Pulse Bomb stick. Now, the Barrage is another way of also doing it. There's nothing really to eat it, so that's one way of doing it. Melt, or at least lower the HP bars of everyone else on Zephyr.
Oh, I hear Rocket Barrage happening from Mac Truck. Completely destroys the bubble, leaving Unfeatured a little bit naked to Dima's melee kill here. And then here is a subsequent Pulse Bomb from Dima onto Fake after they already used this Continued Rush. Another 2 Continued Rush has been expended here from Memory and Fake. Unfortunately, it's not going to go by the way of Zephyr whatsoever. If you get the final counterclockwise, that's also extremely valuable for the side of Woop Troop to continue this momentum and keep this point under their belt.
I love seeing a Doomfist come in just for a quick fight recontest, and Unfeatured with a Primal should be able to survive and bother one of these squishier targets, maybe get someone booped off the map, because there's nothing really else that Zephyr has to keep this fight turning in their favor.
Oh, Cam in really bad spot, forwards for whole block for 10 years and finds his way all the way to the Mega Pack onto the coast side. Overtime has been activated here. There's me 1 minute of last minute touch coming in from the side of Clockwise and Unfeatured. Clockwise goes for the duplicate onto the Mac Truck. Unfortunately, doesn't really find much besides a complete unduplicate, may I say. Chewy does find his one onto Mac Truck, but that is all that she wrote. Woop Troop are going to be the ones taking this 2-1 on Ilios and moving us over to Eichenwald.
If the back and forth between these two teams is any indication, we might see ourselves hitting a map 3 in this matchup, and that's just Woop also just sending a message. And Mac Truck really doing a lot of work for the team, and I think she is just doing an immense job. And for Zephyr, they're definitely making the necessary swaps to turn it in their favor, right? That Diva swap really doing wonders, but makes you think or reconsider, right? If my tank is constantly swapping in order to deal with a Pharah, then what is everyone else in my team doing just to survive through something like maybe a the Zarya grab or the other players on the side of Woop Troop because they're also carrying their respective weights.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Magchuck on that far, she is doing absolutely fantastic work. Even in the face of features like Diva or, you know, being peppered down by Clap on the Tracer, she's just like, I am just going to keep shooting and people are going to die and hopefully I don't die. Like, that's kind of what's just happening. And even though on second point, we did see her falter a little bit by just kind of always being in the face of unfeatured over and over again, I think them going over to the Zarya, or you know, Woop Troop going over to the Zarya really helped out, just kind of negate a lot of that pressure being put onto that area, you know, onto Mag, and then she was really able to really shine when there isn't a Diva flying in her face at all times. So I have to say, yeah, if I'm Zephyr, I'm thinking about that. I'm thinking about the fact that, okay, there's this Pharah, our Diva didn't work because they're gonna go Zarya, and then we're forced off the Diva to go to the Winston, right? So who's gonna look at this Pharah? We're gonna have to see some swaps here. Maybe the Freya can make a reappearance after it was banned. You know, that might be also a big answer. Otherwise, you know, traditional hit scans like Sojourn, for example, or Ashe or Cassidy will definitely put a little bit of her in Mac here.
Yep, and I think that is a good analysis you have there, Mott, right? You have other hit scans that you could play if there is no Freya in the play, right? Yes, Freya is super strong in its current state. Even with the nerfs that came with it, she is still being played on the field. So already, you know that it's going to be back in the pool. And if you're Zephyr and no one wants to play Freya, let's just be clear. There's other hit scans.
Okay.
There's other hit scans.
We just don't want to play Freya today. And you know what? Again, can I really blame them? Can I really blame them? Like, I get it. We just don't want to play Freya. And that means, you know, that gives a lot of... One, it kind of protects a DPS ban that maybe Zephyr wants to play, you know, which is A-okay. And so they have, like, the Genji open. They still have Ashe and Cassidy open. They have a lot. And they have Echo open also. The Echo was doing a lot of work for Zephyr, I must say. It's just that I think it just wasn't... It wasn't able to get as much done as I think they were hoping to, just because of the comp that Woop Troop was running. But as you go into Iconwald, you have those corridors, you have that space, you have those covers to really play around with the Echo. So as we get down to Woop Troop's ban pick, I'm looking at like a, what is this, Iconwald? I'm looking at like maybe a Juno ban, maybe a Brig ban, maybe like a Kiri ban. I'll look at the supports personally. It's basically what I'm trying to say.
I look at tanks. I'm sorry. I feel like whenever...
You're fine.
I don't know. I think for when we're thinking about bans generally, if you ban a support, you're already trying to lock in a specific type of backline composition. So that kind of already gives a hint on the enemy team what you're thinking of running as a composition one way or another, right? Or forcing them to play a specific type of composition or throwing out something wacky to us. But apparently Woop Troop is like, yeah, we're gonna ban Lucio because we don't want anyone speeding through tough corridors. We're gonna have to force you to speed through them with Juno Ring, which has a 12-second cooldown? 15-second cooldown?
12 second, yeah. Something like that.
I cannot. It's 2 digits.
I think they banned Lucio so no one has fun. That's what I personally think. I was gonna say it'd be really funny if they banned Orisa, so we just get the same ban as last map. It's just like, okay. It's like, okay, my bad. But no, we're gonna be seeing Lucio ban, which is likely to be forcing either more slow pace on a Brig if they want to play like a dive, if they want to play Brawl, likely the Juno and the Brig to be played as well. Or, you know, we can make things up and play Juno Kiri. I don't know. We can make anything up at this point. I saw Moira today. I think anything can happen. I think anything is. I saw Lightweaver in OWCS today. I think anything is possible. Genuinely.
I mean, I think I casted a game with Ana Mercy, which is like, I missed that backline. I'll be real with you.
That backline is so underrated, Thor. It's so good and so annoying. It's such a good backline. I don't care what anyone says.
It really just depends on like your Mercy player one way or another and how they play. Because like the Ana's pretty much mainstay. The Mercy is where the big difference maker is. Because like really good Mercies will make it work, right? And that's just how it is. But we are heading into Iconwald, and I think there are no swaps just yet, at least in terms of who's playing what role?
I'm not sure. We will see in due time. But well, there was like a rule book about everyone having played at least one map, correct? So we are going to be seeing a couple of swaps here. Mac, unfortunately, taking out back and shot. So So we have Tyler back in here. We have also Friday taking over as well. We have Chewy Zombie. We have Chewy Zombies as well with Clap is staying, Cypher's here. Yeah, we have a couple of new people playing Eichenwald here. I don't like Zephyr's backline. It's scary. Chewy Zombies.
Okay, but what I want to see at least is how this Woop Troop is going to play. There's a lot of role switches here. Cam, who was on tank, is now on support, right? And is technically labeled as a support on the sheet. Tyler is on DPS, normally is listed as a tank, but hey, we're going to make it work. Woop Troop's gonna tell us that this is how everything works, and already we're seeing, oh my gosh, I miss Odd. Really baiting me. I wanted a BAP. BAP is like so. I feel bad for my man.
No, BAP is back. I saw BAP today. Landon played BAP today. I was like, oh, BAP is back, baby. Only Landon plays BAP and BAP is back. Or even somewhat viable. But otherwise, we have Zephyr on the Zarya, so taking a page out of Woop Troop's last map. But Dima on the Genji takes an insane opening pick as a clockwise on the Venture. And I mean, that's just all they needed. Woop Troop is now walking and front landing into the back line here of Chewy and Clap. Are they gonna get destroyed? They might. Zephyr kind of left for dead, unfortunately, as the supports really couldn't keep him alive. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a big opening, a big objective unlock for Woop Troop with the even bigger timing of over 5.5 minutes. Oh my goodness.
And you can already see the swaps coming from the side of Zephyr. It really makes no sense to play a Zarya into what is like such a tankier character of Orisa, and we are getting the famous cat cam, no pigeons this time around, just pure cats, but Cam bringing that out for us. Now, already Friday tried to take this space on the castle, which is where everyone in Zephyr should be playing, but I think there's nothing really much to work with, but other than trying to dislodge this team from the high ground that Zephyr is playing. So Woop Troop has already managed to sneak its way in, at least their Orisa is able to.
I mean, Friday just took a little bit of a trip, went all the way up, said, oh, I'm getting pushed, and went all the way back down. But as that happens, the cart is rolling right on through, goes past the gate, goes around the first bend here of Eichenwald, and now has approached the ever-looming bridge here. Now, this is kind of where everyone's forced to go up to this bridge and really try to really clear it out. Of course, Friday doing that by themselves here, as the rest of the team of Zephyr are trying their best to really enter the rotation. They are getting a little bit pincered, though, so we gotta really care for the back area. However, as that happens, I mean, everyone else kind of dead, forced to recall from Clap, and that is gonna be all that she wrote. It felt very little resistance really from Zephyr as Woop Troop just really cleared out that bridge.
Yeah, I think there was that struggle to really keep things alive, especially when I think Chewy fell down pretty quickly, and already Orbital Ray committed just to continue this push. That's what they need to do. They have the tempo, they have 5 ults.
And they're gonna continue the tempo going in their favor. I mean, I'm seeing everyone just kind of die, get rolled on over. The cart goes all the way down, all the way to the second with little resistance. Another 5.5 minute time bank being cooped up under Woop Troop's belt, and they have ults for days.
It's a lot of this is then on Woop Troop to really just cycle, right? Don't dump all 4 just because you can dump all 4, because Zephyr is on the back end, and they're going to have this orbital ring.
And here the rally being expended here from Cam. That's going to help kind of negate this orbital rate as everyone cuts out of it. And now that it's depleted, they're going to start walking in once more. The rally has now gone down. We still have Terror Surge. We have Overclock. We have Dragon Blade. It really is just what do they want to use today. They're going to start with the Terror Surge first. Gets rid of Clap. Dima comes in with the Dragon Blade against Clockwise. So there's 2 blades happening at the exact same time. They're both getting equal trade-offs. 1 for 1 for 1 for 1. Can we get the last lap onto Tyler? We might be able to from Clockwise. And there's still a fight happening. We lost Cypher. And now it's just the Genji versus the Orisa and the Genji. This is going to be insane if Clockwise can do, but I don't think they possibly can, especially after Deflect was already utilized. Really clean fight from Woop Troop, and they saved the overclock.
Yeah, and I think that's such a great job from Woop Troop having still saving that overclock, because now they can enter this next fight with it. Clap is nowhere near it, so there's not much denial for it other than you know you're relying on Cypher to go and deny the space.
Well, there's Tyler coming in with his overclock, goes right past his Orisa, looking right past this Orisa in his face. Just simply does not care, I think, as of course the rest of the team is starting to slowly but surely falter clockwise. Not even able to get in the spawn room, and screw the spawn room. No one can touch the cart. 4-minute time bank. Full cap on Eichenwald. Woop Troop is looking solid here on Eichenwald.
I think what's also just going to be terrifying is that this is such a tall order, right? You're going to, if you are Zephyr, you are trying to keep the same or at least close as enough time bank and also fully cap Eichenwald. That's such a tall order when even just getting through that first stroke of Eichenwald can be such a laborious task. That archway just allows for a lot of spam to come in, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's how Woop Troop decide to play it, right? Hold that archway and really deny any rotations. I think it's just also unlucky that when Zephyr was doing their initial defense, Clockwise got scouted out right away and really didn't get as much value on that venture.
Yeah, I mean the venture pick was really being picked off as venture is really unfortunate, only because they're so known for their survivability with every shields on every ability, dig, burrow, things like that, drive as well, like the dash as well. It was just really unfortunate, and Woop Troop wasted absolutely zero time walking in on that and making that as big of an opening as possible. Now Zephyr is kind of going between comps. They are on the Sigma so far, which I haven't seen quite yet, sticking with the same DPS and backline, however, as Woop Troop. It is really just a matter of which tank is going to come out on top. Is it going to be the Sigma or the Orisa?
I mean, I think the Sigma, one way or another, seems to have at least some potential to do high damage, right? A lot of it is really working the corners as opposed to being all frontline against this Orisa, who is able to do it. But you're able to do some poke damage with those primary fires, and there's a lot of value from a Sigma. It's just playing your life and those corners.
Yeah, and on top of that, your cooldowns, you having the rock and the hands as well, so important with that character. But even through all that, Friday is playing Orisa, who is an absolute movable wall of a tank to play into. However, Clockwise getting the first pick on the Tyler, so kind of a reversal of what happened in the first round. That is the opening that I feel like Zephyr is going to have to walk on quickly before Tyler gets back into the fight relatively early as Sojourner of all people, right? So they're on the point. We do get speared away. We have Rock ready. It does go on the Orisa, who onto the Orisa's lifeless body, I see. And that is going to be a nice, easy opening cleanup for the side of Zephyr. They all got to do is take care of Dima on this high ground, which Clockwise does beautifully. Even gets another one under his belt.
Yep, and you could already see the immense value this Sigma has against an Orisa, right? Like a lot of it is cooldown management one way or another, and Cypher was just doing such a great job cycling through not only just the shields, but also through, primary fire, the rock, the eats. It was just everything, and you could see like his HP dropping really low, but managing to just keep himself up throughout all of that, really trusting this support line. So what I actually want to see from Woop Troop is this support line is keeping up Cypher so well. So can we get this support line and put them in an uncomfortable spot?
Oh, we do. We are going to be able to find the rally first. Herritors does get charged up all the way, gets rid of Clockwise. Clap also going to be sent back to the spawn room during this entire exchange, and that, oh wow, that is a very dominating re-command of the defense phase. Wow.
Yeah, Cypher before passing away manages to get the Genji, so that's one less player on the side of Woop Troop. Now is Friday doing a bit of a sneak, trying to pincer, and manages to do so, trying to pin someone to the wall or spin them towards the wall, manages to get not to get anyone. So great job for the side of Zephyr. They have 4 ultimates to work with, 3.5 for Woop Troop, so they need to open up first. They have stuff to work with.
Well, they're walking up with the Orbital Ray. Blade gets 2 for their efforts. We lose on zombies, however, as we see an Orbital Ray going closer and closer to Friday. Unfortunately, it does get completely dismissed, and Friday is kind of in a 1v3 all by himself. I'm not sure if he's like, oh, how did I get here? Oh, no. But we did shave off about 1.5 minutes of that initial 5-minute time ban, as I forgot. So they have about 3:45 to continue this attack all the way a second.
Yep, and if you are these both two teams, you're at least even on the ultimates to work with, both having the overclock. So this is an even fight, no one really on the back end. So if I am at least Zephyr, you are trying to dislodge this Woop Troop from high ground. You don't want them to have it and have free space, but Clap already found out.
Found out by the automatic torpedoes, forces the overclock to be used, and Zombies goes right after his brethren. Everyone else is just a victim of the Tyler overclock here. Ooh, Clockwise nearly escaping by the skin of their teeth, but that's gonna be a nice hard stop for the side of Woop Troop as they come set up on the bridge.
Yep, and the bridge control is in their favor, which is also such... And with where the cart is, that's such an oppressive location to have to recontest. So if I am Zephyr, a lot of this is having to retake that high ground. You really cannot be playing main, and that's exactly the rotation that they are making. And you want your sub DPS to at least be taking slight off angles as you do this pincer, because you cannot be brute forcing this in the front.
No, you can't, but there is gonna be Friday having a Terror Surge in the back pocket in the smaller room. Oh, I see it. It's gonna happen. Big stun though, and everyone's pulled right into the fray of this Terror Surge. There goes Chewy Clockwise coming right after the fact. Tyler a little bit worse for wear, but still stays alive, strong and healthy as the rest of the team of Zephyr try their best to back up as soon as possible and go and reconvene as a team here, and maybe not get anyone else picked off. Start getting a little bit of that wave respawn with Zombies at least.
Yeah, Woop Troop, though, only having Rally for this next fight is a very different story from the side of Zephyr. Having both Rally and that overclock means they could recontest this high ground with a bit of a beefier, you know, type of setup, right? The damage from maybe an overclock from Clap along with the Rally should create a lot of damage and put Woop Troop in an uncomfortable position, because the Rally isn't just going to be enough to sustain them through a brawl from this Zephyr team.
All right, they're on that bridge. Car is definitely slowly but surely moving underneath it, which will give a little bit more opening for Zephyr to play with. Dragon Blade almost ready for Clockwise. Dima coming up on it just a little bit surely thereafter, but there's a rally from Cam, and of course these responding overclock. It does get hit with the deflag. We stay alive a little bit longer, and then we get picked off by Dima, who is just there for the execution kills and finishing off what basically the rest of his team started. That is wonderful. We have now shifted 5 minutes down to about a minute left on this clock.
Yep, and it's a minute left with 3 ultimates to work with for Zephyr, so it's not completely a lost cause. You're hoping to at least get one of the other players with ults from Woop Troop in these ultimates to score big, and I think one way to do it really is to open up maybe with that orbital ray, but Woop Troop already doing that first.
Yeah, they're gonna get pincered here as we are seeing the tank at least come to the front line and everyone comes to the back line. This Flux, however, needs to find somebody. It does find a Risa post gold form and finds the kill onto Fry. That was actually massive for Cypher to get in his back pocket. Beautiful tracking on the accretion rock as well. And this can be clearing up this bridge way for another last minute fight for Woop Troop.
I mean, the patience of Cypher through that ultimate, right? You're looking for a target that's worth it, and really finding out that just Friday losing that goal just in time to cast the ultimate just did wonders, and they're just gonna recontest because they have such a hefty time bank. They're willing to take this last fight.
Yeah, they wanted to take this down to at least overtime to force the minute and a half only for Zephyr to play with, instead of even a couple extra seconds can mean the world. Oh, we gotta get this dash, and we do from Clockwise. Minute and a half, as I said, on the clock here. If they get it all to third point, though, this is only gonna be drawable for Zephyr.
Yeah, and it's going to be a painful drawable situation too, because you're going to have to defend that first point for 4 minutes. That's a tall task, especially on Icon. Well, doable, right? But any full hold requiring to go through a cycle of potentially 2 to 3 ultimates from the enemy team is hard, because they could just stack 5 ultimates and push. So Zephyr, already with a blade online, is probably going to try to open with it.
Well, here's a blade against the overclock, goes for deflect, forces out Tyler, and completely destroys any instance of that overclock being expended. But then we forget about the Terror Surge, pulls us right in, takes us right out, just like that. Here comes the responding overclock from Clap. However, will it be enough? I fear not, with Cam shield bashing right into the fray, and using the rally here is gonna be Chewy. Still, though, maybe a little bit too late, as we only have 30 seconds left, and all we have to our name is this Flux.
Oh, this is so painful. Having to Flux in a closed room as opposed to in the air means you're trying to dodge what might be a bash from Cam. They have that rally. You know, they preemptive rally, hopefully to stun this potential Flux from Cypher. And if you're Cypher, that means having to focus this Brig right away.
Oh, but there's a break coming in with that rally here. Cam doing their absolute best, but here's the Flogs. It catches someone off guard. It's gonna be Dima, who gets completely shut down. There has to be a touch though. We have overtime activated. Here comes the orbital ray. Arviso walks a little bit out of it. It's not gonna catch up to her in time in order to get that extra healing overtime from the orbital ray. So that's gonna be Friday out of the fight really early on. However, there's gonna be a touch. There is gonna be another fight to happen, and Woop Troop has nothing besides Dima, who should be able to get his blade in time.
I mean, they will be able to get the blade in time, but I think Zephyr just at least has some answers to it, right? There's a bunch of stun potential, whether that's going to be from the Rock Eater, but yes, fight happening.
From the Rock Eater. We forgot their name, which is the Rock Eater. We have the blade coming in from Dima. There goes Chewy from memory. And they don't touch, just kind of get blown all over the place. They get pushed by a reason. They jump out the way of this Dragon Blade. And it turns out to be a Woop Troop 2-0W under their belt. Could have absolutely gone much longer, but I think it was just a wonderful series from both of these guys. Very nicely done for, I believe, their first showing, not even just on the stream, but in the league so far.
Yeah, they did immensely well for their first showing, really setting the tone of what these other players will have to, what these other teams in this group will have to work with or work against. So I think it's a statement piece, and we're definitely going to be seeing more, I think, in the next matchup.
Oh, for sure. I mean, there's 2 more hours of matches ready for us on at least the A stream here. Not only that, we also have the B and C, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, maybe, streams happening at the same time, which I don't know. The fact that we're able to do all this is absolutely insane. Like, having the amount of streams we have tonight, yeah, insane, crazy behavior. But let's talk about those set schedules. Let's talk about what we have at 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock over here on this stream. We have Woop Troop coming back. So if you're a Trooper, no trademark, stay tuned for another 15 minutes and see them come up against Camp Halfburger, which is also their first game as well. And then after that will be Camp Halfburger coming back against Polaris and the Aspen division. Now, we also have, of course, the B and C stream, which we can touch on really quickly, which is happening right here, right now, alongside the main stream. On the B stream, we currently have the middle of the match between Red Bandas and Birdwatch. And of course, if you want to watch some Overwatch action without mini casters or overlapping voices, there is the clean stream, the observer only stream over at BPL 3, which has Nurture and Daybreak being up 1 so far in that series. And let's go over to the updated standings after this match. And this should be putting Woop Troop in a very nice position around the middle of the standings. Yeah, you can kind of see them right there in a very comfortable number 4 spot, 1-1 with a 2-2 map score, looking really nice as we round out the last of this week.
Yeah, exactly. And, if they manage to do just as well in their next matchup against Camp Halfburger, they're going to see themselves in the likes of Frogs on Fire and Primal Pineapples, who have done really well for their first 2 matches this week. But, Mott, that's pretty much it for the 2 of us, right? We're sending this over to 2 other brand new casters for the next set of 2 matches.
And you'll love them. 1000% you'll love our next 2 casters. But we're going to go to a very quick break, do that caster swap, and get your 9 o'clock game ready for you guys. And reintroduce Woop Troop back into the fray. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back after this very quick break.
We got nowhere to be, just a slow dance with the summer heat. The world outside can't wait a few, 'cause right now we got nothing else to do. The sun is peeking through the cotton white blinds, your hands still tangled up in mine. Feet on the wall, your head on me, floating easy. We got nowhere to be, got nowhere to be. Your hair's a mess, but you don't mind. You just laugh, let it fall where it lies. Coffee's cold, take a sip, talk about nothing. Let the morning slip. Oh, it feels like that, like summer air through window cracks. Oh, it feels like that, like the summer sun on quiet tracks. Oh, it feels like that, like the summer rain that falls so slowly on the naked skin upon your back. Oh, it feels like that, like a love song on a worn out track. Yeah, it feels like that. Feels like that. Yeah, it feels like that. Na 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 na. Feels like that. Oh, it feels like that, like summer air through window cracks. Oh, it feels like that, like the summer sun on quiet tracks. Oh, it feels like that, like the summer rain that falls so slowly on the naked skin upon your back.
Rolling around on the point, is able to get out, but crucially, Zez was able to stall long enough for his team to come back in here, so they're going to be able to take a refight here with good support positioning, able to go anywhere they want for this fight, and they're coming up on a few DPS ults here, and you know, see, support's taking that high ground position, very strong position. No one should be able to get on these supports here, and the DPS should be able to roam free on the side of Berkshire, and you know, this is looking like a good fight for them. But hold on, Cryptic on the high ground.
Got the angles, forcing back the supports. There's almost no help onto the... Oh. Yep, as soon as they backed into that room, there was also no support to the front line who were trying to engage, and simultaneously front line and back line collapsed.
Yeah, the
All
bowl
due to
actually
Cryptic's engage.
there's actually also a very nice placed bola shot from Lore onto the high ground when Cryptic was engaging onto the support. Forced the shield drop from people, which made it so they died to the bola shot. You know, but nope, as I'm saying this, fight coming out, and
That's it.
Well,
That's the series.
well,
Daybreak looking extremely strong after this weekend. That was pretty decisive. I think that a lot of their setups there were very, very well executed, considering they've only been together for about a week. So, honestly, props to these guys.
according to whatever I did, the article I wrote up, I talked to Para, and he was saying that the B League team, apparently Daybreak were grinding really, really hard. They've been on the grind. They like want to win really bad, and honestly, I think we just saw them win with 2-Bit. I don't even know if 2-Bit's the starter. I think Zim82 was supposed to be the starter tank on this roster.
Yeah, I actually am under the same impression. Or at least Zim was hyped up to me post-auction. So I have a feeling that as the weeks go on, this team may get even stronger. Or I'm not sure if Zim's going to add flexibility or just be like basically the starter playing the same characters. We'll see.
I mean, Zim has more of that main tank like hero pool on him. He's got more of the Orisa, more Ram, you know, stuff of that.
Where did the time go? How do we move so far away? Holding on, how much can we both take when love isn't at home? I can't hear a word
love beyond all means. It breaks the chains and gives strength to the weak. When I am lost, you're there with me. Your grace alone can set me free. Your grace abounds, it knows no end. It covers me and is my defense. When I am weak, you're strong for me. Your grace alone can set me free. Your grace alone is good enough. Without your grace, there is no love. Wherever I go, you go with me. Your grace alone can comfort me. Your grace extends and offers light that never ends, and I don't know why. When I am lost, you're there with me. Your grace alone can set me free. Your grace alone is good enough. Without your grace, there is no love. Wherever I go, you go with me. Your grace alone can comfort me. Your grace alone is good enough. Without your grace, there is no love. Wherever I go, you go with me. Your grace alone can rescue me. Your grace alone can save me. Save me.
Hey, how's it been? It's been a while since we last spoke. You broke my heart and left me hanging. Hey, how you been? It's been a while. I see you got some new clothes on and changed your hairstyle. You look good and girl, but why do I still hurt when I see your feet? Hurt when someone mentions your name. Hurt when I pass by your old place.
All right, welcome back, everybody. BPL Season 7's opening weekend continues, and we'll finish with our next 2 matches. Megaless, we are going to be following Camp Halfburger through their first 2 matches of the season. First up, it is them against Woop Troop. As you can see, a whole bunch of games have already happened today. Camp Halfburger versus Woop Troop, and Camp Halfburger versus Polaris. This one at 9 o'clock, Polaris at 10 o'clock. Mega, this has been an insane weekend of matches. You ready to get this one closed out?
Oh, absolutely. Like you said, BPL staff working double, triple overtime right now to get all of these games broadcasted for the opening weekend here. And that's what makes BPL 7 just so dang great. Here's a look at all the streams going on right now. In case you're living under a rock, you're not sure what's going on. Like we said, Woop Troop, Camp Halfburger on the main stream with us. Over on B stream, they've got Bluff Creek Big Mode versus Reg Bandas. And then, of course, over on the C stream, which is currently just observers, no casters, although I think Paracelsus might tap in there in a bit. Boa and Umfi University are going at it. So yeah, just tons and tons of action like it has been all weekend long.
Yeah, I mean, we had an F stream on Friday. Like, that's insane. We had to take over both Kitsune League channels in order to get all of our games out. But this one, of course, on A. Get a look at our standings really quickly here. Obviously, this is all so subject to change. Still so early in the season. Woop Troop only played 1. Halfburger has yet to play a single match. Of course, plays them back to back here tonight. Woop Troop got a win. Polaris took a loss. Something is going to change in these standings, and Mega, I'm pretty excited to see what's going to happen here.
Yeah, of course, it's always interesting here. You see it. No team has been completely flawless yet here, but going into this specific matchup, Woop Troop looking to see if they can get that keep that alive and get a flawless 2-0 with a 4-0 map win streak. You got all of these players on the squad here. Some familiar names, Mac Truck, Cam, Tyler, all stick out here. Names I recognize from BPL. Other people probably have cropped up here and there, but overall a solid roster to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely one of the more heavy BPL, like, what's the word, veteran squads that I've seen. Definitely most of this team has played in BPL before, so I mean, at least early in the season, I think that this team is one that you need to watch out for. But on the other side, the team that we are going to be following through tonight, we've got Camp Halfburger, Vickery, and Akioto, Cranberry, Mina on that DPS role, Falcon on the tank, Illuminous, and Almond in the backline. This is pretty much, I want to say, the opposite of what we talked about for Woop Troop. There are a couple of players that have played in a couple of other tournaments before, but not much in the veteran department. Illuminous, one name that stands out here, has been around for a long time, but the rest of these players are all fairly new. This is going to be their first match playing together as a team tonight. So I'm looking forward to seeing what these new names on Halfburger are going to be able to do.
Yeah, and of course it's always exciting here. You're getting a look at the map set tonight. We got Ilios and Eichenwald, and if that map 3 is needed, New Queen Street is locked and loaded there for your push needs. But yeah, I think it'll be a good little testing ground. Again, Woop Troop currently only has 1 match under their belt. It was a 2-0, so they probably felt pretty confident in it and what they needed to do. Camp Halfburger, we haven't gotten to see them all weekend long, so finally get to flex out the muscles, see if what they drafted is something that's going to cook up just a great recipe for success.
Get a look over toward our map 1 bans now. Woop Troop decided to get rid of the Freya, and the Wrecking Ball has been banned by Camp Halfburger. Wrecking Ball, a little bit on the irrelevant side as far as bans go. Could be a target ban if somebody knows something, but I'm not really sure yet. Freya, on the other hand, dead opposite of that, right? Freya is absolutely disgustingly strong. It's not surprising rather to see her banned. If it wasn't going to be this map, it would have been somewhere else. So, you know, try and get a lead when Freya is not able to be played in the lobby, and try and deal with the character later.
Yeah, and you know, there are definitely some revolving opinions around the character, right? She's been broken for pretty much since she released. She had some nerfs come through actually just over on Thursday, I believe. So, you know, people may be having to try to catch up to that fact and, you know, see if she's actually still this overpowered menace that we expect her to be. But we'll have to worry about that for a different map. Like you said, heading into our first round, it seems like we're going to be on the Lighthouse here. Traditional dive with the Winston here for Woop Troop. You know, it's something you love to see. You're probably going to see Daima go over to that Tracer once the teleporter comes out of spawn. But realistically, it's going to be a bit awkward to set up these proper dives with the Tracer. It takes so long to rotate around. Versus Camp Halfburger's comp, they can just sort of get in there, right? The Genji dash combined with the Hazard leap, they don't need any high ground scaling. They can just simply jump on top of you.
All right, here we go. Speaking of jumping right on top of them, Cam gets in there, gets active, takes down Almond. Falcon does get the trade, so neither team has a Brig in this fight. And Woop Troop is down their entire backline, and that means that Cam is kind of a sitting monkey, and Woop Troop will be cleaned up here in this first fight.
Yeah. And that's, again, the issue. You saw Cam go in there. Sure, you were able to get that initial starting pick, but the Winston ends up going in alone, right? It just has to be fallout damage from Mack Truck on the far right, simply because the Tracer hasn't had time to scale around to get up on top of this high ground. Now, the Honor Break in the favorable positioning they want to be in on this map, just simply controlling this high ground, being able to shoot across, keeping Falcon alive here, as Dima may have been found out.
Yeah, Demo very lucky to get away alive there. That hinder can be such a nuisance to a Tracer. Cam taking a lot of damage here early, instantly losing about 300 HP. Now trying to jump up to peel, but Toxic Trouser is already out of this fight. Dima has to grab the Mega Health Pack to stay alive in this fight with Cranberry, who just climbs up back to the high ground. Falcon not quite able to get the jump, but will go down because of it. Memory able to clean up the opposing Hazard. They're going to lose out on Cam, though, too. So neither team has a tank here. This is all going to come down to mechanics now. Cranberry trying to take care of this, but Dima with the Pulse Bomb Nano Boost on it to Cranberry here will help to take down a couple. And even though the fight did look to be going the way of Woop Troop, Camp Halfburger gonna manage their way through it.
Yeah, and keeping in mind they were in control of the point that entire time, so that point percentage is still building up, currently at 70%, looking to go even higher here. Woop Troop coming into this one, you're going to see Mack Truck try to get a sneaky angle in with this barrage. All it needs to find is one member to really open this up.
Well, here is the Deadeye from Vickery, not going to be able to find anything there. You don't expect to, though. Mack Truck slept mid-air. Vickery happy to clean that kill up. Trying to find somebody. That flashbang gonna go a little bit wide right on to Dima. Nice little headshot to ward off the Tracer for the moment as overtime begins. Cam has less than 100 HP. Gone now from this fight in the face of the rally. Cranberry with the Dragon Blade. Toxic Trouser gets a little bit aggressive there. Even with Cranberry being as low as they were, that was dangerous. And Camp Halfburger will come away with a clean victory here on Lighthouse.
Yeah, 100-0, really not giving Woop Troop the opportunity to get in on this one. And again, it just comes down to the difference of the compositions here. Trying to go for this traditional dive requires a lot of staging, a lot of, you know, things that can't be disrupted or acted upon here. And a comp like what Camp Halfburger were running, it simply lends itself to not only be aggressive, but simply be that playmaker, that constant aggressor that's going to shut you down. So anytime you're trying to set something up, chances are you've already taken too much damage Woop Troop now here on the Ruins, going to try to switch things up at the very least in the tank role, with Cam going over to the Orisa, a lot more survivable, stable, if you will. Meanwhile, Camp Hatburger seems to be keeping much of the same here, still with that Cassidy in play to try to keep Mac Truck Spara at bay.
All right. We'll see if this adaptation will work for Woop Troop, as Camp Hatburger and Woop Troop will meet on the objective here. Cam trying to take a little bit of this phase. Camp Hatburger more than happy to play it patiently here. They know that they've got the speed to explode when they need to, but they can't let themselves get taken down. The poke is kind of becoming oppressive here, as Camp Hatburger were just waiting in that choke. Mac Truck, Cam, I mean, Dima, all of them were just able to spam into that little hallway and pressure out the entirety of Camp Hatburger.
Yeah, and like you said, you mentioned that speed, right? With this on a break composition, it's something that wants to be set up. It's not something that's good at moving, obviously, right? No movement abilities between the two heroes unless you want to count the 5 meters you can move with Shield Bash. But being able to, again, have Woop Troop take the tempo in their favor, be a little bit more aggressive, it's what you realistically need to do in this situation, because otherwise the honor break is going to get set up and you're going to just experience more of that world to hurt you were on the first round.
Oh my, Mac Truck just eviscerated 3 pieces on the ground there. Victory is traded, so both teams down a DPS player. Mina needs to use the nano boost to stay alive. Terra Surge going to help to take down Cranberry. Both nanos will fade here shortly, and nothing really but the survivability comes out of that ultimate, and Camp Hatburger look like they've taken a step back here.
Yeah, taking a step back for the time being, but again, it just comes down to this tempo control right now, and they're not really able to get much progress going. Obviously, it was a good start to the fight, but you're not able to close it out with just how survivable this Orisa is. It sounds crazy, but this double hit scan approach, it just is not enough burst damage to take the Orisa out of the fight, and Cam's going to constantly be a nuisance.
We're going to see the downpour. Nobody affected by the ultimate as the orbital ray comes down, and Mina thought that they were safe. The rocket barrage, good for a couple. That flashbang goes a little bit wide, and I mean, Mega, I have got whiplash from the gameplay that we saw on the first submap versus this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's completely changed. We're going over to things like the Doomfist of Lucio just to try to be able to get into point here. But now, what can you do on these stall characters?
Yeah, I mean, Falcon getting counter bashed there, not exactly ideal. Victory gonna try to find something with this Deadeye. May find one, but gets pinned to the wall before they can even pull it out. Dima, I have to guess, went off the map there. But it won't be consequential in the end, as it will be Woop Troop looking pretty clean there, as opposed to map number 1.
Yeah, and so far what we've seen, regardless of composition, right, between these two teams, they've both taken a dominant round where they were able to control the tempo, the pace of the game. Whoever was playing faster, more in the opponent's face, were the ones that were able to come out on top time and again here. So, heading into this third round, I'm fully expecting, regardless of what comp suite are on, it's going to have to be more of the same in terms of that tempo control, seeing who is going to be able to do more in a shorter amount of time. And if I had to pick a favorite, it'd probably be leaning towards Woop Troop, simply because having that Juno in tow, giving yourself the speed boost, obviously moves you across the map faster, but it provides an engaged tool that Camp Hatburger are going to have to replicate now that they're finally onto some speed of their own.
Alright, maneuverability proving to be pretty important here, as it generally tends to be. Mac Truck continuing to just poke and poke and poke with these rockets. Victory coming around the backside looking for someone to throw this railgun at, but really nothing coming just yet. Cranberry getting some healing. Everybody kind of taking a lot of damage on this Camp Hatburger side. Nade out, does not find a target, and Falcon, this spike block can only protect for so long spear spin comes up, and you look at those health pools for the side of Camp Halfburger. At least 3 players are below half HP at all times, it feels like, and Woop Troop are finally able to clean it up.
Yeah, and I think you're noticing, like, the Ana swap is probably going to have to come through. Ana is at her best when she's able to be the offensive, right? When she has to just pump out healing, sure, she can do it into a single target rather effectively, but the rest of the team, not so much, and it's something that you have to constantly be worried about. Like you said, the longer these poke wars, these fights go on, it's always going to benefit Woop Troop. They have more sustained healing in the long run, and Camp Halfburger, they can simply be waited out time and again here. The advantage they have, though, is they've already built a banana boost.
Alright, well, here we go. This nano will be pivotal here. That sleep will not be, though. Sound barrier does come down, though. Only lands onto Mina and Almond, and someone is going down here. That someone is Vickery. The dive onto Toxic Trouser in the back line means that there's no Brig, but, I mean, this fight is just getting absolutely dirty on the side of Camp Halfburger, trying to keep this team alive. Falcon finally does come in to get rid of Cam, but there's nothing else to say here as everybody gets cleaned up by Woop Troop. Ooh, and they're still coming through.
Yeah, I mean, Camp Halfburger, they're trying to walk into this, and it's just, I mean, they have to regroup for their, what could be a final fight situation here. And that's the thing, Woop Troop, they're poking you from all angles. It's Cam taking so much space in the foreground that you're focusing on. You're not even noticing that Mack Truck is just spamming rockets, now hiding with this barrage, ready to potentially end this map.
Well, there is Rocket Barrage. Mack Truck finds one, gets a lot of damage into a couple more. This map, Mega, is it's not looking comfortable here for Camp Halfburger. They have to go to the point. They have to get overtime rolling, but nothing is going the way of the red team right now. Map number 1 belongs to Woop Troop.
Yeah, a very off-kilter first round here, but the adaptation was there. They were able to sort of realize, hey, listen, we just have to play faster. We can't take these slow approaches. This is a team that clearly is trying to benefit off of the Ana Brig style, and they even saw they were running the Ana Lucio at points. Clearly confident in their Ana player means that they are going to have to try to play a bit of a slower game. So if you take advantage of that tempo, move up the pace of the game, it really is going to benefit you, and that's what Woop Troop showed off right there.
Now, I think that if this composition were to persist for Woop Troop, Eichenwald would be a great spot to do it. However, I think that Camp Halfburger also know that. So I have to expect as we get ready to head into Eichenwald, obviously they're already thinking about the bans, what they're going to try and do for map number 2. I feel like once Woop Troop swapped over to that Juno, to that Orisa, things changed, right? It looked like 2 entirely different teams on both sides, frankly, between the first and the last 2 maps. So if you're Camp Halfburger, you have to find some way to stay in this series on Eichenwald by banning the right thing. I think that the answer is probably Orisa. I think that gave Woop Troop a lot of stability, as well as, you know, engage and sustain and poke. They basically had everything that they could have wanted there with that Orisa and the Juno Brig backline. So Camp Halfburger have got to be thinking, at least in some part of their mind, what I'm thinking, and they got to get rid of something in pivotal here.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, like you said, that sustain from the Orisa was certainly something that was just absolutely a pain to deal with. It was driving people crazy. But again, it was also just the space the Orisa commanded. Like you saw, there was still damage coming in from every angle, including Mack Truck on that Pharah. Would not surprise me to see a Pharah ban here, as that sometimes can come out as a very good pick on first point of Eichenwald specifically here. But on the other end of things, if Camp Halfburger has to think about this defensively, right? You may have to end up even going for a support ban simply to protect your Ana if you're this confident in playing this Ana composition. Or Woop Troop. No, wait, I had that right. My brain just gave up. It's fine. The Ana, if you need to protect it for Camp Halfburger, then you might have to go that way, because a Kiriko in the mix is certainly going to make it so the Ana will feel nigh useless.
Yeah. It does feel like Camp Halfburger are super reliant on the picks that they've got as we get ready to head into the bans. Of course, Camp Halfburger will ban first, and it's actually Genji.
Huh.
Like normally I don't hate a Genji ban, right? Genji's very, very strong. The Genji wasn't exactly like the Genji was fine for Woop Troop, but it wasn't destructive like the Orisa was, right? Like, I'm not crazy. No,
like I said, if I were banning a DPS, it would have been the Pharah. If anything, I just didn't want to deal with Mac Truck on Pharah anymore. That spam coming from that angle forced it to be a little bit less splash DPS, but the Genji ban's what comes through here. I guess it's Camp Halfburger. I think they're going to be they're the only players that can tell you exactly what they were thinking during this ban process. As Woop Troop now gets to sit and decide, but it certainly is a puzzle.
Woop Troop, yeah, okay. I was gonna say Woop Troop has two options here that are both very, very good, both Ana and Hazard. Of course, they go with your plan, the Ana, which I don't hate because Woop Troop clearly want to play Ana more than life itself, and now they are going to have to adapt. I'm curious what kind of flexibility they've got coming through here. Of course, I don't have an eye on the lobby, so I don't know how many players that either team has that have still yet to play that did not play on map number 1. So there's a very good chance we see some differences because of, BPL, everybody has to play. So I just don't really know where they're gonna go because we didn't really see a different look from them on Ilios. They never really adapted.
Yeah, and I was thinking about that. Like, obviously, it makes sense for Woop Troop to ban the Ana, take it away from Camp Halfburger, because since it's what they wanted to play on all 3 rounds. But honestly, you had the Ana beat. If it started getting annoying, you could have just run the Curie or something, basically get a double ban in there, like, kind of give them this false sense of confidence of like, hey, listen, play your Ana, go ahead, sure, go for it. But, I mean, like you said, it is going to have to come down to some level of adaptation here, right? We have not seen Camp Halfburger make anything of the sort yet. Meanwhile, Woop Troop, they realized very early on that, hey, the Winston look isn't for us. Let's go over to the Orisa, be a little bit more stable in what we're going for here. And we'll have to see if they can do more of the same as we start looking at Baldric on the throne.
All right.
Okay, they're in the spawner. Me and Fletch both immediately went dead silent.
Because that's defense spawn. Like,
yeah, that's defense spawn. So it's like the defenders normally don't troll.
Yeah. Okay. Not as pressed anymore. This is kind of what I expected. Especially if Camp Halfburger do not come out on the Freya, I don't expect the Sombra to stick around for very long. I don't think she has that big of a spot in this meta outside of dealing with Freya, which we see Tyler coming in here and Dima still in spawn. They've decided that the Sombra is not worth it. You can play it if you see a Freya later. I don't recommend it, but here we go. Orisa versus Orisa Mega. We'll get to see if Falcon's adaptation here is going to be able to keep them in this series. Tyler poking out on this Freya, the bolts flying. They see the Tracer, but Akioto with a beautiful headshot. Tyler trying to deal with this Orisa. Falcon taking a hell of a lot of damage. Akioto coming in with the assist with a victory, and yeah, this is it looks pretty good compared to what we saw in the last couple of sub maps there on Ilios.
I mean, it looks amazing, but truthfully, Woop Troop gave up so much space. I mean, there really was no poke of any kind really attempted on Camp Halfburger as they were approaching. So Woop Troop really just kind of gave up space on Mega. They were already resigning themselves, if I could speak English, to fight on point when they simply didn't have to yet. And so now they've put themselves in a bad position already where Camp Halfburger gets this much needed momentum swing.
Alright, Friday dropping down, knows where Falcon is at the moment. Dima gonna try and make this Pharah pick work here. And will. just gonna evaporate Illuminous off the face of the planet. A little bit of damage into that Sojourn. Akioto would be very lucky to survive this fight. So would Cam. Cam doesn't get so lucky. They do get rid of Falcon, but the numbers advantage still in the favor of Camp Halfburger. A complete 180 on the speed of the game that we're seeing from Camp Halfburger.
Yeah, and now, like you said, it's about controlling that tempo in Camp Halfburger. They have it back in spades right now here. You're seeing this contest for Castle not go Woop Troop's way right now, and it seems like it's going to be a fight for high ground as the payload is slowly making its way underneath the bridge.
I mean, look at the ultimate advantage here for Camp Halfburger. We're going to see Bola and Rally out. Tyler going to be able to find the Bola shots on to Victory, and even with a very, very strong ultimate up in that Kitsune rush, Camp Halfburger really not finding much in the way of success in that fight.
Yeah, no, and again, it's an assault on high ground. It's always brutal for attacking teams, right? It's like, oh, you have multiple ways to go, but if Woop Troop can get into a good defensive positioning, then they are always going to be favored in every single one of these fights, because there's only so many paths to the high ground here. And look at this, Friday's already
my God. Yeah, Friday just going absolutely ballistic in the backline. Akioto trying to find some shots in the backline, but it's going to be tough into the Freya. So much maneuverability, such a small hitbox. Tyler comes out on top, and so too does Woop Troop.
Yep, another fight win here. And again, you know, being able to just sort of walk down these stairs, figure out, oh, hey, this is the one they're approaching from this time, cool. You almost sort of need somebody from the side of Camp Halfburger, probably going to be on Victory, to contest the objective and push the payload. That way the high ground control has to be given up and then go from there. Ooh, that's a good opening.
Well, that's an excellent trade, too. That's a lot of the damage gone for the side of Camp Halfburger, especially when they're staring down the barrel of a fully loaded orbital ray. They're just going to run away here, and to be honest with you, Mega, I don't blame them even a little bit.
No, not in the slightest here. As ooh, do you have to?
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Huh? I mean, hey, happens to the best of us.
That's tough.
Happens to the best of us. But yeah, Camp Halfburger now potentially have a little bit of an opening. They are going to be pushing into another Terror Surge Bolo combo, so it is going to be a little bit deadly, but Falcon does have a Terror Surge to mirror.
Alright, well here's the Terror Surge from Falcon, both and Friday as well. Bolo shots did not let loose. We see it now. Did not find a target there. Falcon can't really decide which way to look at, unfortunately, because I mean, Orisa in the front, Freya from behind. Not exactly a great spot to be in, and Camp Halfburger have lost just over 3 minutes from the gargantuan time bank they started with.
Yeah, I mean, Falcon possibly taking a trip over to France with the way that Eiffel Tower was hitting, but unfortunately, like you said, not a whole lot you can do there. Woop Troop now going to be able to continue to hold in this sort of good castle position. Again, just being able to take advantage of it defensively, but the payload has moved far enough that Camp Halfburger can get or just rush out here onto the objective without trying to take high ground. They should be able to force the fight to come to point.
Alright, well, they're going to break out through the other side. Victory with this pulse bomb. Going to try and find a target. Saw where Demo was looking. Trying to keep an eye on that Tracer in the back line. Bola shots ready to go for Tyler again. There they are. Akioto down. A little bit of damage from all places. Trying to take care of this Tracer now is Tyler. The Freya, you know, she's strong, but those projectiles a little bit harder to hit than, you know, the Sojourn or railguns at times. Victory able to get rid of Memory, but Falcon is out of this fight as well. Tyler in the sky trying to keep it rolling, but it'll be even fight, and Camp Halfburger is just going to have to play it safe. So too will Woop Troop.
Yeah, and I mean, Woop Troop, they had no ultimates in that last fight, so I really thought they were going to be at this massive disadvantage, but they end up weathering the storm here. And so now having a pulse bomb as well as getting closer and closer to your own orbital ray, as there's only 20 seconds left for the offense here, Camp Halfburger really has to try to make something happen.
Pulse bomb for 2 players. Dima comes alive. knows where all of them are, and unfortunately, when you're in a space that small, there's really not much that you can do. C9 does not come through, very, very luckily for Woop Troop. They clean up victory, and they hold at 121.
I mean, considering how passive their point A defense was, point B there truly was on point. Maybe just a misstep, a miscalculation, if you will, that let point A slip through their grasp so easily, because that was a 5-minute hold there on B Fletch. That's absolutely amazing. Camp Halfburger, at least you have a little bit of progress now. It's not like that first map where you had that where you weren't really getting any progress on the rounds you were losing. So hopefully, having a bit of a better performance on defense could try to even the score here a little bit, but it is going to be a tall task ahead of them for if Camp Halfburger wants this map.
They need to take care of Tyler. I mean, the guy is on a rampage on the Freya. It's going to be nothing over there. I saw the blue and I got concerned again that our defensive side was trolling, but that's not the defense anymore. So I'm going to look over to the other side, still waiting for Falcon. Nothing going to change here for the side of Camp Halfburger. Still that Orisa composition. Looked good early, kind of fell apart in the end, like you said. I really just want to see what Woop Troop's going to roll out with. I can't imagine it would be too different from what we saw before. Dima, I'm sure, just looking for a pot shot. Guess we'll see.
Hey, those pop shots, sometimes they can absolutely open any and everything up here. But yeah, it's just sort of a wait and see approach here. Camp Halfburger, interestingly on the defense, is not going to be attempting to mirror the Freya, instead sticking with the Sojourn here. And this is what we're talking about, right? Those Freya nerfs come in a few days ago, and it causes people, are finally starting to tip their toes back into the water, see if that maybe they can look towards something like a Sojourn to come back into the mix here to really even the odds.
Alright. Coming out. I mean, this fight occurring in the staircase there. A couple of players incredibly low HP. Yeah, goodbye, Akioto. We will see you in the next fight. And unfortunately, I believe that Illuminous is going to meet the same fate here. So, not exactly a normal fight that we saw here on this first point, but it is one that goes in the way of Woop Troop.
Yeah, very similar approach where, the point A is just not being contested in the proper way here, not holding the space properly enough, allows the attackers to come in and just get that point unlocked far too quickly. And so now, again, Camp Halfburger, they're making even more adaptations. I really wish that they had stayed on the Orisa comp here, simply because it fares so well on the defense, like we just saw Woop Troop pull off. To go into this Winston, it's going to force you to be aggressive in a way that's not comfortable.
All right, Tyler's got the bolas up, but Friday is out. So not really going to be much of an opportunity here for Woop Troop to fight as Akioto in gang clean up.
Yeah, the cleanup just right as she like here, and who knows, maybe this aggression could be the start of something big for them here with the Winston and Cassidy in play. Obviously, it's going to mean that Tyler technically is going to have a bit of a range distance on top of these other DPS, but playing too far out of the fight means that you're not going to be able to follow up your team, so it's sort of a risk situation here. So Illuminous already popping the rally.
Dima getting rid of the Illuminous rally. Pulse bomb in the hands of Akioto as well. Almond getting squished, but the damage not going to be enough for Camp Halfburger to worry too much. We're going to be able to grab that one, and we drop below 4.
Yep. And so now, heading on into the next fight here, you saw it, both that Terror Surge and Pulse Bomb being committed for only the rally exchange here. So now Camp Halfburger has a ton of ultimates to work with, right? You're going to have an advantage on that Orbital Ray, as well as a Pulse Bomb of your own. If everybody funnels themselves through Castle, I mean, we know how destructive Pulse Bomb can be in the hands of these Tracers, but instead it's a... Okay, Deadeye started.
Deadeye, but the damage is done here. Victory cleans up a second. Now it's just this Orisa needing to be dislodged from the high ground, and quick and dirty there from Camp Halfburger.
And like I said on Camp Halfburger's attack, right, you almost have to just sort of take like a punt fight or two where you're going to lose the fight, but you send somebody to the objective just to either draw attention or get some payload progress while you're losing the rest of the fight as a 4v5. But it seems like no, the plan's going to continue to be to funnel themselves in the castle, now with the Mei pick to try to isolate the target.
I mean, what do I say, Mega? The fight, it took 3 seconds. Like, you know, we talked about all night so far how the tempo of the game has really decided who's winning. Camp Halfburger has finally decided to crank their tempo up to 12.
Yeah, and it took the Winston pick. I was doubting it, but it seems like the team is rallying around it, being willing to get aggressive here. This point is also just so great defensively. And look at the payload, already sunk so far back to the point where it's back on your side of the map where you technically aren't even have to worry about cast control just yet. In terms of its positioning, it's absolutely crazy, but it seems like, again, we're wanting to push Castle here for Woop Troop, and I don't know if that's exactly the play you need right now. You just need somebody to force this payload.
I mean, they're splitting themselves up in these fights, and I mean, they're getting picks from time to time, but they're gonna invest the orbital ray, and Falcon is forced to use the primal rage here. I mean, they're not going to be able to dislodge this. It's just going to be way too much. And, I mean, Camp Halfburger are just more than happy. Well, maybe not super duper happy, but they're doing a good job taking advantage of the split pushes of Woop Troop. Woop Troop will finally break it, but they've got 90 seconds left, and they're going to get one more fight here from Camp Halfburger.
Yeah, 90 seconds, and I mean, the Tracer's are already going to be here to contest. Ooh, Nice Spear actually forces the recall here, so it's going to make it so Victory might end up having to give their lives. This could actually be the opening Woop Troop needs.
Yep, there is the bubble. The touch will come through. Victory has the pulse bomb ready to go, looking for the Orisa. No fortify here. We're going to see the rally. Blizzard down, and Victory throws down. Pulse bomb will connect with Cam Demo, though. Good for 2.03 meters. Camp Halfburger, 3 for 3 here. 2 versus 2 on this cart. Tyler takes down one more. 1 versus 2. 1 versus 1. Victory versus Tyler for the map, but Akioto comes back. 45 seconds left, and Camp Halfburger stabilize 0.3 of a meter.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't get much closer than that. The only fear is now, again, you're in this close situation where you can't fight for high ground control anymore, so the defensive team has to just take a full frontal fight right here, and they're going to be doing it in the face of a rally.
Here is the orbital ray going through everywhere, and Cam is just in Narnia right now. It is a 1-for-1 trade, but they cannot forget the objective. Friday drops it down to help out near the objective, and Mega, I will be super duper honest with you. It looks like Woop Troop are going to be able to roll this one in. Woop Troop get the 2-0 victory here tonight, move to 2-0, still have a perfect map record on the season. Camp Halfburger, though, they have another chance tonight to get that first win.
Yeah, I was wondering if anybody would be able to walk in out of this first group with that undefeated, flawless record, and it seems like Woop Troop hold on to it barely by the skin of their teeth. It cannot be understated how close this Eichenwald got. Both teams having a very close affair there. With just how great the defensive positioning on second Eichenwald is, but it seems like they just sort of were able to muscle their way through with just raw mechanics at the end of the day, which, not necessarily a bad thing for these regular season matches, but there's certainly some fine-tuning that has to occur before these teams get too far into the season.
Yeah, I mean, credit where it's due, right? Woop Troop, they we're looking pretty good. Very, very consistent as they take the lead in the standings here in Aspen. So, congratulations to Woop Troop. Still a lot of work ahead of them here this season. And Camp Halfburger down there will be on the, right on that halfway point with Polaris tied at 0-2. So, we're going to get a definitive break in the standings at the very least at that point. So looking forward to that. But yeah, Woop Troop, very good start to the season for them. right? You can't really ask for anything better. It could have been a little cleaner. I agree with you. There were moments where it kind of felt like Woop Troop kind of let the early success get to them, especially on Eichenwald, where they looked super good very, very quickly. And they kind of slowed down near the end. You can't let that happen because, late in the season and into the playoffs as well, because obviously that's where you're looking. You're going to be only playing against the best teams. And they're not going to allow you to simply muscle through, right? I can excuse Camp Halfburger for losing grip there, because they did fight incredibly hard to win that Eichenwald map. And it was their first match together as a team, their first official match together. So obviously there's going to be some growing pains, especially with a group of new players, only one bona fide veteran among them in Illuminus. So there's going to be a lot of learning and growing for Camp Halfburger. You cannot let this first match get to you, because obviously short term you've got another match coming up in 15 minutes. But for the season, right? You can't let this loss get to you. The season's not over. You're 0-1. Who cares? Throw it away. Go next.
Yeah, exactly. And, you mentioned it, right? Camp Halfburger going into another match right after this, whether they intentionally scheduled that way or what have you, I mean, that's up for debate here. And, double-sided coin, right? If you ended up coming out the victor in that first match, that momentum carried into a second match is going to be amazing, but now you're going to have to try to shake off the effect of that loss and head right into another team who potentially plays in a very different way here. So it'd be very interesting to see here when that matchup comes through here versus Polaris. But like you said, it's about 15 minutes out here, so instead of listening to us yap about nonsense for 15 minutes, we'll probably just throw it to a quick break. Thankfully, you have the B stream and the C stream going on, so you can tune in some more action until we're back. So go there. Smile.
I don't know what it means, but there's a smile upon your face, and I see something shimmering in your eyes. And they say if you wanna glimpse the future, you need space. And you said you'll put down your morning guns. Would you follow me to wonders? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is an imposter. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. So the days became weeks, it felt just like the night before. You were slowly fading in my mind. When you left, I was so completely gone, but now I'm sure you were some of the best of things to find. Would you follow me to wonders? If you're everything that matters to me, makes me wonder why I can't get over you. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. When sage brings the rite of spring, morning dove and the sparrows sing. Through the light that the sun will bring, reborn. Plots are creeping on the wall. Swallowtail heeds the northern call. And the last of the frost will thaw, reborn. In the warmth of the spring, I recall everything once more. Heavy air and the smell of rain, muddy grasses across the plain, red-winged blackbird soft refrain, reborn. In the warmth of the spring, I recall everything once more.
One there coming in, but you know, Biscuit, they got caught out really early there in that first fight. You saw them just kind of stranded in the middle of no man's land on the person's side of the map, maybe not able to, you know, rotate fast enough, or the call not being heard to squish on, try to trade that back line. Andrew, early picks. This is what we want to see coming out from the side of Andrew. He was popping on Luchong's tower, so early picks coming in. Maybe even able to get to Lucio. He is able to drop Lucio down the range HP. Nice trade, or you know, follow up from Fraxure. Fraxure also able to trade their opposition onto the Volcarona. But yep, Rico, that character does dink you very easily, more than Sojourn does. So actually a very significant trade, because now they're not able to hold this high ground as effectively with the Sojourn pressure coming in back in for this recontest.
Yeah, looking at this next fight, we've got Ronan trying to take an angle with the Hanu perhaps. Coming out here on the gas keep picking out is not banned. Interestingly, he hasn't opted for the Ash anymore now that we're on a more open, sort of like bully map. And he's very cut off now, Ronan. Let's see if they pick him out.
Yeah, you see Boa kited the enemy continuing rushing. They're coming back in with their ults, but Fraxure is 1 HP. He wasn't able to get the beat, but Orisa is able to. He did have that gold to go for a little bit longer. OC coming back in for Andrew. He's going to have to find the picks, but instead Alucard just taking out a bunch, not even with the blade. He's just deciding to use the neutral fight Genji, taking out all the people in the backline who are caught out solo, and that fight's going to be solo turned by Alucard in the backline. I don't know how he did it, but he was able to just clean up everyone while they were all looking at Andrew.
Yeah, Andrew was kind of like just in the middle of the entire movie there, and was just surviving. Quite funny. That one got a bit dicey pretty quick, and if Boa are able to take the first point, here comes the Hanu coming up from Ronan.
And the shot coming in on the Biscuit. Yeah, and that's going to be the fight done with just behind him. But honestly, if you're Boa, you got what you succeeded, what you wanted. Even a trade coming out on Ronan. Trades are really big here for the side of Boa, because remember, they have that checkpoint, so you know, people will be respawning on the close checkpoint if the bot doesn't get to the other side soon. You see, they all respawn, all on close spawn. They're able to take another early fight here while Ronan is walking back from spawn here. So they're gonna electing to take this high ground, stop them from holding this high. A very good, you know, you don't want to see the enemy team just holding on high while you're rushing. And a clean shot on.
The supports also really split here. Ronin as well. Goofy University kind of all over the place.
Walking back to spawn that entire time. Obama going to be taking out the celebrity backline. Taking out. They split really hard there after X-Layer was taken out. I think they wanted to all regroup on Cart, but once that first pick went on to, you know, Andrew got that first pick, it's like they all scattered and they didn't know what to do after that.
Yeah, it looks like Infi University are going to be able to contest the board a little bit earlier than the wall here. Trying to get the contest ready on the corner. And, the bot's beginning to get away from him as Zara fills out the blade. Can it be?
For the response to the blade, Hazard ult going to be coming in to follow up. Biscuit 1 HP. The blade running out just before Biscuit's able to die. Alucard into the backline, not able to find anything with his blade. Obama taking out, but the cart is still moving this entire time. While, you know, Vulcan Rona is on the front line. The pressure that Alucard was able to even just like blading and forcing the entire backline with the cast to walk back and respect the blade was enough for Boa to take out the, you know, X-Lar and Vulcan Rona in the front line when they, you know, dived with their blade.
Alright, going into this next fight, Infi University are pulling out the Kitsune Rush early, and away go Boa. They don't want the smoke. They are running as far away as they can and really to their own Kitsune. Caps the High Noon as well.
Caps on the High Noon, Genji in there, OC coming in. Potential wait. Hold on, beat trade coming in, just the rush, but they're already down 2 still. Andrew is going to be taking out. And Fraction 1 HP! Oh my god! The Orisa was 1 second away from cooldown, so they're able to find the pick. The fight is still going on though. Boa are still in this fight. Alucard's still alive, and this guy has been able to clean up fights in the past. They're all gonna have to focus. It's just the supports and the Genji left, but the side of respawns from Infi University, the respawns are able to come back in, and you know that's the fight for Infi University.
Is Biscuit able to survive? Oh yeah, barely.
They should be.
Barely able to get the TP. The team's on the high ground.
It was looking really good for Boa there, and then Infi University able to find the picks on Andrew and Fracture whenever they... I thought Andrew was going to commit the OC there, because I feel like they wanted to keep going, but maybe afraid to commit the Orisa ult whenever and the OC there, whenever, you know, you want to play for the time here. There's still 4 minutes left on the clock. And Andrew immediately taking out X-Layer on the flank, 1v1v1 with Orisa ult coming back in. That's going to be a fight secured for Boa, and yeah, these fights are happening so quickly.
Yeah, that's a pretty decisive fight win from the side of Boa. They only had to invest the Orisa ult.
Hold on, we see
now
a swap.
They swapped over to Winston.
The Winston.
University. Honestly, I think it's probably the move here. They were kind of losing out on the Orisa versus Orisa composition matchup, and they've not got much time left on the board to bring this one back. Trying something new to bring back the series.
Yeah, but you see Boa coming back in. They have almost all their ultimates back. And Volcarona diving in deep, looking for picks on the backline, but he's maybe diving too deep because he isn't able to receive the support from his team. Blade coming out through Alucard now to try to clean things up, but he's 1 HP. Even the OC coming out just to secure it from Andrew, able to take out Obama now, and Ronin. It's just him and Danny DeVito left, and Ronin is able to get 2, so that's going to be enough, you know, picks coming in to try to, you know, Oak University are going to be able to come back into this one.
Yeah, despite being like 1 of 2 players left on his team, Ronin able to take out 2 people in like the 2v4. And it's just going to be Fragster left on the bot. Quite a big difference in lead they're going to have to make up here in the 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining.
But of course, this
not
is all these fights are looking like Boa are coming back. It's, you know, these scrappy fights, I think, for Oop University are exactly what they want from this because, you know, these fights are coming in really fast. But the Blade not able to find anything as Tracy has the counter sound barrier to stop that Blade right in its tracks. Not able to find anything. Alucard dashing in, maybe too deep, alone for, you know, he's alone. And Ronin look at him in this rush, is taking pot shots out onto the enemy team here, getting clean dinks into everyone. This is how they're able to turn these fights. The Ajax coming from Danny DeVito. Oh no, it's not looking
That's
good.
tragic.
Oh.
And with that, the fighters begin swinging back the other way. Boa, despite only having 2 players, now their reinforcements have arrived. Able to stop the bot right at the center mark, and it looks like they'll be pushing back into enemy territory now. However, they're still down 2 players, so I don't think they're going to want to fight this.
Yeah, for University, they still have a minute to try to crawl their way back into this series, and You know, they've got the Primal Rage, they've got the Hainan, but that's
Andrew's
all
down.
they've got. Early pick onto Andrew, that's what you want to see from the dive coming in. Primal Rage going to be coming in to keep the fight going. Nice Primal mechanics from Volcarona, able to take out Tracy, and you got the people juggling to the corner. They're all 1 HP. He's just going to have to back up, though. That's going to be a fight win, and only using the Primal for that, you want to be able to see more of those fights where you want to see where they only have to use 1 ultimate for each of these fights, because they have to cross so many corners to reach up to the 160-meter difference here.
Yeah, that's Cap coming through from Infi University. Here they go into the next fight, trying to go for an early high noon to take as much space as possible, push the side of into really uncomfortable positions.
All behind him, but an Orisa ult coming back in. Suzu used early, but Identity Veto is going to get caught out by the blade from Alucard. Just the overwhelming ult bank that Boa are trying to build up in these for these fights, coming in only 10 seconds.
I think they don't want to push the bot. Yeah, they want to keep the bot here.
For Oomph University, and someone's gonna have to touch in the bot.
I know Ronan's available to touch.
It's gotta have to be Ronan, and he's the only one able to touch.
He's not close enough.
Not able to get it in time. Boa. You know, these fights.
Getting down on the porch, trying to work this out. Raining in my head, but my body is a drought. I'm in a hole, just waiting for my momentary strike. Then press the other way on Pharaoh's fury right.
All right, welcome back, everybody. One more match for the night. This time it is still Camp Half Burger, getting the other half of the burger, as Solomon likes to put it. Going up against Polaris here. Both of these teams started out 0-1. They lost their first match, lost it by a score of 2-0. So no matter what happens here, Mega, one of these teams is going to get their first win of the season here. Camp Halfburger, of course, coming off of a loss just about 15 minutes ago. Needing to lock it back in here against Polaris in order to get their first.
Yeah. Like you said, just having this quick turnaround time where they have to figure things out. But they're going up against Polaris, a team that also had a little bit of troubles this weekend, but somebody must win. Somebody must get a victory here. It will not be a 19-match draw scenario. Somebody will eventually win the game of Overwatch. Looking at the rosters here, looking back at Camp Halfburger, like you saw before, this squad, I mean, the ones to note from at least the last time around when we saw them playing is definitely going to be Victory on this DPS line. I think, you know, he definitely stood out a lot to me across certain picks, but overall, the team cohesion has just got to be a little bit cleaner, a little bit more decisive.
Yep, and on the other side, we are going to see Polaris, Alibi, Seda, Clooney on the DPS, Greetings on the tank, Zimzif, Cry, and Ghost in the back line. A little bit more of a... their back line is where I see, you know, a lot of those returning players been around for a while, specifically Zimzif and Cry. Couple of, you know, relatively tenured players. The rest of the team fairly new, of course, like similar to what we see on the other side for Camp Halfburger. So the growing pains are inevitable. I'm not surprised. You know, it's going to be a little bit tougher for these teams that have you know, majority new players, especially early on in the season. As the season goes, these teams are going to get better. They're going to grow. They're going to become the, you know, some teams that are to be reckoned with. And you know, I think that this might be a perfect, you know, what's the word? Like lubricating matchup. I think is as far as I can get. Like these two teams are incredibly close in skill, based off of, I guess, just one match that we've seen. But I am looking forward to seeing this match here as we get a look at our bans.
Yeah. You know what? I'm just gonna move on. I'm not gonna poke at the comment I want to, because this is gonna devolve. But Camp Halfburger, again, a Freya ban. They do not like the hero. They think it is smelly. They think it is stinky. Fair enough, I guess. Polaris, though, gonna come out with the Ana ban here, which is very interesting because Camp Halfburger, we saw them trying to pilot this Ana a lot. It led to the one round that they were really dominating on Ilios on the Lighthouse because of that Ana break backline. So to just take that away off rip shows that maybe Polaris was paying attention to the stream, maybe realizes how strong this Ana comp can be. And now we're going to have to see how this team decides to navigate the map without that key pick.
Clearly, they were watching, they were learning from the earlier match, so we'll just have to see and learn. Camp Halfburger hovering the Winston this time. Falcon was way more favoring of the Hazard during Ilios in the last match. So clearly they are changing up the ideas of the gameplay here. Cranberry just going to go back over to the Tracer more than likely, as we'll see what Alibi is gonna want to favor. It's gonna be the Pharah, actually.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw that this Pharah was certainly putting in numbers on Camp Halfburger, so again, maybe another adaptation comes in from being able to recognize what they were going up against here. But Camp Halfburger hopefully going to realize how to not take a billion poke. As I say that, Falcon's 1 HP.
Does manage to get out alive, however, as Greetings heads into the fray, and a little bit of a misguided dump there by Falcon, unfortunately, will put Polaris in control of this first flip.
Yeah, and so now being in control here exactly where they want to be. Again, just a lot of poke damage here being taken by the side of Camp Halfburger. They're going to have to try to, you know, again, make some adaptations here. It seems like a hero swap will come through first, though, and it will be Falcon over to the Hazard. A little bit more sustainable than Winston in this modern age of Overwatch. But again, you're still going to have to be able to push forward, find these advantages, especially with the Genji being more of a ground target than something in the sky like what you're seeing with the Pharah.
Headed right back in here to this second fight. Cranberry takes a shot there by Set. Not quite happy about that one. Falcon has to jump back, gonna head to their team for the moment. You can see Cranberry desperately wants to get something done here, but nothing going their way early, but late in the fight, they sustain, they outlast the side of Polaris. They're going to take over just before the half century.
Yeah, trying to take over the map here, and they did it without really having to worry about too much ult investment from either side. That being said, we're heading up to a very heavy ult fight for both of these teams. The only thing notably lacking is Greetings behind in the Hazard downpour build, but I'm sure it'll get there in time here. So now trying to see whose ult can have the biggest impact.
Kitsune Rush called in. Vickery gonna pop the Deadeye, gonna be able to pop Alibi and the Fan the Hammer to help take care of Greetings as well. Beautifully done, only using the one ultimate to both supports.
Yeah, being able to force both those support ultimates out and defer Polaris but not get anything with it is massive here. That being said, Falcon, he does get caught by the barrage, so this could be an opening for Polaris once they get their Sojourn back in the fight, but they're already going ahead with the green buff.
Dragon Blade pulled, gonna cut down Alibi to try and tear it down. There are a couple of players caught in the downpour there of Greetings, and the orbital ray will not be enough to sustain them long term. So now it is just a try and get as much percentage out of this objective as you can and then die, as we see Falcon and Cranberry go down late, just short of the 80% mark.
Yeah, and now with Polaris getting back in control of the point here, you have to see what they're working with to continue this hold. It still have this overclock locked and loaded, ready to go. No real support ultimates provide sustain on the other side, mean that it should be some free firing here for the Sojourn, assuming that you're going to be able to actually connect with these rails and not fall under too much pressure from Falcon.
70% mark for either side now as the overclock gets pulled out. Mina falling there, the downpour not going to catch any targets, unfortunately, for Falcon. Cranberry taken down by a 1-2 punch, and it will be Polaris taking the lead, and with these late staggers, more than likely that's just the submap.
Yeah, more than likely shouldn't be any real chance to recontest unless Falcon hits the world's best Doom rollout. And don't get me wrong, you can hit some pretty creative things, but yeah, just a simple meter too shy there. Could not get to the point. Polaris played that incredibly well. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. Camp Halfburger, they've at least shown signs being willing to adapt, being a little bit more flexible, but you can clearly tell that maybe the Juno Brig, not their most comfy position here. Mina would clearly much rather be on the Ana and heading on over to Well, still missing that pick. It's going to be interesting here. Probably going to be able to start the Hazard this time, though, which should be able to provide a lot of that sustain instead of having to take a fight or two on the Winston comp, give yourself more of that opening. But it seems like they're still probably having an issue for Ali B in the sky on this Vara. So we'll have to see exactly how they intend to deal with it.
Okay. Coming out here, we'll see what Camp Halfburger have got left in the tank here. Alibi poking from afar. You know, we saw Camp Halfburger struggle with this kind of poke from the Pharah not even 45 minutes ago, and I mean, the poke is just kind of becoming brutal right now, right? You see Set just absolutely running players down, and I mean, Camp Halfburger, or rather Polaris, are kind of hardly even breaking a sweat right now.
Yeah, again, they're just simply being the aggressors here, knowing that Camp Halfburger is a little bit uncomfortable in this composition. They're taking full advantage of that discomfort here to constantly just have their foot on the gas. So now it's going to be another level of adaptation here, Camp Halfburger. Honestly, it feels like it's just an unfortunate position to be. You see Mina now going over to the Kiri, desperately trying to find something they feel comfortable on, something they feel like they can survive on, but it's just so much easier said than done.
Oops, hit my microphone there, but Falcon headed up to the high ground trying to take care of the Polaris members that reside there. Nothing coming out of that, but Cranberry very lucky to have a head at the moment, but Greetings needs to stay alive. The wall is kind of brutal. Greetings getting very low, finally taken down just short of the downpour. 47% now and counting for Polaris, but it looks like Camp Halfburger will finally be able to break through this squad and take this flip.
Yeah, being able to flip it here, finally get some percentage going on the board will be nice, especially because you don't find yourself in that final fight territory, as well as, again, you're doing it without expending a lot. In these neutral fights, Camp Halfburger have been able to come up in a pretty decent amount of them, but now heading into the heavy ult fights, this is where things can start to fall apart for them. It's going to be incredibly careful how they have to play this in order to not expend everything.
All right, well, Kitsune Rush called in from Zimzif and Mina both as, yeah, Ghost gets that boop on it to Almond, and somehow that doesn't hit Ghost with that downpour. Sound barrier called in. This is a very, very expensive for Polaris. They get the win, but it costs them all 5 of the ultimates that they had.
I mean, to be fair, on the other side of things, you traded out for ultimates. The only reason Cranberry probably didn't invest the blade was simply because it wasn't online yet. So now Camp Halfburger has that opening with the Dragon Blade here. You're going to have to give Cranberry all of the support in the world, but realistically, the only thing you can do is just have your Brig in a position to make sure that those packs can go. But already missing your cast, it's going to create this incredibly tense situation where you have to either back up or full commit now.
All right, Falcon just getting a little bit too overzealous there, and now that is just absolutely cutting people down in the back line, and at 95%, it's... Megan, if there's going to be a touch at all, it is going to be a desperate one. There will not Polaris absolutely take over on Ilios, get the win on map number 1.
Yeah, Camp Halfburger clearly still not fully recovered from that last matchup because they've gone from just not taking tempo to simply being far too passive here. They almost sort of have to luck into fights going their way, aka teams have to sort of, you know, make mistakes against them intentionally, being overzealous for them to punish. And sure, you might be able to eke out a fight win or two here or there, especially against a team like Polaris, who clearly is willing to be that over-aggressor, but it's not a guaranteed strategy for success or anything you can really rely on. So Camp Halfburger, they're really going to have to try to dig their heels in here if they don't want to go down, hit that 0-2 weekend to start things off. It's really just going to come down to trying to find some level of confidence, get some level of play back behind you where you feel like you know what you're doing.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And they're, you know, we already saw Ilios in both of the first 2 matches here. Same thing can be said for our second map. It's going to be Eichenwald in for map number 2, and we saw Camp Halfburger look a little bit stronger on Ilios, or rather Eichenwald, than they did on Ilios the first time around, right? They really did fight on Eichenwald to try and get the win in their last series against Woop Troop. Their Orisa composition kind of just fell short in the end. You know, they did swap over to that Winston. It did look very, very good. They knocked off a little over 4 minutes, I want to say, from a massive time bank that Woop Troop had. I wouldn't be surprised if they want to try and at the very least play that Winston a little bit more. I think the Orisa's a little bit stronger on first and third, but the Winston looked so good on B that if we don't see the Winston from Camp Halfburger, I'll be a little bit surprised.
Yeah, I mean, it clearly worked out well for them. So, like you said, would not be surprised. And yeah, the Orisa ban coming through, making it so you don't even have to worry about being forced to take that Orisa duel. Such a smart play from Camp Halfburger. Absolutely love to see it here. Unlike, I think the last time this came up, they banned Genji. So it's like, thank goodness that we're actually applying some level of logic to what we're banning here instead of just doing it for the fun of it. Polaris, on the other side of things, is going to be banning the Sojourn out here, so potentially taking away that Sojourn Crux, making it so if you want to play that ranged hit scan option, it should technically be the Freya, but I mean, we've seen Camp Halfburger. They do like to lean into the Cassidy a little bit more here, so they could still be heading that way.
Yeah, I guess we will just have to wait and find out. I mean, I guess we'll see, because Camp Halfburger, they looked decent on Eichenwald, like I said earlier. And now without the Orisa in the picture, I'm curious if they are going to want to try and run the hazard early, try and be a little bit more rushy than divey early on, especially. I don't know how much I would like that. If they're just going to commit to the dive, I think I'd like for them to commit to the dive like fully. I think that was honestly, Eichenwald B on their defense was the best that Camp Halfburger has looked all night. And that was as a result of them playing that Winston dive composition. So I think that if they want to give themselves the best opportunity that they've got to come in, get this win here on Eichenwald, stay alive in this series so they don't go and fall to 0-2 this early in the season, you know, you would like to see them at their best.
Yeah, exactly. You don't, obviously, you know, again, it's one of those things where you're at the start of the regular season, so It's not the end of the world or anything like that, but you just don't want to start off on the wrong foot here. That can lead to so many issues. You're constantly arguing with the team like, oh goodness, how did this happen? People start saying this went wrong or this went wrong. Like, at the end of the day, it's just so much easier if you can put up a fighting chance here, and I fully believe that they can, especially now with the Orisa band out here. Clearly not the look they wanted to go with. Also, Camp Outburger, notably again subbing Illuminous back in here. It's going to mean that we don't even have to worry about the Ana play, in case maybe it's just your Ana player is not feeling up to it right now. You have the Lucio Curie, much more standard to play with this Ramatra as well here. Only real difference is going to be in the DPS lines, which Camp Halfberger on the defense actually committing to a double hit scan approach with the Freya Cassidy here, trying to take anything out of the sky. Definitely not wanting to deal with a Pharah again, but joke's on them. There's no Pharah in sight, just simply a Genji and a Freya to match.
Defend objective A.
Alright, we come out here on Eichenwald. We will see what they've got in the tank. Changes are apparent. You see Set trying to find some opportunity to get these bolts off. Finding a little bit of explosive damage hindered there for the moment, but Akioto will not commit too hard to that kill. You can see Set trying to find something here. Is right now Akioto is kind of just able to smell which way Set is going, and finally taken down by Set is Akioto. Vickery very low, getting jumped currently, and it will look like Polaris comes out here. 3 picks. They've got the numbers. This should be their objective.
Yeah, unless Illuminous has something to say about it here, but I think unfortunately that's just not going to be the case. You could try to funnel back in for a last second recontest, but much better to get that good defensive positioning up on the high ground like you're seeing them do. Polaris now going to be continuing their attack here, moving into point B. Like we saw, right, both teams had a very large pain points trying to get over this castle. It's so unbelievably defensively massively wide that is just going to be incredibly difficult here. So hopefully Polaris has an actual approach that can get the job done.
Well, here is that Kitsune rush down from Allman. They're going to be able to get the trade set for Illuminous here. Clooney gets pretty low at the hands of that bolt from Vickery. We see the Kitsune rush out from the other side now. Greetings trying to pummel down this Falcon. Will go down. Greetings trying to get aggro here. Does not want to lose too much. The Bola's going to come out, answered by the sound of barrier. No one will be lost. Set needs to live. Akioto able to roll away, and Vickery will be able to jump up to the high ground to basically nullify that entire annihilation. Now the re-engagement down on the low ground between the Ramatras. Both Nemesis forms have been popped. Falcon needs to live here, but has an annihilation of their own. Almond will fall. What will Falcon do? The annihilation will be cut off there as the shield has to come up from the other side. Nemesis form still ready to go for this Ramatra. Dragon Blade pulled by Clooney, gonna cut down 2, and a very scrappy fight goes the way of Polaris.
Yeah, and keeping in mind, again, because this fight was on the payload the entire time, it didn't have those same pain points of constantly getting stuffed into those high ground chokes here. And so now, with the payload barreling down at the end of point B here, Camp Halfberger, they really need to mount a defense now to get able to be used to those defensive chokeholds.
Back up goes, already dropping Falcon, and there will not be even an opportunity to touch for Camp Halfberger as Polaris rip through B so quickly.
Yeah, and so now you lose those defensive angles that you had potentially there on point B, that castle, which was going to be so much time burnt off the clock. You now are simply into the main corridors here. Only 2 turns to take before we are at the throne, and Polaris, they show no signs of stopping, right? Another Bolo loaded up. Greetings is going to be pushing towards that annihilation. You just have pretty much any and everything to do.
Well, the Kitsune rush, pretty good there from Almond. Basically single-handedly puts that fight in Camp Halfberger's favor, and now they have a monumental time bank to rip through, but that is certainly a start.
Yeah, that's a great start off the back of just the Kitsune Rush, so it's absolutely crucial here. Now you're going to go into this next one. Illuminous, if able to earn up this sound barrier, could be a massive difference maker here, as actually that should buy you plenty enough time. Good Deadeye actually does manage to find the Freya out of spawn.
Excellent start there, so Polaris will have to reset. I mean, it'll buy you some time to continue to poke and build up these ultimates, which Polaris, they got a lot of here coming into this next fight. We will just have to see. Kitsune Rush called in, as well as the Bola shot, sound barrier down to answer to both of them. Clooney now has the Dragon Blade ready to go. Should they so choose to pop it, they will pop both the sound barrier and the Dragon Blade. Clooney cuts down 3, cuts down 4. The 5th goes to Zimzif, but Clooney cutting down everybody, and that was expensive, but they're coming around this last corner.
Yeah, and so now it's going to be the dueling annihilations here. Upside is Camp Halfburger. If they can stall this out long enough with the Falcon's Annihilation, Element is going to be able to earn up to that Kitsune Rush, and we saw how beneficial that can be to winning a fight. Or you can just get a raw pick like that.
Well, it is 1-for-1 here in this fight, and 2-for-2 now. The Annihilation comes out from Greetings, the answered by the Kitsune Rush of Almond. Pulse Bomb ready to go for victory here. The Annihilation fades away, but they will not even need to invest this ultimate in this fight. Both players so brutally low, and now just over 2 minutes left.
2 minutes left to work with here, finally getting some good defensive stops, but this really is going to be your last one. Unless you can hold out these 2 minutes, that payload's not going to really roll back enough to give you room for another fight. That isn't a stall fight here. Upside is Polaris half cap the old bank. Camp Halfburger still holding on to Annihilation, but Illuminous is down.
Yeah, I mean, but the trades continue to roll. Falcon does actually get exploded, even through Annihilation. Now they know where Victory's at, trying to take care of this Kiriko. Zimziv able to survive here. So too will Victory. They will not track down the Tracer. Akihoto, not so lucky. Now the point push begins. 90 seconds left on the clock here. Clooney building up very, very close to another Dragon Blade. We saw what he was able to do with it the last time Falcon falls, but Clooney does as well. Set dies during the cast of the Bola shots, keeping this fight going on the objective. There's a Lucio, there's a Tracer. Unfortunately, Greetings throws Illuminous right into the Ravenous Vortex and will be able to get rid of everybody left on the objective. 1:06 for Polaris to complete the map.
1:06, but being able to complete Eichenwald is no small feat. So now Camp Halfburger have a monster task ahead of them, where they truly have to be able to figure out some plan of attack here. And it's going to be difficult, right? We saw how they were sort of getting stuffed because of their, reluctance to play some of these more traditional picks, right? It's not, switching over to the Tracer rather late in the round. You then are operating the Cassidy a lot more than the Freya, obviously the Sojourn Span, but when you lack those longer range options, sure, Cassidy can get you in the close range fights, but generally speaking, Freya can just do damage to you before the fight's even had a chance to begin, and then once you're going in, it's just too much, too overwhelming for your source to deal with.
Alright. Switching sides here, Camp Halfburger have got to finish with time if they want to have a chance to go into extra rounds with an opportunity to actually win this map. That minute for Polaris, absolutely brutal, because it means that, hey, that's just an extra win con if Camp Halfburger can't complete the map with time. Now, we head into the Camp Halfburger attack. Nothing changes.
Nope, nothing changes here. It's just simply more of the same. Again, you're seeing the Cassidy get picked here versus the Freya, so it's just going to be more of just this Tracer taking bolts to the chest.
Yep. Victory not exactly happy about that one, I can assure you. Now it'll be a play safe and just wait moment here for Polaris, or rather Camp Halfburger, as they wait for Victory to come back. Should not be too long. Tracer's fast. Getting the help from Lucio. Even faster now. They have an opportunity.
I mean...
Falcon's dead, guys. I don't know if you'll notice.
Yeah, I mean, it happens again. And look at this now, Polaris. They're just simply, again, this is a team that can get overzealous, get aggressive here. But when Camp Halfburger isn't putting up much of a fight, it makes it easier for Polaris to do this without worrying about any retaliation. So, I mean, just overall, this aggressive gameplay, finally holding space actually here on point A instead of just taking it all the way back to point for every single fight. It seems to be paying off.
It does indeed here. Set with the bolas already ready to go. That passive gets this ultimate up so quickly. See where they're going to throw this one down. It'll be right into small room. Not going to even get any damage off of it, unfortunately. Akioto goes down, though. You know, it's going to be once again Polaris not even getting or rather Camp Halfburger, not even getting a chance. They're going to try and force the issue with the Kitsune Rush, but Mega, it's just too far away for it to matter. And unfortunately, Camp Halfburger cannot run away from this Kitsune Rush. They're just getting run down now. They don't have the luxury of their own anymore, and Set has found another pick onto victory.
Yeah, I mean, another pick here. And again, like you said, those Kitsune Rushes, they aren't an infinite amount of distance here, so being able to actually just outzone them, now Falcon's gonna have to try to take matters into his own hands. Gets a good pick.
Good job there. That is an Ajax. Oh goodness, Ghost goes down. Cannot get the sound barrier off. With 90 seconds left, Camp Halfburger will finally be able to break the hold of Polaris here on Objective A.
Yeah, it took them a little bit longer than they'd like, but they got the job done. That's all that matters now. Still having the Annihilation and a Pulse Bomb banked up here. That being said, Polaris can mirror the Annihilation on the other side, as well as having both their Bolo shot and the Dragon Blade to boot. So tons of things to be concerned about here as Polaris. They're now going to set up in this defensive positioning.
Dragon Blade pulled by Clooney, who just goes in, takes down another. Could help to take down Falcon here. That shield just does not get up fast enough. Akioto does clean up Clooney with some bolts, but it will be Polaris now just holding the S key, running away.
Running away as fast as you can. There's simply no other words for it. Now, to be fair, Polaris, they did, you know, they're all over the place as you see on this defense. Trying to hold inside of the castle. It's allowing a bit of free payload push here. Now, Greetings a little bit isolated.
Akioto, though, the one that goes down. Kitsune Rush invested by Almond. Now, Annihilation thrown down. Falcon dealt with swiftly. As a result, Greetings is anteed up. But it won't matter in the end here, as it's all red in the kill feed right now.
All red in the kill feed here. Finally, stepping up again is Polaris here. Very split, but they just are able to come up with the picks time and again here. It seems like they're just, you know, toying with their food a little bit, Camp Halfburger. Again, they're pushing forward. They do have the Annihilation. They still have this Pulse Bomb. Illuminous is going to be building close to a Nano Boost. The question is, do you want to give that over to your Ramatra? Do you feel like you need to double down that much on a win con? Or do you feel like maybe you can hold it for another day?
Headed up your victory with the Pulse Bomb. Ready to go. A couple of ultimates. Akioto's dead. The attack already short-handed. They do get the trade. Victory tracks down, set on that Freya. And now, I mean, this is prime opportunity for Victory. I mean, gonna drop in with the stick. Does get cleansed, though. Luckily by Zip. Annihilation from Falcon will help to take down a couple here. The trades come through now. It is a 2 versus 2. 1 versus 1 now, and unfortunately, as strong as Cassidy could be, you'd think that Greetings is favored here. Does have to play it safe though.
Yeah, no healers alive means no HP returning here, and yeah, just being able to hear the footsteps coming, realizes the jump is approaching here, but now the Genji's actually going to die, and this could be the beautiful opening that Camp Halfburger have needed here. Now back on the Winston comp, something they're a lot more comfortable, but that can't happen.
Yep, you're already down one of your main sources of healing. Deadeye going to be popped in the face of a Bola there, cleansed up swiftly by Omen. Akioto goes in, finds one. It is looking like the blue team right now. Camp Halfburger coming up with the win in this fight.
Yeah, and so now they are running out of time, but they are barreling down to the end of the map here. Or the end of point B, rather, should I say. Polaris still holding on to this Dragon Blade, though, and there's no real support ult besides the Cleansing Suzu that can try to help people live through it.
Alright, Dragon Blade pulled by Clooney. Could it be brutal? And absolutely is. The damage output here is incredibly difficult to get through. And Mega, it is overtime here. Pulse Bomb stuck on to Clooney, but the 1 versus 3 will just never be something that a Tracer can do without a miracle. Camp Halfburger cannot get the job done there. Polaris will get their first win of the season.
Yeah, I feel like Camp Halfburger is going to start having nightmares about that specific spot on Eichenwald. It feels like they get stuck. That's exactly where they got stuck before as well here. It seems like, again, they were starting to make adaptations, but it was just too slow to mark here. The tempo was simply out of their pace the entire time. Polaris maybe a little bit too win happy. They saw the win in their sights, and so they would get a little bit overzealous in some of these fights. But at the end of the day, they get a win on the board here in our last match of the opening weekend.
Yeah, they get their first win of the season. Get it 2-0 as well. Good job to them indeed, Polaris. I mean, they've got some leadership behind them. They know, what they can be, what they can do. It's just a matter of putting it together consistently, and the same can be said for Camp Halfburger on the other side, right? They've got a whole bunch of players that do know, they're decent. They're decent players, right? But it's not going to be easy, especially early in the season, to get these dominant wins. Right, to get wins at all is not an easy thing to do. So I'm looking forward to seeing, not just Camp Halfburger, but also Polaris improve throughout the season. Polaris did look like the better team tonight, unfortunately for Camp Halfburger, but there were moments that I could see where, Camp Halfburger were awake and playing, at the best of their abilities. And if they can try and string those together, I think Camp Halfburger could become a pretty good team.
Oh, for certain, right? I mean, we're in opening weekend. It is the start of season 7. It feels, don't get me wrong, sure, you can understand it maybe feels a little bit longer than that, but this is just that first weekend where everything is going along, and so plenty of time. This is even also only Group Aspen, so plenty of time, give all the players a chance to adapt. They'll learn as the season goes on. If Overwatch is Overwatch, there'll probably be a patch at some point that'll also shake things up, so no frets, no worries about that. But enough yapping about these teams and us. We actually have a very special guest in VC. You guys might have heard of him here at BPL, Solomon.
Little known guy.
Ew,
Hi.
yuck, ew, yuck.
Oh,
What?
okay, well that's gonna go on your end of your report, isn't it?
I don't get paid, so
Hey, listen. Hey, okay, anyway, let's have a look at this graphic, shall we? Oh, wow. We are almost done with the opening weekend of Season 7. What a ride it's been. It's been pretty chill, actually. B-Stream is still going on with that final match, Bluff Creek Big Mood versus Birdwatch in that little round robin so far. Birdwatch was won their game, and then Bluff Creek lost the other one. It's currently 0-0. That's with Jason Laser on BPL 2. And on BPL 3 with Toxin Wi-Fi is Bo versus Terrapin, and they are on map 2 as well. Currently on Hollywood. So we're almost done. We've done 38 matches so far. We've got 2 more to go. Here's the A-League standing so far, because A-League is complete, I think. Yeah, I'm
like
pretty
it.
sure those are from other things.
Oh,
So
sorry.
here is ALEC
Mathematically.
standings. Pretty. I mean, it's 2 matches, so we know a little bit more than we maybe normally would after week 1. So it's nice to see teams get some numbers on the board. Got some nice strong teams, and some at the bottom half who are still struggling a little bit. But that's matches 1 and 2 out of 7, so plenty of time for them to make up all the difference. You could finish with a 5 and 2 record, and that's be very good. Here's B League, which is looking very silly. Unfortunately, Daybreak did beat Nurture, so we didn't get the 1-1s all in the Birch group. And Birdwatch and BCB are playing right now. We could get another set of 1-1s in there. It's been very, very even here in B League. It's been pretty cool. And C League has had their matches as well. Pretty average stuff. We might get some more 1-1s, but I think Terrapin is leading that match, so we might get, an upset after 1 match. I mean, you know what it is. It's early in the season. But that's it for us on mainstream. We're done. BPL 2 and BPL 3 will continue out the show. We've got full casting on both of them. Well, we've got full casting, and then Brad and Wi-Fi just chilling in the VC while Brad observes. So that's your options. Just want to say a big thank you to everyone who's got this season started. As always, usual seasons are quite a big effort to get all the teams and players and get everyone approved and get all the brandings and the showcases and the scheduling and all that stuff. You guys know how much we say how tricky it can be sometimes. But we've done it, and this has been a pretty cool opening weekend. Big thanks to all my casters this weekend. It's been a lot of fun. Shout out to Fletcher Megalas and everyone who's been on the broadcast today and Friday and Saturday. We'll leave you to go to the B stream, where they'll be finishing off, and check out the C stream as well. And there are slowly VODs are getting updated. I'm not gonna go to the end of the season and be like, oh, we've got no VODs. Oh, oops. Day 1's VOD's already up from the main stream. B stream I need to edit it because I accidentally ran out of recording space on my hard drive, so there's a gap in it. So that's fun. We'll get everything up. So big thanks to everyone. Thanks for watching. We will see you next week, because it's just going to keep going for week 2 as we get our match 3s for all the leagues. We're going to have only 20 matches next week. I mean, how will we recover? We've done 40 in 1 weekend. Anyway, big thanks everyone. We will see you next time. Good night, everyone.
We got nowhere to be, just a slow dance with the summer heat. The world outside can't wait a few, 'cause right now we got nothing else to do. The sun is peeking through the cotton white blinds, your hands still tangled up in mine. Feet on the wall, your head on me, floating easy. We got nowhere to be, got nowhere to be. Your hair's a mess, but you don't mind. You just laugh, let it fall where it lies. Coffee's cold, but we take a sip, talk about nothing. Let the morning slip. Oh, it feels like that, like summer air through winter.